Introduction. I remember once talking to a famous crime writer about getting a short story out of my home being burgled, and she replied, "I get a short story out of everything." That certainly put me in my place. It also serves as a useful opening to this introduction, because some writers I know find that short stories come easily, whereas I don't. I think this is partly because I've become so used to thinking in terms of the novel, with the broad canvas it offers, that it's hard to work in miniature. I carry a novel around in my head for a long time, at least a year, waking and sleeping, and this gives me time to get under the skin of the characters and the story. Also, plotting is probably the most difficult part of writing for me, and being asked to write a short story, which so often depends on plot twist, a clever diversion, or a surprising revelation, guarantees that I'll get the laundry done, and probably the ironing too. That said, there is nevertheless a great deal of satisfaction to be had from writing short stories. Partly, of course, it's the quick payoff. A short story is, by definition, short. Consequently, you get that wonderful rush of having finished something far more quickly than you do with a novel. But it isn't only the instant gratification that makes short stories so attractive to me. It's also the new possibilities they offer. When you work primarily as a series writer, as I do, most of your time goes into the creation of that series. That, of course, is as it should be. I wouldn't be writing the Inspector Banks books if I didn't want to. But there's always the temptation to try something different, and to risk a week or so doing this is a lot easier than risk a year or more on a project that might easily meet with rejection. Short stories also offer a wonderful opportunity for the series writer to spread his or her wings and fly to new exotic places, to meet different people, and to try out different techniques. The Inspector Banks series is set, for the most part, in Yorkshire, but these stories range from Toronto to Paris, from Florida to California. The Banks books are third-person narratives, while many of the stories are first-person. Banks is a policeman, but you'll find very few policemen between these covers. A number of the stories, such as Murder in Utopia and Missing in Action, are set in different periods of history. While short stories come from the same seeds as novels, usually they come as ideas that can only be developed into short stories. Innocence was one exception to this rule. After writing the story, I couldn't let go and went on to write an entire novel from Reed's point of view, expanding the events of the story. But my publishers turned it down. I put it aside for a while, then thought that perhaps if Banks was there, it might work better. Thus, Reed became Owen, and Innocence, 1990, became Innocent Graves, 1996. Both the short story and the novel won Arthur Ellis Awards in Canada. A sense of place has always been important in my work, and is no less so here. In Florida, one December, I witnessed a Christmas sing-along around the swimming pool, Santa in his usual outfit leading the crowd on electric piano. Only this took place in 27-degree heat, and they were singing White Christmas, something I think they don't usually have down there. Needless to say, the absurdity of the scene was not lost on me. And in some land in Florida, Santa ends up in the pool with his electric piano thrown after him, still plugged in. The first historical story I wrote, The Two Ladies of Rose Cottage, was inspired by both the place and my interest in Thomas Hardy. I once paid a visit to the house where he was born in Bockhampton, Dorset, and stood in the room where he was cast aside as dead by the doctor who delivered him, only to be revived by a quick-thinking nurse. As I looked out of his upstairs window on much the same view he often enjoyed as he wrote his early books, this short story of murder and deceit, ranging over more than 100 years, began to form in my mind, and Hardy himself even makes a brief appearance in it. Other stories have their origins in such diverse sources as an unusual piece of information, carrion, fragments of dreams, fan mail, stories recounted by others, The Wrong Hands, and Memory Lane, and research for other works. I doubt that I would ever have written In Flanders Fields or Missing in Action, for example, if I hadn't spent so much time researching the Second World War for In a Dry Season. Sometimes, as in Gone to the Dogs and The Duke's Wife, I was asked for a story on a specific topic, in these cases, American football and Shakespeare, respectively. But no matter how much or how little is given or demanded, there is always a lot to change and more to add, all subjected to the constant what-if of the writer's imagination. While I did mention earlier that most of the stories here represent a break from Inspector Banks, there are 3 Banks short stories in the collection. In a way, they were the hardest for me to write, because I'm so used to giving Banks plenty of space. There's little room for significant character or plot development in a short story, or for the creation of multiple points of view. Still, it was impossible to resist the temptation to try, especially to have Banks attempt to solve the mystery of a man who claims to have been murdered in a previous lifetime, as happens in Summer Rain. You'll have to judge the results for yourselves. Finally, the Inspector Banks novella, Going Back, is a special case and has never been published before. I wrote it early in 1999, so it came between In a Dry Season and Cold is the Grave. At that point, I didn't know that I was going to send Banks home to deal with his old school friend's disappearance in Close to Home, 2003, and I wanted to show him interacting with his family and responding to the place where he grew up. In manuscript, it reached 106 pages, too long for any of the magazines or anthologies that regularly published my stories, and too short for separate book publication. And so it sat there, gathering dust, until I came to write The Summer That Never Was, when I incorporated parts of the novella into the novel, mostly details about the street Banks grew up on, his relationship with his parents, the music he listened to, and the books he read as an adolescent. When I came to revise Going Back for this collection, I had to shift it chronologically so that it now falls between The Summer That Never Was and Playing with Fire. I also had to try to avoid too much repetition of details I had cannibalized for the novel without spoiling the original conception. It was a difficult balancing act, but I hope that you enjoy the final result, along with the rest of the stories in this collection. Peter Robinson, February 2004. Summer Rain. An Inspector Banks story. 1. And exactly how many times have you died, Mr. Singer? 14. That's 14 I've managed to uncover. They say that each human being has lived about 20 incarnations, but it's the last one I'm telling you about. See, I died by violence. I was murdered. Detective Constable Susan Gay made a note on the yellow pad in front of her. When she looked down, she noticed that she had doodled an intricate pattern of curves and loops, a bit like Spaghetti Junction, during the few minutes she'd been talking to Jerry Singer. She tried to keep the skepticism out of her voice. Aha. And when was this, 1966. July. That makes it exactly 32 years ago this week. I see. Jerry Singer had given his age as 31, which meant that he'd been murdered a year before he was born. How do you know it was 1966? Susan asked. Singer leaned forward. He was a remarkably intense young man, Susan noticed, thin to the point of emaciation, with glittering green eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looked as if the lightest breeze would blow him away. His fine red hair had a gossamer quality that reminded Susan of spiders' webs. He wore jeans, a red T-shirt, and a grey anorak, its shoulders darkened by the rain. Though he said he came from San Diego, California, Susan could detect no trace of suntan. It's like this, he began. There's no fixed period between incarnations, but my channeler told me... Channeler? Susan interrupted. She's a kind of spokesperson for the spirit world. A medium? Not quite. Singer managed a brief smile. But close enough. More of a mediator, really. Oh, I see, said Susan, who didn't. Go on. Well, she told me there will be a period of about a year between my previous incarnation and my present one. How did she know? Well, she just knows. It varies from one soul to another. Some need a lot of time to digest what they've learned and make plans for the next incarnation. Some souls just can't wait to return to another body. He shrugged. After some lifetimes, you might simply just get tired and need a long rest. After some mornings, too, Susan thought. Okay, she said. Let's move on. Is this your first visit to Yorkshire? It's my first trip to England, period. I've just qualified in dentistry, and I thought I'd give myself a treat before I settled down to the daily grind. Susan winced. Was that a pun? Singer wasn't smiling. A new-age dentist. Now there was an interesting combination, she thought. Can I read your tarot cards for you while I drill? Perhaps you might like to take a little astral journey to Neptune while I'm doing your root canal. She forced herself to concentrate on what Singer was saying. So you see, he went on, as I've never been here before, it must be real, mustn't it? Susan realized she had missed something. What? Well, it's all so familiar. The landscape, everything. And it's not only the déjà vu I had. There was the dream, too. We haven't even approached this in hypnotic regression yet, so... Susan held up her hand. Hang on a minute. You're losing me. What was so familiar? Oh, I thought I'd made that clear. Not to me. The place, where I was murdered. It was near here, in Swainsdale. 2. Banks was sitting in his office with his feet on the desk and a buff folder open on his lap when Susan Gay popped her head around the door. The top button of his white shirt was undone and his tie hung askew. That morning he was supposed to be working on the monthly crime figures, but instead, through the half-open window, he listened to the summer rain as it harmonized with Michael Nyman's soundtrack from the piano, playing quietly on his portable cassette. His eyes were closed, and he was daydreaming of waves washing in and out on a beach of pure white sand. The ocean and the sky were the brightest blue he could imagine, and tall palm trees dotted the landscape. The pastoral village that straddled the steep hillside looked like a cubist collage. "Sorry to bother you, sir," Susan said, "but it looks like we've got a right one here." Banks opened his eyes and rubbed them. He felt as if he were coming back from a very long way. "It's all right," he said. "I was getting a bit bored with the crime statistics anyway." He tossed the folder onto his desk and linked his hands behind his head. "Well, what is it?" Susan entered the office. "It's sort of hard to explain, sir." "Try." Susan told him about Jerry Singer. As he listened, Banks's blue eyes sparkled with amusement and interest. When Susan had finished, he thought for a moment, then sat up and turned off the music. "Why not?" he said. "It's been a slow week. Let's live dangerously. Bring him in." He fastened his top button and straightened his tie. A few moments later, Susan returned with Jerry Singer in tow. Singer looked nervously around the office and took the seat opposite Banks. The two exchanged introductions, then Banks leaned back and lit a cigarette. He loved the mingled smells of smoke and summer rain. "Perhaps you'd better start at the beginning," he said. "Well," said Singer, turning his nose up at the smoke, "I've been involved in regressing to past lives for a few years now, partly through hypnosis. It's been a fascinating journey, and I've discovered a great deal about myself." He sat forward and rested his hands on the desk. His fingers were short and tapered. "For example, I was a merchant's wife in Venice in the 15th century. I had 7 children and died giving birth to the 8th. I was only 29. In my next incarnation, I was an actor in a troupe of Elizabethan players, the Lord Chamberlain's men. I remember playing Bardolph in Henry V in 1599. After that, I get the picture, said Banks. I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Singer, but maybe we can skip to the 20th century? Singer paused and frowned at Banks. Sorry. Well, I was telling Detective Constable Gay here. It's the least clear one so far. I was a hippie. At least I think I was. I had long hair, wore a caftan, bell-bottom jeans. I had this incredible sense of déjà vu when I was driving through Swainsdale yesterday afternoon. Where exactly? It was just before Fortford. I was coming from Helmthorpe, where I'm staying. There's a small hill by the river with a few trees on it, all bent by the wind. Maybe you know it. Banks nodded. He knew the place. The hill was, in fact, a drumlin, a kind of humpbacked mound of detritus left by the retreating Ice Age. 6 trees grew on it, and they had all bent slightly to the southeast after years of strong northwesterly winds. The drumlin was about 2 miles west of Fortford. Is that all? Banks asked. All? Yes. Banks leaned forward and rested his elbows on the desk. You know there are plenty of explanations for déjà vu, don't you, Mr. Singer? Perhaps you've seen a place very similar before, and only remembered it when you passed the drumlin. Singer shook his head. I understand your doubts, he said, and I can't offer concrete proof, but the feeling is unmistakable. I've been there before in a previous life. I'm certain of it. And that's not all. There's the dream. Dream? Yes, I've had it several times. The same one. It's raining, like today, and I'm passing through a landscape very similar to what I've seen in Swainsdale. I arrive at a very old stone house. There are people and their voices are raised, maybe in anger or laughter, I can't tell, but I start to feel tense and claustrophobic. There's a baby crying somewhere, and it won't stop. I climb up some creaky stairs. When I get to the top, I find a door and open it. Then I feel that panicky sensation of endlessly falling, and I usually wake up, frightened. Banks thought for a moment. That's all very interesting, he said. But have you considered that you might have come to the wrong place? We're not usually in the business of interpreting dreams and visions. Singer stood his ground. This is real, he said. A crime has been committed. Against me. He poked himself in the chest with his thumb. The crime of murder. The least you can do is do me the courtesy of checking your records. His odd blend of naivete and intensity charged the air. Banks stared at him, then looked at Susan, whose face showed sceptical interest. Never having been one to shy away from what killed the cat, Banks let his curiosity get the better of him yet again. All right, he said, standing up. We'll look into it. Where did you say you were staying? 3. Banks turned right by the whitewashed 16th-century Rose and Crown in Fortford and stopped just after he crossed the small stone bridge over the River Swain. The rain was still falling, obscuring the higher green dale sides and their latticework of dry stone walls. Lingarth, a cluster of limestone cottages and a church huddled around a small village green, looked like an impressionist painting. The rain-darkened ruins of Devereux Abbey, just up the hill to his left, poked through the trees like a setting for Camelot. Banks rolled his window down and listened to the rain slapping against leaves and dancing on the river's surface. To the west he could see the drumlin that Jerry Singer had felt so strongly about. Today it looked ghostly in the rain, and it was easy to imagine the place as some ancient barrow where the spirits of Bronze Age men lingered. But it wasn't a barrow. It was a drumlin created by glacial deposits, and Jerry Singer hadn't been a Bronze Age man in his previous lifetime. He'd been a 60s hippie, or so he believed. Leaving the window down, Banks drove through Lindgarth and parked at the end of Gristhorpe's rutted driveway, in front of a squat limestone farmhouse. Inside, he found Gristhorpe staring gloomily out of the back window at a pile of stones and a half-completed dry stone wall. The superintendent, he knew, had taken a week's holiday and hoped to work on the wall, which went nowhere and closed in nothing. But he hadn't bargained for the summer rain, which had been falling non-stop for the past 2 days. He poured Banks a cup of tea so strong you could stand a spoon up in it, offered some scones, and they sat in Gristhorpe's study. A paperback copy of Trollope's The Vicar of Bullhampton lay on a small table beside a worn and scuffed brown leather armchair. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Banks asked. Gristhorpe considered the question a moment. "No. Why?" Banks told him about Jerry Singer, then said, "I wanted your opinion. Besides, you were here then, weren't you?" Gristhorpe's bushy eyebrows knit in a frown. 1966? "Yes." "I was here, but that's over 30 years ago, Alan. My memory's not what it used to be. Besides, what makes you think there's anything in this, other than some New Age fantasy?" "I don't know that there is," Banks answered, at a loss how to explain his interest even to the broad-minded Gristhorpe. Boredom, partly, and the oddness of Singer's claim, the certainty the man seemed to feel about it. But how could he tell his superintendent that he had so little to do he was opening investigations into the supernatural? "There was a sort of innocence about him," he said, "and he seemed so sincere about it, so intense." "The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. W.B. Yeats," Gristhorpe replied. "Perhaps. Anyway, I've arranged to talk to Jenny Fuller about it later today." Jenny was a psychologist who'd worked with the Eastvale police before. "Good idea," said Gristhorpe. "All right, then, just for argument's sake, let's examine his claim objectively. He's convinced he was a hippie, murdered in Swainsdale in summer 1966, right?" Banks nodded. "And he thinks this because he believes in reincarnation. He had a déjà vu, and he's had a recurring dream." "True." "Now," Gristhorpe went on, "leaving aside the question of whether you or I believe in reincarnation, or indeed whether there is such a thing, a philosophical speculation we could hardly settle over tea and scones anyway, he doesn't give us a hell of a lot to go on, does he?" "That's the problem. I thought you might remember something." Gristhorpe sighed and shifted in his chair. The scuffed leather creaked. "In 1966, I was a 30-year-old detective sergeant in a Baxwood division. In fact, we were nothing but a subdivision then, and I was the senior detective. Most of the time I investigated burglaries, the occasional outbreak of sheep stealing, market stall owners fencing stolen goods." He sipped some tea. "We had 1 or 2 murders, really interesting ones I'll tell you about someday, but not a lot. What I'm saying, Alan, is that no matter how poor my memory is, I'd remember a murdered hippie." "And nothing fits the bill?" "Nothing. I'm not saying we didn't have a few hippies around, but none of them got murdered. I think your Mr. Singer must be mistaken." Banks put his mug down on the table and stood up to leave. "Better get back to the crime statistics, then," he said. Gristhorpe smiled. "So that's why you're so interested in this cock and bull story. Can't say I blame you. Sorry, I can't help. Wait a minute, though," he added as they walked to the door. "There was old Bert Atherton's lad. I suppose that was around the time you're talking about, give or take a year or 2. Banks paused at the door. "Atherton?" "Aye. Owns a farm between Lidgarth and Helmthorpe. Oh, did. He's dead now. I only mention it because Atherton's son Joseph was something of a hippie." "Well, what happened?" "Fell down the stairs and broke his neck. Family never got over it. As I said, old man Atherton died a couple of years back. But his missus is still around. You'd no reason to suspect anything. Gristhorpe shook his head. None at all. The Athertons were a decent, hard-working family. Apparently the lad was visiting them on his way to Scotland to join some commune or other. He fell down the stairs. It's a pretty isolated spot, and it was too late when the ambulance arrived, especially as they had to drive a mile down country lanes to the nearest telephone box. They were really devastated. He was their only child. But what made him fall? Well, he wasn't pushed, if that's what you're thinking. There was no stair carpet, and the steps were a bit slippery. According to his dad, Joseph was walking around without his slippers on, and he slipped in his stockinged feet. And you've no reason to doubt him? No. Well, I did have one small suspicion at the time, though. What? According to the post-mortem, Joseph Atherton was a heroin addict, though he didn't have any traces of the drug in his system at the time of his death. I thought he might have been smoking marijuana or something up in his room. That might have made him a bit unsteady on his feet. Did you search the place? Gristhorpe snorted. Nay, Alan. There was no sense bringing more grief on his parents. What would we do if we found something? Charge them with possession? I see your point. Banks opened the door and put up his collar against the rain. I might dig up the file anyway, he called, running over to the car. Enjoy the rest of your week off. Gristhorpe's curse was lost in the sound of the engine starting up and the finale of Mussorgsky's Great Gate of Kiev on Classic FM blasting out from the radio, which Banks had forgotten to switch off. 4. In addition to the cells and the charge room, the lower floor of Eastvale Divisional Headquarters housed old files and records. The dank room was lit by a single bare light bulb and packed with dusty files. So far, Banks had checked 1965 and 66, but found nothing on the Atherton business. Give or take a couple of years, Gristhorpe had said. Without much hope, Banks reached for 1964. Well, that was a bit too early for hippies, he thought, especially in the far reaches of rural North Yorkshire. In 1964, he remembered, the Beatles were still recording ballads like I'll Follow the Sun and old rockers like Long Tall Sally. John hadn't met Yoko, and there wasn't a sitar within earshot. The Rolling Stones were doing Not Fade Away and It's All Over Now. The Kinks had a huge hit with You Really Got Me, and the charts were full of Dusty Springfield, Peter and Gordon, the Dave Clark Five, and Herman's Hermits. So 1964 was a write-off as far as dead hippies were concerned. Banks looked anyway. Maybe Joseph Atherton had been way ahead of his time, or perhaps Jerry Singer's channeler had been wrong about the time between incarnations. Why was this whole charade taking on such an aura of unreality? Banks's stomach rumbled. Apart from that scone at Gristhorpe's, he hadn't eaten since breakfast, he realized. He put the file aside. Though there hardly seemed any point looking further ahead than 1966, he did so out of curiosity. Just as he was feeling success slip away, he came across it. Joseph Atherton, coroner's verdict, accidental death. There was only one problem. It had happened in 1969. According to Atherton's statement, their son wrote to say he was coming to see them en route to Scotland. He said he was on his way to join some sort of commune and arrived at Eastvale Station on the London train at 3:45 in the afternoon, July the 11th, 1969. By 10 o'clock that night, he was dead. He didn't have transport of his own, so his father had met him at the station in the Land Rover and driven him back to the farm. Banks picked up a sheet of lined writing paper, yellowed around the edges. A separate sheet described it as an anonymous note received at the Eastvale police station about a week after the coroner's verdict. All it said in block capitals was, "Ask Atherton about the red Volkswagen." Next came a brief interview report in which a PC Withers said he had questioned the Athertons about the car, and they said they didn't know what he was talking about. That was that. Banks supposed it was remotely possible that whoever was in the red Volkswagen had killed Joseph Atherton. But why would his parents lie? According to the statement, they spent the evening together at the farm eating dinner, catching up on family news. Then Joseph went up to his room to unpack and came down in his stockinged feet. Maybe he'd been smoking marijuana, as Chris Thorpe suggested. Anyway, he slipped at the top of the stairs and broke his neck. It was tragic, but hardly what Banks was looking for. He heard a sound at the door and looked up to see Susan Gay. "Found anything, sir?" she asked. "Maybe," said Banks. "One or two loose ends, but I haven't a clue what it all means, if anything. I'm beginning to wish I'd never seen Mr. Jerry Singer." Susan smiled. "Do you know, sir," she said, "he almost had me believing him." Banks put the file aside. "Did he? I suppose it always pays to keep an open mind," he said. "That's why we're going to visit Mrs. Atherton." 5. The Atherton farm was every bit as isolated as Chris Thorpe had said, and the relentless rain had muddied the lane. At one point Banks thought they would have to get out and push, but on the third try the wheels caught and the car lurched forward. The farmyard looked neglected. Bedraggled weeds poked through the mud. Part of the barn roof had collapsed, and the wheels and tines of the old hay rake had rusted. Mrs. Atherton answered their knock almost immediately. Banks had phoned ahead so their arrival wouldn't frighten her. After all, a woman living alone in such a wild place couldn't be too careful. She led them into the large kitchen and put the kettle on the aga. The stone-walled room looked clean and tidy enough, but Banks noted an underlying smell, like old greens and meat rotting under the sink. Mrs. Atherton carried the aura of the sick room about with her. Her complexion was as grey as her sparse hair, her eyes were dull yellow with milky blue irises, and the skin below them looked dark as a bruise. As she made the tea, she moved slowly, as if measuring the energy required for each step. How on earth, Banks wondered, did she manage up here all by herself? Yorkshire grit was legendary, and often as close to foolhardiness as anything else, he thought. She put the teapot on the table. "We'll just let it mash a minute," she said. "Now, what is it you want to talk to me about?" Banks didn't know how to begin. He had no intention of telling Mrs. Atherton about Jerry Singer's previous lifetime, or of interrogating her about her son's death, which didn't leave him many options. "How are you managing?" he asked first. "Mustn't grumble. It must be hard, taking care of this place all by yourself." "Nay, there's not much to do these days. Jack Crocker keeps an eye on the sheep. I've nobbut but a few cows to milk." "No poultry?" "Nay, it's not worth it any more, not with these battery farms. Anyway, seeing as you're a copper, I don't suppose you came to talk to me about the farming life, did you? Come on, spit it out, lad." Banks noticed Susan look down and smile. "Well," he said, "I hate to bring up a painful subject, but it's your son's death we want to talk to you about." Mrs. Atherton looked at Susan as if noticing her for the first time. A shadow crossed her face. Then she turned back to Banks. "Our Joseph," she said. "But he's been dead nigh on 30 years. "I know that," said Banks. "We won't trouble you for long." "There's nowt else to add." She poured the tea, fussed with milk and sugar, and sat down again. "You said your son wrote and said he was coming." "Aye." "Did you keep the letter?" "What?" "The letter. I've not seen any mention of it anywhere. It's not in the file." "Well, it wouldn't be, would it? We don't leave scraps of paper cluttering up the place." "So you threw it out?" "Aye, Bert or me." She looked at Susan again. "That was my husband, God rest his soul. Besides," she said, "how else would we know he was coming? We couldn't afford a telephone back then." "I know," said Banks. But nobody had asked at the railway station whether Bert Atherton actually had met his son there, and now it was too late. He sipped some tea. It tasted as if the tea bag had been used before. "I don't suppose you remember seeing a red Volkswagen in the area around that time, do you?" "No. They asked us when it first happened. I didn't know aught about it then, and I don't know aught now." "Was there anyone else in the house when the accident occurred?" "No, of course there weren't. Do you think I wouldn't have said it if there were? Look, young man, what are you getting at? Do you have something to tell me, something I should know?" Banks sighed and took another sip of weak tea. It didn't wash away the taste of decay that permeated the kitchen. He signalled to Susan and stood up. "No," he said. "No, I've nothing new to tell you, Mrs. Atherton. Just chasing will-o'-the-wisps, that's all." "Well, I'm sorry, but you'll have to go chase them somewhere else, lad. I've got work to do." 6. The Queen's Arms was quiet late that afternoon. Rain had kept the tourists away, and at 4 o'clock most of the locals were still at work in the offices and shops around the market square. Banks ordered a pork pie. Then he and Jenny Fuller took their drinks to an isolated corner table and settled down. The first long draught of Theakston's bitter washed the archive dust and the taste of decay from Banks's throat. "Well," said Jenny, raising her glass of lager in a toast, "to what do I owe the honour?" She looked radiant, Banks thought. Thick red hair tumbling over her shoulders, emerald green eyes full of humour and vitality, a fresh scent that cut through the atmosphere of stale smoke and made him think of childhood apple orchards. Though Banks was married, he and Jenny had once come very close to getting involved, and every now and then he felt a pang of regret for the road not taken. "Reincarnation," said Banks, clinking glasses. Jenny raised her eyebrows. "You know, I'll drink to most things," she said. "But really, Alan, isn't this going a bit far?" Banks explained what had happened so far that day. By the time he'd finished, the barman delivered his pork pie along with a large pickled onion. As Jenny mulled over what he had said, he sliced the pie into quarters and shook a dollop of HP sauce onto his plate to dip them in. "Fantasy," she said finally. "Would you care to elaborate?" "If you don't believe in reincarnation, then there are an awful lot of strange phenomena you have to explain in more rational ways. Now, I'm no expert on parapsychology, but most people who claim to have lived past lifetimes generally become convinced through hypnosis, dreams and déjà vu experiences, like the ones you mentioned, or by spontaneous recall." "What's that?" "Exactly what it sounds like. Remembering past lifetimes out of the blue. Children playing the piano without lessons, people suddenly speaking foreign languages, that kind of thing. Or any memory you have but can't explain, something that seems to have come from beyond your experience." "You mean if I'm walking down the street and I suddenly think of a Roman soldier and remember some sort of Latin phrase, then I'm recalling a previous lifetime?" Jane gave him a withering look. "Don't be so silly, Alan. Of course I don't think that. Some people might, though. People are limitlessly gullible, it seems to me, especially when it comes to life after death. No, what I mean is that this is the kind of thing believers try to put forward as a proof of reincarnation." "And how would a rational psychologist explain it?" "She might argue that what a person recalls under hypnosis, in dreams or wherever, is simply a web of fantasy woven from things that a person has already seen or heard and may be forgotten." "But he says he's never been here before." "There's television, books, films." Bank finished his pork pie, took a swig of Theakston's and lit a silk cut. "So you're saying that maybe our Mr. Singer has watched one too many episodes of All Creatures Great and Small?" Jenny tossed back her hair and laughed. "It wouldn't surprise me." She looked at her watch, then drained her glass. "Look, I'm sorry, but I must dash." And with that, she jumped up, pecked him on the cheek, and left. Jenny was always dashing, it seemed. Sometimes he wondered where. Banks thought over what she had said. It made sense. More sense than Singer's reincarnation theory, and more sense than suspecting Joseph Atherton's parents of covering up their son's murder. But there remained the unsubstantiated story of the letter and the anonymous note about the red Volkswagen. If somebody else had driven Joseph Atherton to the farm, then his parents had been lying about the letter. Why? And who could it have been? 7. 2 days later, sorting through his post, Banks found a letter addressed to him in longhand. It stood out like a sore thumb among the usual bundle of circulars and official communications. He spread it open on his desk in front of him and read, "Dear Mr. Banks, I'm not much of one for letter writing, so you must forgive me any mistakes. I didn't get much schooling due to me being a sickly child, but my father always told us it was important to read and write. Your visit last week upset me by raking up the past I'd rather forget. I don't know what made you come and ask those questions, but they made me think it's time to make my peace with God and tell the truth after all these years. What we told the police was not true. Our Joseph didn't write to say he was coming, and Bert didn't pick him up at the station. Joseph just turned up out of the blue one afternoon in that red car. I don't know who told the police about the car, but I think it might have been Len Grimmond in the farm down the road, because he had fallen out with Bert over paying for repairs to a wall. Anyway, it wasn't our Joseph's car. There was an American lass with him called Annie, and she was driving. They had a baby with them that they said was theirs. I suppose that made him our grandson, but it was the first time we'd ever heard about him. Our Joseph hadn't written or visited us for 4 years, and we didn't know if he was alive or dead. He was a bonny little lad, about 2 or 3, with the most solemn look on his face. Well, it was plain from the start that something was wrong. We tried to behave like good, loving parents and welcome them into our home, but the girl was moody and she didn't want to stay. The baby cried a lot, and I don't think he'd been looked after properly, though it's not my place to say. And Joseph was behaving very peculiar. His eyes looked all glassy with tiny pupils. We didn't know what was the matter. I think from what he said that he just wanted money. They wouldn't eat much, though I cooked a good roast for them, and Yorkshire puddings too. But our Joseph just picked at his food, and the girl sat there all sulky, holding the baby and wanting to go. She said she was a vegetarian. After we finished the dinner, Joseph got very upset and said he had to go to the toilet. By then, Bert was wondering what was going on, and also a bit angry at how they treated our hospitality, even if Joseph was our son. Joseph was a long time in the toilet. Bert called up to him, but he didn't answer. The girl said something about leaving him alone and laughed, but it wasn't a nice laugh. We thought something might be wrong with him, so Bert went up and found Joseph with a piece of string tied around his arm, heating something in a spoon with a match. It was one of our silver anniversary spoons he had taken from the kitchen without asking. We were just ignorant farmers and didn't know what was happening in crime and drugs and everything like you do, Mr. Banks. But we knew our Joseph was doing something bad. Bert lost his temper and pulled Joseph out of the toilet. When they were at the top of the stairs, Joseph started swearing at his father, using such words I'd never heard before and would blush to repeat. That's when Bert lost his temper and hit him. On God's honour, he didn't mean to hurt him. Joseph was our only son, and we loved him even though he was breaking my heart. But when Bert hit him, Joseph fell down the stairs, and when he got to the bottom, his head was at such a funny angle, I knew he must have broken his neck. The girl started screaming, then took the baby and ran outside and drove away. We've never seen her again or our grandson, and don't know what has become of him. There was such a silence like you've never heard when the sound of the car engine vanished in the distance, and Joseph was laying at the bottom of the stairs all twisted and broken. We tried to feel his pulse, and Bert even put a mirror to his mouth to see if his breath would mist it, but there was nothing. I know we should have told the truth, and we've regretted it for all those years. We were always brought up to be decent, honest folk, respecting our parents and God and the law. Bert was ashamed that his son was a drug addict and didn't want it in the papers. I didn't want him to go to jail for what he'd done because it was really an accident, and it wasn't fair. He was suffering more than enough anyway because he killed his only son. So I said we must throw away all the drugs and needle and things and take our Joseph's shoes off and say he'd slipped coming down the stairs. We knew that the police would believe us because we were good people and we had no reason to lie. That was the hardest part. The laces got tied in knots and I broke my fingernails, and in the end I was shaking so much I had to use the scissors. And that is God's honest truth, Mr. Banks. I know we did wrong, but Bert was never the same after. Not a day went by when he didn't cry about what he'd done, and I never saw him smile ever again. To this day we still do not know what has become of our grandson, but whatever it is, we hope he's healthy and happy and not as foolish as his father. By the time you read this letter, I'll be gone to my resting place too. For 2 years now I've had cancer, and no matter what operations they do, it's eating me away. I've saved my tablets. Now that I've taken the weight off my conscience, I can only hope that the good Lord sees fit to forgive me my sins and take me unto his bosom. Yours sincerely, Betty Atherton. Banks put the letter aside and rubbed his left eye with the back of his hand. Outside, the rain was still falling, providing a gentle background for Fince's clarinet concerto on the portable cassette. Banks stared at the sheets of blue vellum covered in Betty Atherton's crabbed hand. Then he cursed and slammed his fist on the desk, went to the door and shouted for Susan Gay. 8. Her name is Catherine Ann Singer, said Susan the next afternoon, and she was relieved to talk to me as soon as I told her we weren't after her for leaving the scene of a crime. She comes from somewhere called Garden Grove, California. Like a lot of young Americans, she came over to do Europe in the 60s. The three of them, Banks, Susan and Jenny Fuller, sat over drinks at a dimpled copper-top table in the Queen's Arms, listening to the summer rain tap against the diamonds of coloured glass. "And she's Jerry Singer's mother?" Banks asked. Susan nodded. "Yes. I just asked him for a telephone number. I didn't tell him why I wanted it." Banks nodded. "Good. Go on." "Well, she ended up living in London. It was easy enough to get jobs that paid under the counter, places where nobody asked too many questions. Eventually she hooked up with Joseph Atherton, and they lived together in a bed-sit in Notting Hill. Joseph fancied himself as a musician then. "Who didn't?" said Banks. He remembered taking a few abortive guitar lessons himself. Sorry, go on." "There's not a lot to add, sir. She got pregnant, wouldn't agree to an abortion, though apparently Joseph tried to persuade her. She named the child Jerry after some guitarist Joseph liked called Jerry Garcia. Luckily for Jerry, Annie wasn't on heroin. She drew the line at hash and LSD. Anyway, they were off to join some Buddhist commune in the wilds of Scotland when Joseph said they should drop in on his parents on the way and try to get some money. She didn't like the idea, but she went along with it anyway. Everything happened exactly as Mrs. Atherton described it. Annie got scared and ran away. When she got back to London, she decided it was time to go home. She sold the car and took out all her savings from the bank. Then she got the first flight she could and settled back in California. She went to university and ended up working as a marine biologist in San Diego. She never married, and she never mentioned her time in England or that night at the Atherton farm to Jerry. She told him his father had left them when Jerry was still a baby. He was only 2.5 at the time of Atherton's death, and as far as he was concerned, he had spent his entire life in Southern California. Banks drained his pint and looked at Jenny. "Cryptomnesia," she said. "Come again?" Cryptomnesia. It means memories you're not consciously aware of. A memory of an incident in your own life that you've forgotten. Jerry Singer was present when his grandfather knocked his father down the stairs, but as far as he was concerned, consciously, he had never been to Swainsdale before, so how could he remember it? When he got mixed up in the New Age scene, these memories he didn't know he had started to seem like some sort of proof of reincarnation. Sometimes, Banks thought to himself, things are better left alone. The thought surprised him because it went against the grain of both his job and his innate curiosity. But what good had come from Jerry Singer presenting himself at the station 3 days ago? None at all. Perhaps the only blessing in the whole affair was that Betty Atherton had passed away peacefully, as she had intended, in her pill-induced sleep. Now she wouldn't suffer any more in this world. And if there was a God, Banks thought, he surely couldn't be such a bastard as to let her suffer in the next one either. "Sir? Sorry, Susan, I was miles away. I asked who was going to tell him, you or me." "I'll do it," said Banks with a sigh. "It's no good trying to sit on it all now. But I need another pint first. My shout." As he stood up to go to the bar, the door opened and Jerry Singer walked in. He spotted them at once and walked over. He had that strange, naive, intense look in his eyes. Banks instinctively reached for his cigarettes. "They told me you were here," Singer said awkwardly, pointing back through the door toward the Tudor-fronted police station across the street. "I'm leaving for home tomorrow, and I was just wondering if you'd found anything out yet."
Fan mail. The letter arrived one sunny Thursday morning in August, along with a visa bill and a royalty statement. Dennis Quilly carried the mail out to the deck of his Beaches home, stopping by the kitchen on the way to pour himself a gin and tonic. He had already been writing for 3 hours straight, and he felt he deserved a drink. First, he looked at the amount of the royalty check. Then he put aside the visa bill and picked up the letter carefully, as if he were a forensic expert investigating it for prints. Postmarked Toronto and dated 4 days earlier, it was addressed in a small, precise hand and looked as if it had been written with a fine-nibbed calligraphic pen. But the postcode was different. That had been hurriedly scrawled in with a ballpoint. Whoever it was, Quilly thought, had probably got his name from the telephone directory and had then looked up the code in the post office just before mailing. Pleased with his deductions, Quilly opened the letter. Written in the same neat and mannered hand as the address, it said, "Dear Mr. Quilly, please forgive me for writing to you at home like this. I know you must be very busy, and it is inexcusable of me to intrude on your valuable time. Believe me, I would not do so if I could think of any other way. I have been a great fan of your work for many years now. As a collector of mysteries, too, I also have first editions of all your books. From what I have read, I know you are a clever man and, I hope, just the man to help me with my problem. For the past 20 years, my wife has been making my life a misery. I put up with her for the sake of the children, but now they have all gone to live their own lives. I have asked her for a divorce, but she just laughed in my face. I have decided, finally, that the only way out is to kill her, and that is why I am seeking your advice. You may think this is insane of me, especially saying it in a letter, but it is just a measure of my desperation. I would quite understand it if you went straight to the police, and I am sure they would find me and punish me. Believe me, I've thought about it. Even that would be preferable to the misery I must suffer day after day. If you can find it in your heart to help a devoted fan in his hour of need, please meet me on the roof lounge of the Park Plaza Hotel on Wednesday, August 19th at 2 p.m. I have taken the afternoon off work and will wait longer if, for any reason, you are delayed. Don't worry, I will recognize you easily from your photo on the dust jacket of your books. Yours, in hope, a fan." The letter slipped from Quilly's hand. He couldn't believe what he'd just read. He was a mystery writer. He specialized in devising ingenious murders. But for someone to assume that he did the same in real life was absurd. Could it be a practical joke? He picked up the letter and read through it again. The man's whining tone and cliched style seemed sincere enough, and the more Quilly thought about it, the more certain he became that none of his friends was sick enough to play such a joke. Assuming that it was real then, what should he do? His impulse was to crumple up the letter and throw it away. But should he go to the police? No, that would be a waste of time. The real police were a terribly dull and literal-minded lot. They would probably think he was seeking publicity. He found that he had screwed up the sheet of paper in his fist, and he was just about to toss it aside when he changed his mind. Wasn't there another option? Go and meet the man, find out more about him, find out if he was genuine. Surely there would be no obligation in that. All he had to do was turn up at the Park Plaza at the appointed time and see what happened. Quilly's life was fine. No troublesome woman to torment him, plenty of money, mostly from American sales, a beautiful lakeside cottage near Huntsville, a modicum of fame, the esteem of his peers. But it had been rather boring of late. Here was an opportunity for adventure of a kind. Besides, he might get a story idea out of the meeting. Why not go and see? He finished his drink and smoothed the letter on his knee. He had to smile at that last bit. No doubt the man would recognize him from his book jacket photo, but it was an old one and had been retouched in the first place. His cheeks had filled out a bit since then, and his thinning hair had acquired a sprinkling of gray. Still, he thought, he was a handsome man for 50. Handsome, clever, and successful. Smiling, he picked up both letters and envelope and went back to the kitchen in search of matches. There must be no evidence. Over the next few days, Quilly hardly gave a thought to the mysterious letter. As usual, in summer, he divided his time between writing in Toronto, where he found the city worked as a stimulus, and weekends at the cottage. There he walked in the woods, chatted to locals in the lodge, swam in the clear lake, and idled around getting a tan. Evenings, he would open a bottle of Chardonnay, reread P.G. Wodehouse, and listen to Bach. It was an ideal life. Quiet, solitary, independent. When Wednesday came, though, he drove downtown, parked in the multi-story at Cumberland and Avenue Road, then walked to the Park Plaza. It was another hot day. The tourists were out in force across Bloor Street by the Royal Ontario Museum, many of them Americans from Buffalo, Rochester, or Detroit. The men in loud checked shirts photographing everything in sight, their wives in tight shorts looking tired and thirsty. Quilly took the elevator up to the 19th floor and wandered through the bar. An old-world place with deep armchairs and framed reproductions of old colonial scenes on the walls. It was busier than usual, and even though the windows were open, the smoke bothered him. He walked out onto the roof lounge and scanned the faces. Within moments, he noticed someone looking his way. The man paused for just a split second, perhaps to translate the dust jacket photo into reality, then beckoned Quilly over with raised eyebrows and a twitch of the head. The man rose to shake hands, then sat down again, glancing around to make sure nobody had paid the two of them undue attention. He was short and thin, with sandy hair and a pale gray complexion, as if he had just come out of the hospital. He wore wire-rimmed glasses and had a habit of rolling his tongue around in his mouth when he wasn't talking. "First of all, Mr. Quilly," the man said, raising his glass, "may I say how honored I am to meet you?" He spoke with a pronounced English accent. Quilly inclined his head. "I'm flattered, Mr. Peploe. Frank Peploe." "Yes, Mr. Peploe," but I must admit I'm puzzled by your letter." A waiter in a burgundy jacket came over to take Quilly's order. He asked for an Amstel. Peploe paused until the waiter was out of earshot. "Puzzled?" "What I mean is," Quilly went on, struggling for the right words, "whether you were serious or not, whether you really do want to—" Peploe leaned forward. Behind the lenses, his pale blue eyes looked sane enough. "I assure you, Mr. Quilly, that I am, entirely serious. That woman is ruining my life, and I can't allow it to go on any longer." Speaking about her brought little spots of red to his cheeks. Quilly held his hand up. "All right, I believe you. I suppose you realize I should have gone to the police." "But you didn't." "I could have. They might be here, watching us." Peploe shook his head. "Mr. Quilly, if you won't help, I'd even welcome prison. Don't think I haven't realized that I might get caught, that no murder is perfect. All I want is a chance. It's worth the risk." The waiter returned with Quilly's drink, and they both sat in silence until he had gone. Quilly was intrigued by this drab man sitting opposite him, a man who obviously didn't even have the imagination to dream up his own murder plot. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "I have no right to ask anything of you. I understand that," Peploe said. "I have absolutely nothing to offer in return. I'm not rich. I have no savings. I suppose all I want, really, is advice. Encouragement." "If I were to help," Quilly said, "if I were to help, then I'd do nothing more than offer advice. Is that clear?" Peploe nodded. "Does that mean you will?" "If I can." And so Dennis Quilly found himself helping to plot the murder of a woman he'd never met, with a man he didn't even particularly like. Later, when he analyzed his reasons for playing along, he realized that that was exactly what he had been doing. Playing. It had been a game, a cerebral puzzle, just like thinking up a plot for a book, and he never, at first, gave a thought to real murder, real blood, real death. Peploe took a handkerchief from his top pocket and wiped the thin film of sweat from his brow. "You don't know how happy this makes me, Mr. Quilly. At last I have a chance. My life hasn't amounted to much, and I don't suppose it ever will, but at least I might find some peace and quiet in my final years. I'm not a well man." He placed one hand solemnly over his chest. "Ticker. Not fair, is it? I've never smoked, I hardly drink, and I'm only 53, but the doctor has promised me a few years yet if I live right. All I want is to be left alone with my books and my garden." "Tell me about your wife," Quilly prompted. Peploe's expression darkened. "She's a cruel and selfish woman," he said. "And she's messy. She never does anything around the place. Too busy watching those damn soap operas on television day and night. She cares about nothing but her own comfort, and she never overlooks an opportunity to nag me or taunt me. If I try to escape to my collection, she mocks me and calls me dull and boring. I'm not even safe from her in my garden. I realize I have no imagination, Mr. Quilly, and perhaps even less courage. But even a man like me deserves some peace in his life, don't you think?" Quilly had to admit that the woman really did sound awful, worse than any he had known, and he had met some shrews in his time. He had never had much use for women, except for occasional sex, in his younger days. Even that had become sordid, and now he stayed away from them as much as possible. He found, as he listened, that he could summon up remarkable sympathy for Peploe's position. "What do you have in mind?" he asked. "I don't really know. That's why I wrote to you. I was hoping you might be able to help with some ideas. Your books. You seem to know so much." "In my books," Quilly said, "the murderer always gets caught." "Well, yes," said Peploe, "of course. But that's because the genre demands it, isn't it? I mean, your Inspector Baldry is much smarter than any real policeman. I'm sure if you'd made him a criminal, he would always get away." There was no arguing with that, Quilly thought. "How do you want to do it?" he asked. "A domestic accident? Electric shock, say? Gadget in the bathtub? She must have a hair curler or a dryer?" Peploe shook his head, eyes tightly closed. "Oh, no," he whispered. I couldn't do anything like that. No more than I could bear the sight of her blood." "How's her health?" "Unfortunately," said Peploe, "she seems obscenely robust." "How old is she?" 49. "Any bad habits?" "Mr. Quilly, my wife has nothing but bad habits. The only thing she won't tolerate is drink for some reason, and I don't think she has other men, though that's probably because nobody will have her." "Does she smoke?" "Like a chimney." Quilly shuddered. "How long?" "Ever since she was a teenager, I think. Before I met her." "Does she exercise?" "Never." "What about her weight, her diet?" "Well, you might not call her fat, but you'd be generous in saying she was full-figured. She eats too much junk food. I've always said that. And eggs. She loves bacon and eggs for breakfast, and she's always stuffing herself with cream cakes and tarts." Said Quilly, taking a sip of Amstel. "She sounds like a prime candidate for a heart attack." "But it's me who—" Peploe stopped as comprehension dawned. "Yes, I see. You mean one could be induced?" "Quite. Do you think you could manage that?" "Well, I could if I didn't have to be there to watch. But I don't know how." "Poison?" "I don't know anything about poison." "Never mind. Give me a few days to look into it. I'll give you advice, remember, but that's as far as it goes." "Understood." Quilly smiled. "Good. Another beer?" "No, I'd better not. She'll be able to smell this one on my breath, and I'll be in for it already. I'd better go." Quilly looked at his watch. 2:30. He could have done with another Amstel, but he didn't want to stay there by himself. Besides, at 3 it would be time to meet his agent at the Four Seasons, and there he would have the opportunity to drink as much as he wanted. To pass the time, he could browse in Book City. "Fine," he said. "I'll go down with you." Outside, on the hot, busy street, they shook hands and agreed to meet in a week's time on the back patio of the Madison Avenue pub. It wouldn't do to be seen together twice in the same place. Quilly stood on the corner of Bloor and Avenue Road among the camera-clicking tourists and watched Peploe walk off toward the St. George subway station. Now that their meeting was over and the spell was broken, he wondered again what the hell he was doing helping this pathetic little man. It certainly wasn't altruism. Perhaps the challenge appealed to him. After all, people climb mountains just because they're there. And then there was Peploe's mystery collection. There was just a chance that it might contain an item of great interest to Quilly, and that Peploe might be grateful enough to part with it. Wondering how to approach the subject at their next meeting, Quilly wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and walked toward the bookshop. Atropine, hyoscyamine, belladonna. Quilly flipped through Driesbach's Handbook of Poisoning one evening at the cottage. Poison seemed to have gone out of fashion these days, and he had only used it in one of his novels about 6 years ago. That had been the old standby, cyanide, with its familiar smell of bitter almonds, which he had so often read about but never experienced. The small black handbook had sat on his shelf gathering dust ever since. Writing a book, of course, one could generally skip over the problems of acquiring the stuff. give the killer a job as a pharmacist or in a hospital dispensary, for example. In real life, getting one's hands on poison might prove more difficult. So far, he had read through the sections on agricultural poisons, household hazards, and medicinal poisons. The problem was that whatever Peploe used had to be easily available. Prescription drugs were out. Even if Peploe could persuade a doctor to give him barbiturates, for example, the prescription would be on record, and any death in the household would be regarded as suspicious. Barbiturates wouldn't do anyway, and nor would such common products as paint thinner, insecticides, and weed killers. They didn't reproduce the symptoms of a heart attack. Near the back of the book was a list of poisonous plants that shocked Quilly by its sheer length. He hadn't known just how much deadliness there was lurking in fields, gardens, and woods. Rhubarb leaves contained oxalic acid, for example, and caused nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. The bark, wood, leaves, or seeds of the yew had a similar effect. Boxwood leaves and twigs caused convulsions. Celandine could bring about a coma. Hydrangeas contained cyanide, and laburnums brought on irregular pulse, delirium, twitching, and unconsciousness. And so the list went on. Lupins, mistletoe, sweet peas, rhododendron, a poisoner's delight. Even the beautiful poinsettia, which brightened up so many Toronto homes each Christmas, could cause gastroenteritis. Most of these plants were easy to get hold of, and in many cases the active ingredients could be extracted simply by soaking or boiling in water. It wasn't long before Quilly found what he was looking for. Beside oleander, the note read, C. digitalis, 374. And there it was, set out in detail. Digitalis occurred in all parts of the common foxglove, which grew on waste ground and woodland slopes and flowered from June to September. Acute poisoning would bring about death from ventricular fibrillation. No doctor would consider an autopsy if Peploe's wife appeared to die of a heart attack, given her habits, especially if Peploe fed her a few smaller doses first to establish the symptoms. Quilly set aside the book. It was already dark outside, and the downpour that the humid, cloudy day had been promising had just begun. Rain slapped against the asphalt roof tiles, gurgled down the drainpipe, and pattered on the leaves of the overhanging trees. In the background, it hissed as it fell on the lake. Distant flashes of lightning and deep rumblings of thunder warned of the coming storm. Happy with his solitude and his cleverness, Quilly linked his hands behind his head and leaned back in the chair. Out back, he heard the rustling of a small animal making its way through the undergrowth. A raccoon, perhaps, or even a skunk. When he closed his eyes, he pictured all the trees, shrubs, and wildflowers around the cottage and marveled at the deadly potential so many of them contained. The sun blazed down on the back patio of the Madison, a small garden protected from the wind by high fences. Quilly wore his sunglasses and nursed a pint of Connor's ale. The place was packed. Skilled and pretty waitresses came and went, trays laden with baskets of chicken wings and golden pints of lager. The two of them sat out of the way at a white table in a corner by the metal fire escape. A striped parasol offered some protection, but the sun was still too hot and too bright. Peploe's wife must have given him hell about drinking the last time, because today he had ordered only a Coke. It was easy, Quilly said. You could have done it yourself. The only setback was that foxgloves don't grow wild here like they do in England. But you're a gardener. You grow them. Peploe shook his head and smiled. It's the gift of clever people like yourself to make difficult things seem easy. I'm not particularly resourceful, Mr. Quilly. Believe me, I wouldn't have known where to start. I had no idea that such a book existed, but you did because of your art. Even if I had known, I'd hardly have dared buy it or take it out of the library for fear that someone would remember. But you've had your copy for years, A simple tool of the trade. No, Mr. Quilly, please don't underestimate your contribution. I was a desperate man. Now you've given me a chance at freedom. If there's anything at all I can do for you, please don't hesitate to say. I'd consider it an honor."
"This collection of yours," Quilly said, "what does it consist of?"
"British and Canadian crime fiction mostly. I don't like to boast, but it's a very good collection. Try me. Go on. Just mention a name."
E.C.R. Lorac.
About 20 of the Inspector MacDonald's, first editions, mint condition.
Anne Hocking?
Everything but Night's Candles.
Trotton?
Peploe raised his eyebrows. Good Lord, that's an obscure one. Do you know, you're the first person I've come across who's ever mentioned that.
Do you have it?
Oh, yes. Peploe smiled smugly. X.J. Trotton, signed in blood, published 1942. It turned up in a pile of junk I bought in an auction some years ago. It's rare, but not very valuable. Came out in Britain during the war and probably died an immediate death. It was his only book, as far as I can make out, and there is no biographical information. Perhaps it was a pseudonym for someone famous?
Quilly shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't know. Have you read it?"
Good Lord, no. I don't read them. It could damage the spines. Many of them are fragile. Anything I want to read, like your books, I also buy in paperback."
"Mr. Peploe," Quilly said slowly, "you asked if there was anything you could do for me. As a matter of fact, there is something you can give me for my services."
"Yes?"
"The Trotton."
Peploe frowned and pursed his thin lips. "Why on earth?"
"For my own collection, of course. I'm especially interested in the war period."
Peploe smiled. "Ah, so that's how you knew so much about them. I'd no idea you were a collector, too."
Quilly shrugged modestly. He could see Peploe struggling, visualizing the gap in his collection. But finally the poor man decided that the murder of his wife was more important to him than an obscure mystery novel.
"Very well," he said gravely. "I'll mail it to you."
"How can I be sure?"
Peploe looked offended. "I'm a man of my word, Mr. Quilly. A bargain is a bargain." He held out his hand. "Gentleman's agreement."
"All right," Quilly believed him. "You'll be in touch when it's done?"
"Yes. Perhaps a brief note in with the Trotton, if you can wait that long. Say 2 or 3 weeks."
"Fine. I'm in no hurry."
Quilly hadn't examined his motives since the first meeting, but he had realized, as he passed on the information and instructions, that it was the challenge he responded to more than anything else. For years he had been writing crime novels, and in providing Peploe with the means to kill his slatternly, overbearing wife, Quilly had derived some vicarious pleasure from the knowledge that he, Inspector Baldry's creator, could bring off in real life what he had always been praised for doing in fiction. Quilly also knew that there were no real detectives who possessed Baldry's curious mixture of intellect and instinct. Most of them were thick plodders, and they would never realize that dull Mr. Peploe had murdered his wife with a bunch of foxgloves, of all things. Nor would they ever know that the brains behind the whole affair had been none other than his, Dennis Quilly's. The two men drained their glasses and left together. The corner of Bloor and Spadina was busy with tourists and students lining up for charcoal-grilled hot dogs from the street vendor. Peploe turned toward the subway, and Quilly wandered among the artsy crowd and the rollerbladers on Bloor Street West for a while. Then he settled at an open-air cafe over a daiquiri and a slice of kiwi fruit cheesecake to read the Globe and Mail. Now, he thought as he sipped his drink and turned to the arts section, all he had to do was wait.
One day soon, a small package would arrive for him. Peploe would be free of his wife, and Quilly would be the proud owner of one of the few remaining copies of X.J. Trotton's one and only mystery novel, signed in blood. 3 weeks passed and no package arrived. Occasionally, Quilly thought of Mr. Peploe and wondered what had become of him. Perhaps he had lost his nerve after all. That wouldn't be surprising. Quilly knew that he would have no way of finding out what had happened if Peploe chose not to contact him again. He didn't know where the man lived or where he worked. He didn't even know if Peploe was his real name. Still, he thought, it was best that way. No contact. Even the Trotton wasn't worth being involved in a botched murder for. Then, at 10 o'clock one warm Tuesday morning in September, the doorbell chimed. Quilly looked at his watch and frowned. Too early for the postman. Sighing, he pressed the save command on his PC and walked down to answer the door. A stranger stood there, an overweight woman in a yellow polka-dot dress with short sleeves and a low neck. She had piggy eyes set in a round face and dyed red hair that looked limp and lifeless after a cheap perm. She carried an imitation crocodile skin handbag. Quilly must have stood there looking puzzled for too long. The woman's eyes narrowed and her rosebud mouth tightened so much that white furrows radiated from the red circle of her lips. "May I come in?" she asked. Stunned, Quilly stood back and let her enter. She walked straight over to a wicker armchair and sat down. The basketwork creaked under her. From there, she surveyed the room, with its waxed parquet floor, stone fireplace, and antique Ontario furniture. "Nice," she said, clutching her handbag on her lap. Quilly sat down opposite her. Her dress was a size too small, and the material strained over her red, fleshy upper arms and pinkish bosom. The hem rode up as she crossed her legs, exposing a wedge of fat, mottled thigh. Primly, she pulled it down again over her dimpled knees. "I'm sorry to appear rude," said Quilly, regaining his composure. "But who the hell are you?" "My name is Peploe," the woman said. "Gloria Peploe? I'm a widow." Quilly felt a tingling sensation along his spine, the way he always did when fear began to take hold of him. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid I don't know you, do I?" "We've never met," the woman replied. "But I think you knew my husband." "I don't recall any Peploe. Perhaps you're mistaken." Gloria Peploe shook her head and fixed him with her piggy eyes. He noticed they were black, or as near as. "I'm not mistaken, Mr. Quilly. You didn't only know my husband, you also plotted with him to murder me." Quilly flushed and jumped to his feet. "That's absurd. Look, if you've come here to make insane accusations like that, you'd better go." He stood like an ancient statue, one hand pointing dramatically toward the door. Mrs. Peploe smirked. "Oh, sit down. You look very foolish standing there like that." Quilly continued to stand. "This is my home, Mrs. Peploe, and I insist that you leave. Now." Mrs. Peploe sighed and opened the gilded plastic clasp on her purse. She took out a Shoppers Drug Mart envelope, picked out 2 color photographs, and dropped them next to the Wedgwood dish on the antique wine table by her chair. Leaning forward, Quilly could see clearly what they were. One showed him standing with Peploe outside the Park Plaza, and the other caught the two of them talking outside the Scotiabank at Bloor and Spadina. Mrs. Peploe flipped the photos over, and Quilly saw that they had been date-stamped by the processors. "You met with my husband at least twice to help him plan my death." "That's ridiculous. I do remember him now I've seen the pictures. I just couldn't recollect his name. He was a fan. We talked about mystery novels. I'm very sorry to hear that he's passed away." "He had a heart attack, Mr. Quilly. and now I'm all alone in the world." "I'm very sorry, but I don't see—" Mrs. Peploe waved his protests aside. Quilly noticed the dark sweat stain on the tight material around her armpit. She fumbled with the catch on her purse again and brought out a pack of export lights and a book of matches. "I don't allow smoking in my house," Quilly said. "It doesn't agree with me." "Pity," she said, lighting the cigarette and dropping the spent match in the Wedgwood bowl. She blew a stream of smoke directly at Quilly, who coughed and fanned it away. "Listen to me, Mr. Quilly," she said, "and listen good. My husband might have been stupid, but I'm not. He was not only a pathetic and boring little man, he was also an open book. Don't ask me why I married him. He wasn't even much of a man, if you know what I mean. Do you think I haven't known for some time that he was thinking of ways to get rid of me? I wouldn't give him a divorce because the one thing he did, the only thing he did, was provide for me, and he didn't even do that very well. I'd have got half if we divorced, but half of what he earned isn't enough to keep a bag lady. I'd have had to go to work, and I don't like that idea. So I watched him. He got more and more desperate, more and more secretive. When he started looking smug, I knew he was up to something." "Mrs. Peploe," Quilly interrupted, "this is all very well, but I don't see what it has to do with me. You come in here and pollute my home with smoke, then you start telling me some fairy tale about your husband, a man I met casually once or twice. I'm busy, Mrs. Peploe, and quite frankly, I'd rather you left and let me get back to work." "I'm sure you would." She flicked a column of ash into the Wedgwood bowl. "As I was saying, I knew he was up to something, so I started following him. I thought he might have another woman, unlikely as it seemed, so I took my camera along. I wasn't really surprised when he headed for the Park Plaza instead of going back to the office after lunch one day. I watched the elevator go up to the 19th floor, the bar, so I waited across the street in the crowd for him to come out again. As you know, I didn't have to wait very long. He came out with you, and it was just as easy the next time." "I've already told you, Mrs. Peploe, he was a mystery buff, a fellow collector, that's all." Yes, I know he was. Him and his stupid catalogues and collection. Still," she mused, "it had its uses. That's how I found out who you were. I'd seen your picture on the book covers, of course. If I may say so, it does you more than justice." She looked him up and down as if he were a side of beef hanging in a butcher's window. He cringed. "As I was saying, my husband was obvious. I knew he must be chasing you for advice. He spent so much time escaping to his garden or his little world of books that it was perfectly natural he would go to a mystery novelist for advice rather than to a real criminal. I imagine you were a bit more accessible, too. A little flattery and you were hooked. Just another puzzle for you to work on." "Look, Mrs. Peploe, let me finish." She ground out her cigarette butt in the bowl. "Foxgloves, indeed. Do you think he could manage to brew up a dose of digitalis without leaving traces all over the place? Do you know what he did the first time? He put just enough in my Big Mac to make me a bit nauseous and make my pulse race, but he left the leaves and stems in the garbage. Can you believe that? Oh, I became very careful in my eating habits after that, Mr. Quilly. Anyway, your little plan didn't work. I'm here and he's dead." Quilly paled. "My God, you killed him, didn't you?" "He was the one with the bad heart. Not me." She lit another cigarette. "You can hardly blackmail me for plotting with your husband to kill you when he's the one who's dead," said Quilly. "And as for evidence, there's nothing. No, Mrs. Peploe, I think you'd better go and think yourself lucky I don't call the police." Mrs. Peploe looked surprised. "What are you talking about? I have no intention of blackmailing you for plotting to kill me." "Then what?" "Mr. Quilly, my husband was blackmailing you. That's why you killed him." Quilly slumped back in his chair. What?" She took a sheet of paper from her purse and passed it over to him. On it were just 2 words. Troughton, Quilly. He recognized the neat handwriting. "That's a photocopy," Mrs. Peploe went on. "The original's where I found it, slipped between the pages of a book called Signed in Blood by X.J. Troughton. Do you know that book, Mr. Quilly?" "Vaguely. I've heard of it." "Oh, have you? It might also interest you to know that along with that book and the slip of paper locked away in my husband's files is a copy of your own first novel. I put it there." Quilly felt the room spinning around him. Peploe had given him the impression that Gloria was stupid, but that was turning out to be far from the truth. "My husband's only been dead for 2 days. If the doctors look, they'll know that he's been poisoned. For a start, they'll find high levels of potassium, and then they'll discover eosinophilia. Do you know what they are, Mr. Quilly? I looked them up. They're a kind of white blood cell, and you find lots of them around if there's been any allergic reaction or inflammation. If I was to go to the police and say I'd been suspicious about my husband's behavior over the past few weeks, that I had followed him and photographed him with you, and if they were to find the 2 books and the slip of paper in his files, well, I think you know what they'd make of it, don't you? Especially if I told them he came home feeling ill after a lunch with you." "It's not fair," Quilly said, banging his fist on the chair arm. "It's just not bloody fair." "Life rarely is. But the police aren't to know how stupid and unimaginative my husband was. They'll just look at the note, read the books, and assume he was blackmailing you." She laughed. "Even if Frank had read the Troughton book, I'm sure he'd have only noticed an influence at the most. But you and I know what really went on, don't we? It happens more often than people think. A few years ago, I read in the newspaper about similarities between a book by Colleen McCullough and The Blue Castle by Lucy Maud Montgomery. I'd say that was a bit obvious, wouldn't you? It was much easier in your case, much less dangerous. You were very clever, Mr. Quilly. You found an obscure novel, and you didn't only adapt the plot for your own first book, you even stole the character of your series detective. There was some risk involved, certainly, but not much. Your book is better, without a doubt. You have some writing talent, which X.J. Troughton completely lacked. But he did have the germ of an original idea, and it wasn't lost on you, was it?" Quilly groaned. 13 solid police procedurals, 12 of them all his own work, but the first, yes, a deliberate adaptation of a piece of ephemeral trash. He had seen what Troughton could have done and had done it himself. Serendipity, or so it had seemed when he found the dusty volume in a second-hand bookshop in Victoria years ago. All he had had to do was change the setting from London to Toronto, alter the names, and set about improving upon the original. And now, the hell of it was that he would have been perfectly safe without the damn book. He had simply given in to the urge to get his hands on Peploe's copy and destroy it. It wouldn't have mattered, really. Signed in Blood would have remained unread on Peploe's shelf. If only the bloody fool hadn't written that note. "Even if the police can't make a murder charge stick," Mrs. Peploe went on, "I think your reputation would suffer if this got out. Oh, the great reading public might not care. Perhaps a trial would even increase your sales. You know how ghoulish people are. But the plagiarism would at the very least lose you the respect of your peers. I don't think your agent and publisher would be very happy either. Am I making myself clear?" Pale and sweating, Quilly nodded. "How much?" he whispered. "Pardon?" "I said how much. How much do you want to keep quiet?" "Oh, it's not your money I'm after, Mr. Quilly. Or may I call you Dennis? Well, not only money, anyway. I'm a widow now. I'm all alone in the world." She looked around the room, her piggy eyes glittering, then gave Quilly one of the most disgusting looks he'd ever had in his life. "I've always fancied living near the lake," she said, reaching for another cigarette. "Live here alone, do you?"
Innocence. Francis must be late, surely, Reed thought, as he stood waiting on the bridge by the railway station. He was beginning to feel restless and uncomfortable. The handles of his hold-all bit into his palm, and he noticed that the rain promised in the forecast that morning was already starting to fall. Wonderful. Here he was, over 200 miles away from home, and Francis hadn't turned up. But Reed couldn't be sure about that. Perhaps he was early. They had made the same arrangement 3 or 4 times over the past 5 years, but for the life of him, Reed couldn't remember the exact time they'd met. Reed turned and noticed a plump woman in a threadbare blue overcoat come struggling against the wind over the bridge towards him. She pushed a large pram in which 2 infants fought and squealed. "Excuse me," he called out as she neared him. "Could you tell me what time school gets out?" The woman gave him a funny look, either puzzlement or irritation, he couldn't decide which, and answered in the clipped nasal accent peculiar to the Midlands. 3:30. And then she hurried by, giving Reed a wide berth. He was wrong. For some reason he had got it into his mind that Francis finished teaching at 3 o'clock. It was only 25 past now, so there would be at least another 15 minutes to wait before the familiar red escort came into sight. The rain was getting heavier, and the wind lashed it hard against Reed's face. A few yards up the road from the bridge was the bus station, which was attached to a large modern shopping centre, all glass and escalators. Reed could stand in the entrance there, just beyond the doors, where it was warm and dry, and still watch for Francis. At about 25 to 4, the first school children came dashing over the bridge and into the bus station, satchels swinging, voices shrill and loud with freedom. The rain didn't seem to bother them, Reed noticed. Hair lay plastered to skulls, beads of rain hung on the tips of noses. Most of the boys' ties were askew, their socks hung loose around their ankles, and their shoelaces snaked along the ground. It was a wonder they didn't trip over themselves. Reed smiled, remembering his own school days. And how alluring the girls looked as they ran smiling and laughing out of the rain into the shelter of the mall. Not the really young ones, the unformed ones, but the older, long-limbed girls, newly aware of their breasts and the swelling of their hips. They wore their clothes carelessly, blouses hanging out, black woolly tights twisted or torn at the knees. To Reed, there was something wanton in their disarray. These days, of course, they probably all knew what was what, but Reed couldn't help but feel that there was also a certain innocence about them, a naive, carefree grace in the way they moved, and a casual freedom in their laughter and gestures. Life hadn't got to them yet. They hadn't felt its weight and seen the darkness at its core. "Mustn't get carried away," Reed told himself with a smile. It was all very well to joke with Bill in the office about how sexy the schoolgirls who passed the window each day were, but it was positively unhealthy to mean it, or, God forbid, attempt to do anything about it. He couldn't be turning into a dirty old man at 35, could he? Sometimes the power and violence of his fantasies worried him, but perhaps everyone else had them too. It wasn't something you could talk about at work. He didn't really think it was abnormal. After all, he hadn't acted them out, and you couldn't be arrested for your fantasies, could you? Where the hell was Francis? Reed peered out through the glass. Wind-blown rain lashed across the huge plate windows and distorted the outside world. All detail was obliterated in favour of the overall mood, grey, glum and dreamlike. Reed glanced at his watch again. After 4 o'clock. The only school children left now were the stragglers, the ones who lived nearby and didn't have to hurry for a bus. They sauntered over the bridge, shoving each other, playing tag, hopping and skipping over the cracks in the pavement, oblivious to the rain and the wind that drove it. Francis ought to be here by now. Worried, Reed went over the arrangements again in his mind. He knew that he got the date right because he'd written it down in his appointment book. Reed had tried to call the previous evening to confirm, but no one had answered. If Francis had been trying to get in touch with him at work or at home, he would have been out of luck. Reed had been visiting another old friend, this one in Exeter, and Elsie, the office receptionist, could hardly be trusted to get her own name right. When 5 o'clock came and there was still no sign of Francis, Reed picked up his hold-all again and walked back down to the station. It was still raining, but not so fast, and the wind had dropped. The only train back home that night left Birmingham at 9:40 and didn't get to Carlisle until well after midnight. By then, the local buses would have stopped running, and he would have to get a taxi. Was it worth it? There wasn't much alternative, really. A hotel would be too expensive. Still, the idea had its appeal. A warm room with a soft bed, shower, colour television, and maybe even a bar downstairs where he might meet a girl. He would just have to decide later. Anyway, if he did want to catch the train, he would have to take the 8:50 from Redditch to get to Birmingham in time. That left 3 hours and 50 minutes to kill. As he walked over the bridge and up toward the town centre in the darkening evening, Reed noticed 2 schoolgirls walking in front of him. They must have been kept in detention, he thought, or perhaps they just finished games practice. No doubt they had to do that, even in the rain. One looked dumpy from behind, but her friend was a dream. Long wavy hair tumbling messily over her shoulders, short skirt flicking over her long slim thighs, white socks fallen around her ankles, leaving her shapely calves bare. Reed watched the tendons at the back of her knees flex and loosen as she walked, and thought of her struggling beneath him, his hands on her soft throat. They turned down a side street, and Reed carried on ahead, shaking off his fantasy. Could Francis have got lumbered with taking detention or games, he wondered? Or perhaps he'd passed by without even noticing Reed sheltering from the rain. He didn't know where Francis' school was, or even what it was called. Somehow the subject had just never come up. Also, the village where Francis lived was about 8 miles away from Redditch, and the local bus service was terrible. Still, he could phone. If Francis were home, he'd come out again and pick Reed up. After phoning and getting no answer, Reed walked around town for a long time, looking in shop windows and wondering about how to get out of the mess he was in. His hold-all weighed heavy in his hand. Finally, he got hungry and ducked out of the light rain into the tandoori place. It was still early, just after 6, and the place was empty apart from a young couple absorbed in one another in a dim corner. Reed had the waiter's undivided attention. He ordered pankoras, tandoori, and dal. The food was very good, and Reed ate it too fast. After the spiced tea, he took out his wallet to pay. He had some cash, but he had decided to have a pint or two, and he might have to take a taxi home from the station. Best to hang on to the paper money. The waiter didn't seem to mind taking plastic, even for so small a sum, and Reed rewarded him with a generous tip. Next, he tried Francis again, but the phone just rang and rang. Why didn't the bugger invest in an answering machine? Reed cursed. Then he realized he didn't even have one himself. Hated the things. Francis no doubt felt the same way. If you were out, tough titty. You were out, and that was that. Outside, the street lights reflected in oily puddles on the roads and pavements. After walking off his heartburn for half an hour, thoroughly soaked and out of breath, Reed ducked into the first pub he saw. The locals eyed him suspiciously at first, then ignored him and went back to their drinks. "Pint of bitter, please," Reed said, rubbing his hands together. "In a sleeve glass, if you've got one." "Sorry, sir," the landlord said, reaching for a mug. "The locals bring their own." "Oh, very well." "Nasty night?" "Yes," said Reed. "Very." "From these parts?" "No, just passing through." "Ah." The landlord passed over a brimming pint mug, took Reed's money, and went back to the conversation he'd been having with a round-faced man in a pinstripe suit. Reed took his drink over to a table and sat down. Over the next hour and a half, he phoned Francis 4 more times, but still got no reply. He also changed pubs after each pint, but got very little in the way of a friendly greeting. Finally, at about 20 to 9, knowing he couldn't bear to wake up in such a miserable town, even if he could afford a hotel, he went back to the station and took the train home. Because of his intended visit to Francis, Reed hadn't planned anything for the weekend at home. The weather was miserable anyway, so he spent most of his time indoors reading and watching television, or down at the local. He tried Francis's number a few more times, but still got no reply. He also phoned Camille, hoping that her warm, lithe body and her fondness for experiment might brighten up his Saturday night and Sunday morning, but all he got was her answering machine. On Monday evening, just as he was about to go to bed after a long day catching up on boring paperwork, the phone rang. Grouchily, he picked up the receiver. "Yes?" "Terry?" "Yes?" "This is Francis. Where the hell? Did you come all the way down on Friday?" "Of course I bloody well did. I thought we had an... Oh, God. Look, I'm sorry, mate. Really, I am. I tried to call that woman at work. What's her name?" "Elsie." "That's the one. She said she'd give you a message. I must admit she didn't sound as if she quite had her wits about her, but I'd no choice." Reed softened a little. "What happened?" "My mother. You know she's been ill for a long time." "Yes." "Well, she died last Wednesday. I had to rush off back to Manchester. Look, I really am sorry, but you can see I couldn't do anything about it, can't you?" "It's me you should be sorry," Reed said. "To hear about your mother, I mean." "Yes, well, at least there'll be no more suffering for her. And maybe we could get together in a few weeks." "Sure, but just let me know when." "All right, I've still got stuff to do, you know, things to organise. How about if I call you back in a couple of weeks?" "Great, I'll look forward to it. Bye." "Bye, and I'm sorry, Terry, really." Reed put the phone down and went to bed. So that was it. The mystery solved. The following evening, just after he had arrived home from work, Reed heard a loud knock at his door. When he opened it, he saw 2 strangers standing there. At first, he thought they were Jehovah's Witnesses. Who else came to the door in pairs, wearing suits? But these 2 didn't quite look the part. True, one did look a bit like a Bible salesman, chubby with a cheerful, earnest expression on a face fringed by a neatly trimmed dark beard. But the other, painfully thin, with a long, pock-marked face, looked more like an undertaker, except for the way his sharp blue eyes glittered with intelligent suspicion. "Mr. Reed, Mr. Terence J. Reed," the cadaverous one said, in a deep, quiet voice, just like the way Reed imagined a real undertaker would speak. And wasn't there a hint of the Midlands nasal quality in the way he slurred the vowels? "Yes, I'm Terry Reed. What is it? What do you want?" Reed could already see over their shoulders his neighbours spying from their windows. Little corners of white net curtain twitched aside to give a clear view. "We're police officers, sir. Mind if we come in for a moment?" They flashed their identity cards, put them away before Reed had time to see what was written there. He backed into the hallway, and they took their opportunity to enter. As soon as they had closed the door behind them, Reed noticed that the one with the beard started glancing around him, taking everything in, while the other continued to hold Reed's gaze. Finally, Reed turned and led them into the living room. He felt some kind of signal pass between them behind his back. "Nice place you've got," the thin one said, while the other prowled the room, picking up vases and looking inside, opening drawers an inch or 2, then closing them again. "Look, what is this?" Reed said. "Is he supposed to be poking through my things? I mean, do you have a search warrant or something?" "Oh, don't mind him," the tall one said. "He's just like that. Insatiable curiosity. By the way, my name's Bentley. Detective Superintendent Bentley. My colleague over there goes by the name of Inspector Rodmore. We're from the Midlands Regional Crime Squad." He looked to see Reed's reaction as he said this, but Reed tried to show no emotion at all. "I still don't see what you want with me," he said. "Just routine," said Bentley. "Mind if I sit down?" "Be my guest." Bentley sat in the rocker by the fireplace, and Reed sat opposite on the sofa. A mug of half-finished coffee stood between them on the glass-topped table, beside a couple of unpaid bills and the latest Radio Times. "Would you like something to drink?" Reed offered. Bentley shook his head. "What about him?" Reed glanced over nervously towards Inspector Rodmore, who was looking through his bookcase, pulling out volumes that caught his fancy and flipping through them. Bentley folded his hands on his lap. "Just try to forget he's here." But Reed couldn't. He kept flicking his eyes edgily from one to the other, always anxious about what Rodmore was getting into next. "Mr. Reed," Bentley went on, "were you in Redditch on the evening of the 9th of November? Last Friday, that was?" Reed put his hand to his brow, which was damp with sweat. Let me think now. Yes, I believe I was." "Why?" "What? Sorry. I asked why. Why were you in Redditch? What was the purpose of your visit?" He sounded like an immigration control officer at the airport, Reed thought. "I was there to meet an old university friend," he answered. "I've been going down for a weekend once a year or so, ever since he moved there." "And did you meet him?" "As a matter of fact, no, I didn't." Reed explained the communications breakdown with Francis. Bentley raised an eyebrow. Rodmore riffled through the magazine rack by the fireplace. "But you still went there?" Bentley persisted. "Yes, I told you. I didn't know he'd be away. Look, do you mind telling me what this is about? I think I have a right to know." Rodmore had fished a copy of Mayfair out of the magazine rack and held it up for Bentley to see. Bentley frowned and reached over for it. The cover showed a shapely blonde in skimpy pink lace panties and camisole, stockings and a suspender belt. She was on her knees on a sofa, and her round behind faced the viewer. Her face was also turned toward the camera, and she looked as if she'd just been licking her glossy red lips. The thin strap of the camisole had slipped over her upper arm. "Nice," Bentley said. "Looks a bit young, though, don't you think?" Reed shrugged. He felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Bentley flipped through the rest of the magazine, pausing over the colour spreads of naked women in fetching poses. "It's not illegal, you know," Reed burst out. "You can buy it in any newsagents. It's not pornography." "That's a matter of opinion, isn't it, sir?" said Inspector Rodmore, taking the magazine back from his boss and replacing it. Bentley smiled. "Don't mind him, lad," he said. "He's a Methodist. Now, where were we?" Reed shook his head. "Do you own a car?" Bentley asked. "No. Do you live here by yourself?" "Yes." "Ever been married?" "No." "Girlfriends?" "Some." "But not to live with?" "No." "Magazines enough for you, eh?" "No, just a minute." "Sorry," Bentley said, holding up his skeletal hand. "Pretty tasteless of me, that was. Out of line." I couldn't Reed quite believe the apology. He sensed very strongly that Bentley had made the remark on purpose, to see how he would react. He hoped he'd passed the test. "You were going to tell me what this is all about." "Was I? Why don't you tell me about what you did in Redditch last Friday evening first? Inspector Rodmore will join us here by the table and take notes. No hurry. Take your time." And slowly, trying to remember all the details of that miserable washed-out evening 5 days ago, Reed told them. At one point, Bentley asked him what he'd been wearing, and Inspector Rodmore asked if they might have a look at his raincoat and hold-all. When Reed finished, the heavy silence stretched on for seconds. What were they thinking about, he wondered. Were they trying to make up their minds about him? What was he supposed to have done? Finally, after they'd asked him to go over one or two random points, Rodmore closed his notebook and Bentley got to his feet. "That'll be all for now, sir." "For now? We might want to talk to you again. Don't know. Have to check up on a few points first. We'll just take the coat and the hold-all with us, if you don't mind, sir. Inspector Rodmore will give you a receipt. Be available, will you?" In his confusion, Reed accepted the slip of paper from Rodmore and did nothing to stop them taking his things. "I'm not planning on going anywhere, if that's what you mean." Bentley smiled. He looked like an undertaker consoling the bereaved. "Good. Well, we'll be off then." And they walked toward the door. "Aren't you going to tell me what it's all about?" Reed asked again as he opened the door for them. They walked out onto the path, and it was Inspector Rodmore who turned and frowned. "That's the funny thing about it, sir," he said, "that you don't seem to know." "Believe me, I don't." Rodmore shook his head slowly. "Anybody would think you don't read your papers." And they walked down the path to their rover. Reed stood for a few moments, watching the curtains opposite twitch and wondering what on earth Rodmore meant. Then he realized that the newspapers had been delivered as usual the past few days, so they must have been in with the magazines in the rack, but he'd been too disinterested, too tired or too busy to read any of them. He often felt like that. News was, more often than not, depressing, the last thing one needed on a wet weekend in Carlisle. Quickly he shut the door on the gawping neighbours and hurried toward the magazine rack. He didn't have far to look. The item was on the front page of yesterday's paper under the headline, "Midlands Murder Shock." It read, "The quiet Midlands town of Redditch is still in shock today over the brutal slaying of a schoolgirl, Debbie Harrison. Debbie, 15, failed to arrive home after a late hockey practice on Friday evening. Police found her partially clad body in an abandoned warehouse close to the town centre early Saturday morning. Detective Superintendent Bentley, in charge of the investigation, told our reporter that police are pursuing some positive leads. They would particularly like to talk to anyone who was in the area of the bus station and noticed a strange man hanging around the vicinity late that afternoon. Descriptions are vague so far, but the man was wearing a light tan raincoat and carrying a blue hold-all." He read and reread the article in horror. But what was even worse than the words was the photograph that accompanied it. He couldn't be certain because it was a poor shot, but he thought it was the schoolgirl with the long wavy hair and the socks around her ankles, the one who had walked in front of him with her dumpy friend. The most acceptable explanation of the police visit would be that they needed him as a possible witness, but the truth was that the strange man hanging around the vicinity, wearing a light tan raincoat and carrying a blue hold-all, was none other than himself, Terence J. Reed. But how did they know he'd been there? The second time the police called, Reed was at work. They marched right into the office, brazen as brass, and asked him if he could spare some time to talk to them down at the station. Bill only looked on curiously, but Frank, the boss, was hardly able to hide his irritation. Reed wasn't his favourite employee anyway. He hadn't been turning enough profit lately. Nobody spoke during the journey, and when they got to the station, one of the local policemen pointed Bentley towards a free interview room. It was a bare place, grey metal desk, ashtray, 3 chairs. Bentley sat opposite Reed, and Inspector Rodmore sat in a corner out of his line of vision. Bentley placed the folder he'd been carrying on the desk and smiled his funeral director's smile. "Just a few further points, Derry. I hope I don't have to keep you long." "So do I," Reed said. "Look, I don't know what's going on, but shouldn't I call my lawyer or something?" "Oh, I don't think so. It isn't as if we've charged you with anything. You're simply helping us with our inquiries, aren't you? Besides, do you actually have a solicitor? Most people don't. Come to think of it, Reed didn't have one. He knew one, though. Another old university friend had gone into law and practiced nearby. Reed couldn't remember what he specialized in. "Let me lay my cards on the table, as it were," Bentley said, spreading his hands on the desk. "You admit you were in Redditch last Friday evening to visit your friend. We've been in touch with him, by the way, and he verifies your story. What puzzles us is what you did between, say, 4 and 8:30. A number of people saw you at various times, but there's at least an hour or more here and there that we can't account for." "I've already told you what I did." Bentley consulted the file he had set on the desk. "You ate at roughly 6 o'clock, is that right?" "About then, yes." "So you walked around Redditch in the rain between 5 and 6 and between 6:30 and 7. Hardly a pleasant aesthetic experience, I'd imagine." "I told you I was thinking things out. I looked in shops and got lost a couple of times." "Did you happen to get lost in the vicinity of Simmons Street?" "I don't know the street names." "Of course. Not much of a street, really. More an alley. It runs by a number of disused warehouses." "Now, wait a minute. If you're trying to tie me into that girl's murder, then you're way off beam. Perhaps I had better call a solicitor after all." "Ah," said Bentley, glancing over at Rodmore. "So you do read the papers?" "I did after you left. Of course I did." "But not before?" "I'd have known what you were on about then, wouldn't I? And while we're on the subject, how the hell did you find out I was in Redditch that evening?" "You used your credit card in the Tandoori Palace," Bentley said. "The waiter remembered you and looked up his records." Reed slapped the desk. "There, that proves it. If I'd done what you seem to be accusing me of, I'd hardly have been as daft as to leave my calling card, would I?" Bentley shrugged. "Criminals make mistakes, just like everybody else. Otherwise we'd never catch any. And I'm not accusing you of anything at the moment. You can see our problem, though, can't you? Your story sounds thin, very thin." "I can't help that. It's the truth." "What state would you say you were in when you went into the Tandoori Palace?" "State?" "Yes, your condition." Reed shrugged. I was wet, I suppose, a bit fed up. I hadn't been able to get in touch with Francis. Hungry, too." "Would you say you appeared agitated?" "Not really, no. But someone who didn't know you might just assume that you were." "I don't know. Maybe I was out of breath." "Oh? Why?" "Well, I've been walking around for a long time, carrying my hold-all. It was quite heavy." "Yes, of course. So you were wet and breathless when you ate in the restaurant. What about the pub you went into just after 7 o'clock? Well, what about it? Did you remain seated long?" "I don't know what you mean." "Did you just sit and sip your drink, have a nice rest after a heavy meal and a long walk?" "Well, I had to go to the toilet, of course, and I tried phoning Francis a few more times." "So you were up and down, a bit like a yo-yo, eh?" "But I had good reason. I was stranded. I desperately wanted to get in touch with my friend." "Yes, of course. Cast your mind back a bit earlier in the afternoon. At about 3:20, you asked a woman what time the schools came out." "Yes, I couldn't remember. Francis is a teacher, so naturally I wanted to know if I was early or late. It was starting to rain." "But you'd visited him there before. You said so. He picked you up at the same place several times." "I know. I just couldn't remember if it was 3 o'clock or 4. I know it sounds silly, but it's true. Don't you ever forget little things like that?" "So you asked the woman on the bridge. That was you?" "Yes. Look, I'd have hardly done that, would I, if I mean, like with the credit card. I'd hardly have advertised my intentions if I was going to, you know." Bentley raised a beetle-black eyebrow. "Going to what, Terry?" Reed ran his hands through his hair and rested his elbows on the desk. "It doesn't matter. This is absurd. I've done nothing. I'm innocent." "Do you find schoolgirls attractive?" Bentley went on in a soft voice. "After all, it would only be natural, wouldn't it? They can be real beauties at 15 or 16, can't they? Proper little temptresses, some of them, I'll bet. Right, prick teasers. Just think about it. Short skirts, bare legs, firm young tits. Doesn't it excite you, Terry? Don't you get hard just thinking about it?" "No, it doesn't," Reed said tightly. "I'm not a pervert." Bentley laughed. "Nobody's suggesting you are. It gets me going, I don't mind admitting. Perfectly normal, I'd say, to find a 15-year-old schoolgirl sexy. My Methodist inspector might not agree, but you and I know different, Terry, don't we? All that sweet innocence wrapped up in a soft, desirable young body. Doesn't it just make your blood sing? And wouldn't it be easy to get a bit carried away if she resisted? Put your hands around her throat." "No," Reed said again, aware of his cheeks burning. "What about those women in the magazine, Terry? The one we found at your house? That's different. Don't tell me you buy it just for the stories." "I didn't say that. I'm normal. I like looking at naked women, just like any other man." "Some of them seem very young to me." "For Christ's sake, they're models. They get paid for posing like that. I told you before, that magazine's freely available. There's nothing illegal about it." Reed glanced over his shoulder at Rodmore, who kept his head bent impassively over his notebook. "And you like videos too, don't you? We had a little talk with Mr. Harkim in your corner shop. He told us about one video in particular you rented lately. Soft porn, I suppose you call it. Nothing illegal, true, at least not yet, but a bit dodgy. I'd wonder about a bloke who watches stuff like that. It's a free country. I'm a normal single male. I have a right to watch whatever kind of videos I want." "School's out," Bentley said quietly. "Bit over the top, wouldn't you say?" "But they weren't real schoolgirls. The lead was 30 if she was a day. Besides, I only rented it out of curiosity. I thought it might be a bit of a laugh." "And was it?" "I can't remember." "But you see what I mean, don't you? It looks bad. The subject matter, the image, it all looks a bit odd. Fishy." "Well, it's not. I'm perfectly innocent, and that's the truth." Bentley stood up abruptly, and Rodmore slipped out of the room. "You can go now," the superintendent said. "It's been nice to have a little chat." "That's it?" "For the moment, yes." "But don't leave town." Bentley laughed. "You really must give up those American cop shows. Though it's a wonder you find time to watch them with all those naughty videos you rent. They warp your sense of reality, cop shows and sex films. Life isn't like that at all." "Thank you, I'll bear that in mind," Reed said. "I take it I am free to go." "Of course." Bentley gestured toward the door. Reed left. He was shaking when he got out onto the wet, chilly street. Thank God the pubs were still open. He went into the first one he came to and ordered a double scotch. Usually he wasn't much of a spirits drinker, but these, he reminded himself as the fiery liquor warmed his belly, were unusual circumstances. He knew he should go back to work, but he couldn't face it. Bill's questions, Frank's obvious disapproval. No. He ordered another double, and after he'd finished that, he went home for the afternoon. The first thing he did when he got into the house was tear up the copy of Mayfair and burn the pieces in the fireplace one by one. After that, he tore up his video club membership card and burned that too. Damn Harkim. "Terence J. Reed, it is my duty to arrest you for the murder of Deborah Susan Harrison." Reed couldn't believe this was happening. Not to him. The world began to shimmer and fade before his eyes, and the next thing he knew, Rodmore was bent over him, offering a glass of water, a benevolent smile on his Bible salesman's face. The next few days were a nightmare. Reed was charged and held until his trial date could be set. There was no chance of bail, given the seriousness of his alleged crime. He had no money anyway, and no close family to support him. He had never felt so alone in his life as he did those long dark nights in the cell. Nothing terrible happened. None of the things he'd heard about in films and documentaries. He wasn't sodomized, nor was he forced to perform fellatio at knife point. He wasn't even beaten up. Mostly, he was left alone in the dark with his fears. He felt all the certainties of his life slip away from him, almost to the point where he wasn't even sure of the truth anymore. Guilty or innocent. The more he proclaimed his innocence, the less people seemed to believe him. Had he done it? He might have done. He felt like an inflatable doll, full of nothing but air, maneuvered into awkward positions by forces he could do nothing about. He had no control over his life anymore. Not only couldn't he come and go as he pleased, he couldn't even think for himself anymore. Solicitors and barristers and policemen did that for him. And in the cell in the dark, everything seemed to close in on him, and some nights he had to struggle for breath. When the trial date finally arrived, Reed felt relief. At least he could breathe in the large, airy courtroom, and soon it would be all over, one way or another. In the crowded court, Reed sat still as stone in the dock, steadily chewing the edges of his newly grown beard. He heard the evidence against him, all circumstantial, all convincing. If the police surgeon had found traces of semen in the victim, an expert explained, then they could have tried for a genetic match with the defendant's DNA, and that would have settled Reed's guilt or innocence once and for all. But in this case, it wasn't so easy. There had been no seminal fluid found in the dead girl. The forensics people speculated, from the state of her body, that the killer had tried to rape her, found he was impotent, and strangled her in his ensuing rage. A woman called Maggie, with whom Reed had had a brief fling a year or so ago, was brought onto the stand. The defendant had been impotent with her, it was established, on several occasions toward the end of their relationship, and he had become angry about it more than once, using more and more violent means to achieve sexual satisfaction. Once he had gone so far as to put his hands around her throat. Oh, yes, he had. He'd been worried. During the time with Maggie, he'd been under a lot of stress at work, drinking too much as well, and he hadn't been able to get it up. So what? Happens to everyone. And she'd wanted it like that too, the rough way. Putting his hands around her throat had been her idea, something she got from a kinky book she'd read, and he'd gone along with her because she told him it might cure his impotence. Now she made the whole sordid episode sound much worse than it had been. She also admitted that she'd been just 18 at the time as well, and as he remembered, she'd said she was 23. Besides, he had been impotent and violent only with Maggie. They could have brought on any number of other women to testify to his gentleness and virility, though no doubt if they did, he thought his promiscuity would count just as much against him. What did he have to do to appear as normal as he needed to be, as he had once thought he was? The witnesses for the prosecution all arose to testify against Reed like the spirits from Virgil's world of the dead. Though they were still alive, they seemed more like spirits to him, insubstantial, unreal. The woman from the bridge identified him as the shifty-looking person who had asked her what time the schools came out. The Indian waiter and the landlord of the pub told how agitated Reed had looked and acted that evening. Other people had spotted him in the street, apparently following the murdered girl and her friend. Mr. Harkin was there to tell the court what kind of videos Reed had rented lately, including Schools Out. And even Bill told how his colleague used to make remarks about the schoolgirls passing by. You know, he'd get all excited about glimpsing a bit of black knicker when the wind blew their skirts up. It just seemed like a bit of a lark. I thought nothing of it at the time. Then he shrugged and gave Reed a pitying look. And as if all that weren't enough, there was Maggie, a shabby dido, refusing to look at him as she told the court of the way he had abused and abandoned her. Towards the end of the prosecution case, even Reed's barrister was beginning to look depressed. He did his best in cross-examination, but the damnedest thing was that they were all telling the truth, all their versions of it. Yes, Mr. Harkin admitted other people had rented the same videos. Yes, he might have even watched some of them himself. But the fact remained that the man on trial was Terence J. Reed, and Reed had recently rented a video called School's Out, the kind of thing, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that you wouldn't want to find your husbands or sons watching. Reed could understand members of the victim's community appearing against him, and he could even comprehend Maggie's hurt pride. But why Harkin and Bill? What had he ever done to them? Had they never really liked him? It went on, a nightmare of distorted truth. Reed felt as if he'd been set up in front of a funfair mirror, and all the jurors could see was his warped and twisted reflection. "I'm innocent," he kept telling himself as he gripped the rail, but his knuckles turned whiter and whiter, and his voice grew fainter and fainter. Hadn't Bill joined in the remarks about schoolgirls? Wasn't it all in the spirit of fun? Yes, of course, but Bill wasn't in the dock. It was Terence J. Reed who stood accused of killing an innocent 15-year-old schoolgirl. He had been in the right place at the right time, and he had passed remarks on the budding breasts and the milky thighs of the girls who had crossed the road in front of their office every day. Then, the morning before the defence case was about to open, Reed himself was set to go into the dock, and not at all sure by now what the truth was. A strange thing happened. Bentley and Rodmore came softly into the courtroom, tiptoed up to the judge, and began to whisper. Then the judge appeared to ask them questions. They nodded. Rodmore looked in Reed's direction. After a few minutes of this, the two men took seats, and the judge made a motion for the dismissal of all charges against the accused. Pandemonium broke out in court. Reporters dashed for phones, and the spectators' gallery buzzed with speculation. Amid it all, Terry Reed got to his feet, realized what had happened, if not how, and promptly collapsed. Nervous exhaustion, the doctor said, and not surprising after the ordeal Reed had been through. Complete rest was the only cure. When Reed felt well enough, a few days after the trial had ended in uproar, his solicitor dropped by to tell him what had happened. Apparently, another schoolgirl had been assaulted in the same area, only this one had proved more than a match for her attacker. She had fought tooth and nail to hang on to her life, and in doing so had managed to pick up a half-brick and crack the man's skull with it. He hadn't been seriously injured, but he'd been unconscious long enough for the girl to get help. When he was arrested, the man had confessed to the murder of Debbie Harrison. He had known details not revealed in the papers. After a night-long interrogation, police officers had no doubt whatsoever that he was telling the truth, which meant Reed couldn't possibly be guilty. Hence the motion for dismissal. End of trial. Reed was a free man again. He stayed at home for 3 weeks, hardly venturing out of the house except for food, and even then he always went farther afield for it than Harkin's. His neighbours watched him walk by, their faces pinched with disapproval, as if he were some kind of monster in their midst. He almost expected them to get up a petition to force him out of his home. During that time, he heard not one word of apology from the undertaker and the Bible salesman. Francis still had stuff to do, things to organise, and Camille's answering machine seemed permanently switched on. At night, Reed suffered claustrophobic nightmares of prison. He couldn't sleep well, and even the mild sleeping pills the doctor gave him didn't really help. The bags grew heavier and darker under his eyes. Some days he wandered the city in a dream, not knowing where he was going or when he got there, how he had arrived. The only thing that sustained him, the only pure, innocent, untarnished thing in his entire life, was when Debbie Harrison visited him in his dreams. She was alive then, just as she had been when he saw her for the first and only time, and he felt no desire to rob her of her innocence, only to partake of it himself. She smelled of apples in autumn, and everything they saw and did together became a source of pure wonder. When she smiled, his heart almost broke with joy. At the end of the 3rd week, Reed trimmed his beard, got out his suit, and went in to work. In the office, he was met with an embarrassed silence from Bill and a redundancy check from Frank, who thrust it at him without a word of explanation. Reed shrugged, pocketed the check, and left. Every time he went into town, strangers stared at him in the street and whispered about him in pubs. Mothers held more tightly onto their daughters' hands when he passed them by in the shopping centres. He seemed to have become quite a celebrity in his hometown. At first he couldn't think why. Then one day he plucked up the courage to visit the library and look up the newspapers that had been published during his trial. What he found was total character annihilation, nothing less. When the headline about the capture of the real killer came out, it could have made no difference at all. The damage had already been done to Reed's reputation, and it was permanent. He might have been found innocent of the girl's murder, but he had been found guilty too, guilty of being a sick consumer of pornography, of being obsessed with young girls, unable to get it up without the aid of a struggle on the part of the female. None of it was true, of course, but somehow that didn't matter. It had been made so. As it is written, so let it be. And to cap it all, his photograph had appeared almost every day, both with and without the beard. There could be very few people in England who would fail to recognize him in the street. Reed stumbled outside into the hazy afternoon. It was warming up towards spring, but the air was moist and grey with rain so fine it was closer to mist. The pubs were still open, so he dropped by the nearest one and ordered a double scotch. The other customers looked at him suspiciously as he sat hunched in his corner, eyes bloodshot and puffy from lack of sleep, gaze directed sharply inward. Standing on the bridge in the misty rain an hour later, Reed couldn't remember making the actual decision to throw himself over the side. But he knew that was what he had to do. He couldn't even remember how he'd ended up on this particular bridge or the route he'd taken from the pub. He had thought, drinking his 3rd double scotch, that maybe he should go away and rebuild his life, perhaps abroad. But that didn't ring true as a solution. Life is what you have to live with, what you are, and now his life was what it had become, or what it had been turned into. It was what being in the wrong place at the wrong time had made it, and that was what he had to live with. The problem was, he couldn't live with it. Therefore, he had to die. He couldn't actually see the river below. Everything was grey, but he knew it was there. The River Eden, it was called. Reed laughed harshly to himself. It wasn't his fault that the river that runs through Carlisle is called the Eden, he thought. It was just one of life's little ironies. 25 to 4 on a wet Wednesday afternoon. Nobody about. Now was as good a time as any. Just as he was about to climb onto the parapet, a figure emerged from the mist. It was the first girl on her way home from school. A grey pleated skirt swished around her long slim legs, and her socks hung over her ankles. Under her green blazer, the misty rain had wet the top of her white blouse so much that it stuck to her chest. Reed gazed at her in awe. Her long blonde hair had darkened and curled in the rain, sticking in strands over her cheek. There were tears in his eyes. He moved away from the parapet. As she neared him, she smiled shyly. Innocence. Reed stood before her in the mist and held his hands out, crying like a baby. "Hello," he said. Murder in Utopia. I had just finished cauterizing the stump of Ezekiel Metcalf's left arm, which I had had to amputate after it was shredded in one of the combing machines, when young Billy Ratcliffe came running in to tell me that a man had fallen over the weir. Believing my medical skills might be required, I left my assistant Benjamin to take care of Ezekiel and tried to keep up with young Billy as he led me down Victoria Road at a breakneck pace. I was not an old man at that time, but I fear I had led a rather sedentary life, and I was panting by the time we passed the allotment gardens in front of the mill. A little more slowly now, we crossed the railway lines and the canal before arriving at the cast-iron bridge that spanned the River Aire. Several men had gathered on the bridge, and they were looking down into the water, some of them pointing at a dark shape that seemed to bob and twist in the current. As soon as I got my first look at the scene, I knew that none of my skills would be of any use to the poor soul whose coat had snagged on a tree root poking up from the riverbank. "Did anyone see him fall?" I asked. They all shook their heads. I picked a couple of stout lads and led them down through the bushes to the riverbank. With a little manoeuvring, they were able to lie on their bellies and reach over the shallow edge to grab hold of an arm each. Slowly, they raised the dripping body from the water. When they had completed their task, a gasp arose from the crowd on the bridge. Though his white face was badly marked with cuts and bruises, there could be hardly a person present who didn't recognize Richard Ellaby, one of Sir Titus Salt's chief wool buyers. Saltaire, where the events of which I am about to speak occurred in the spring of 1873, was then a model village, a mill workers' utopia of some 4,000 or 5,000 souls, built by Sir Titus Salt in the valley of the River Aire between Leeds and Bradford. The village, laid out in a simple grid system, still stands looking much the same as it did then, across the railway lines a little to the southwest of the colossal 6-story woolen mill to which it owes its existence. As there was no crime in Utopia, no police force was required, and we relied on constables from nearby townships in the unlikely event that any real unpleasantness or unrest should arise. There was certainly no reason to suspect foul play in Richard Ellaby's death, but legal procedures must be followed in all cases where the circumstances of death are not immediately apparent. My name is Dr. William Oulton, and I was then employed by the Saltaire Hospital both as a physician and as a scientist, conducting research into the link between raw wool and anthrax. I also acted as coroner. Therefore, I took it as my responsibility to inquire into the facts of Richard Ellaby's death. In this case, I also had a personal interest, as the deceased was a close acquaintance of mine, and I had dined with him and his charming wife Caroline on a number of occasions. Richard and I both belonged to the Saltaire Institute, St. Titus's enlightened alternative to the evils of public houses, and we often attended chamber music concerts there together, played a game of billiards, or relaxed in the smoking room, which we had on occasion discussed the possible health problems associated with importing wool. I wouldn't say I knew Richard well. He was in many ways reserved and private in my company, but I knew him to be an honest and industrious man who believed wholeheartedly in Sir Titus's vision. My post-mortem examination the following day indicated only that Richard Ellaby had enough water in his lungs to support a verdict of death by drowning. Let me repeat, there was no reason whatsoever to suspect foul play. People had fallen over the weir and died in this way before. Assault and murder were crimes that rarely crossed the minds of the denizens of Utopia. That the back of Richard's skull was fractured, and that his face and body were covered with scratches and bruises, could easily be explained by the tumble he took over the weir. It was May, and the thaw had created a spate of meltwater which thundered down from its sources high in the Pennines with such force as easily to cause those injuries I witnessed on the body. Of course, there could be another explanation, and that perhaps was why I was loath to let matters stand. If you have imagined from my tone that I was less fully convinced of Saltaire's standing as a latter-day utopia than some of my contemporaries, then you may compliment yourself on your sensitivity to the nuances of the English language. As I look back on those days, though, I wonder if I am not allowing my present opinions to cloud the glass through which I peer at the past. Perhaps a little. I do know that I certainly believed in Sir Titus's absolute commitment to the idea, but I also think that even back then, after only 30 years on this earth, I had seen far too much of human nature to believe in utopias like Solitaire. Besides, I had another quality that would not permit me to let things rest. If I were a cat, believe me, I would be dead by now, 9 lives notwithstanding. It was another fine morning when I left Benjamin in charge of the ward rounds and stepped out of the hospital on a matter that had been occupying my mind for the past 2 days. The almshouses over the road made a pretty sight, set back behind their broad swathe of grass. A few pensioners sat on the benches smoking their pipes under trees bearing pink and white blossoms. Men of good moral character, they benefited from Sir Titus's largesse to the extent of free accommodation and a pension of 7 shillings and 6pence per week, but only as long as they continue to show their good moral character. Charity, after all, is not for everyone, but only for those who merit it. Lest you think I was a complete cynic at such an early age, I must admit that I found much to admire about Solitaire. Unlike the cramped, airless and filthy back-to-back slums of Bradford, where I myself had seen 10 or more people sharing a dark, dank cellar that flooded every time it rained, Solitaire was designed as an open and airy environment. The streets were all paved and well-drained, avoiding the filthy conditions that breed disease. Each house had its own outdoor lavatory, which was cleaned regularly, again averting the possibility of sickness caused by the sharing of such facilities. Sir Titus also insisted on special measures to reduce the output of smoke from the mill, so that we didn't live under a pall of suffocating fumes, and our pretty sandstone houses were not crusted over with a layer of grime. Still, there is a price to pay for everything, and in Solitaire it was the sense of constantly living out another man's moral vision. I turned left on Titus Street, passing by the house with the spy tower on top. This extra room was almost all windows, like the top of a lighthouse, and I had often spotted a shadowy figure up there. Rumour has it that Sir Titus employed a man with a telescope to survey the village, to look for signs of trouble and report any infringements to him. I thought I saw someone up there as I passed, but it could have been a trick of sunlight on the glass. Several women had hung out their washing to dry across Ada Street, as usual. Though everyone knew that Sir Titus frowned on this practice, indeed he had generously provided public washhouses in an attempt to discourage it, this was their little way of asserting their independence, of cocking a snook at authority. As befitted a wool buyer, Richard Ellaby had lived with his wife and 2 children in one of the grander houses on Albert Road, facing westward, away from the mill, towards the open country. According to local practice, after bereavement, the upstairs curtains were drawn. I knocked on the door and waited. Caroline Ellaby opened it herself, wearing her widow's black, and bade me enter. She was a handsome woman, but today her skin was pale and her eyes red-rimmed from weeping. When I was seated in her spacious living-room, she asked me if I would care for a small sherry. While Sir Titus would allow no public houses in Solitaire, convinced that they encouraged vice, idleness and profligacy, he held no objection to people serving alcohol in their own homes. Indeed, he was known to keep a well-stocked wine cellar himself. On this occasion I declined, citing the earliness of the hour and the volume of work awaiting me back at the hospital. Caroline Ellaby smoothed her voluminous black skirts and sat on the Chesterfield. After I had expressed my sorrow over her loss, and she had inclined her head in acceptance, I moved on to the business that had been occupying my thoughts. I need to ask you a few questions about Richard's accident, I explained to her. Only if, that is, you feel up to answering them. Of course, she said, folding her hands on her lap. Please continue. When did you last see your husband? The evening before he was discovered. He was away from the house all night? She nodded. But surely you must have noticed he was missing. I realized I was perhaps on the verge of being offensive, or even well beyond the verge, but the matter puzzled me, and when things puzzle me, I worry away at them until they yield a solution. I could no more help myself than a tiger can change its stripes. I took a sleeping draught, she said. I'm afraid I wouldn't have woken up if you'd set me down in the weaving shed. Given that the weaving shed contained 1,200 power looms, all thrumming and clattering at once, I suspected Caroline of hyperbole, but she got her point across. Believe me, she went on, I have been tormenting myself ever since. If I hadn't taken the sleeping draught, if I had noticed he hadn't come home, if I had tried to find him. It wouldn't have helped, Caroline, I said. His death must have been very swift. There was nothing you could have done. There's no use torturing yourself. You're very kind, but even so. When did you notice that Richard hadn't come home? Not until George Walker from the office came to tell me. I paused before going on, uncertain how to soften my line of inquiry. Caroline, believe me, I don't mean to pry unnecessarily or cause you any distress. But do you have any idea where Richard went that night? She seemed puzzled at my question. Went? Why, he went to the Traveller's Rest, of course, out on the Otley Road. It was my turn to be surprised. I thought I had known Richard Ellaby, but I didn't know he was a frequenter of public houses. The subject had simply never come up between us. The Traveller's Rest? Did he go there often? Not often, no, but he enjoyed the atmosphere of a good tavern on occasion. According to Richard, the Traveller's Rest was a respectable establishment. I had no reason not to believe him. Oh, of course not. I knew of the place, and had certainly heard nothing to blacken its character. You seem puzzled, Dr. Alton. Only because your husband never mentioned it to me. Caroline summoned up a brief smile. Richard comes from humble origins, as I'm sure you know. He has worked very hard, both in Bradford and here at Saltaire, to achieve the elevated position he has attained. He is a great believer in Mr. Samuel Smiles and his doctrine of self-help. Despite his personal success and advancement, though, he is not a snob. He has never lost touch with his origins. Richard enjoys the company of his fellow working men in the cheery atmosphere of a good tavern. That is all. I nodded. There was nothing unusual in that. I myself ventured to the shoulder of mutton up on the Bingley Road on occasion. After all, the village was not intended as a prison. It was beginning to dawn on me, though, that Richard probably assumed I was above such things as public houses because I was a member of the professional classes, or that I disapproved of them on health grounds because I was a doctor. I felt a pang of regret that we had never been able to get together over a pipe and a pint of ale. Now that he was dead, we never would. Did he ever overindulge? I went on. I ask only because I'm searching for a reason for what happened. If Richard had perhaps had too much to drink that night and missed his footing. Caroline pursed her lips and frowned, deep in thought for a moment. I'll not say he's never had a few too many, she admitted, but I can say that he was not in the habit of overindulging. And there was nothing on his mind, nothing that might tempt him to have more than his share that night. There were many things on Richard's mind, especially as regarded his work, but nothing unusual, nothing that would drive him to drink. Of that I can assure you. She paused. Dr. Alton, is there anything else? I'm afraid I'm very tired. Even with the sleeping draught, the past couple of nights, I'm sure you can understand. I have had to send the children to mother's. I just can't handle them at the moment." I got to my feet. "Oh, of course. You've been a great help already. Just one thing." She tilted her head. "Yes." "Did Richard have any enemies?" "Enemies? No, not that I know of. Surely you can't be suggesting someone did this to him?" "I don't know, Caroline. I just don't know. That's the problem. Please, stay where you are. I'll see myself out." As I walked back to the hospital, I realized that was the problem. I didn't know. I also found myself wondering what on earth Richard was doing by the weir if he was coming home from the Traveller's Rest. The canal towpath would certainly be an ideal route to the tavern and back, but the river was north of the canal, and Richard Ellaby's house was south. On my way to the Traveller's Rest that evening, I considered the theory that Richard might have attracted the attention of a villain or a group of villains who had subsequently followed him, robbed him, and tossed his body over the weir. The only problem with my theory, as far as I could see, was that he still had several gold sovereigns in his pocket, and no self-respecting thieves would have overlooked a haul that big. As it turned out, the Traveller's Rest was as respectable a tavern as Richard had told his wife, and as cheery a one as I could have hoped for after my gloomy thoughts. It certainly didn't seem to be a haunt of cut-purses and ruffians. On the contrary, the gas-lit public bar was full of warm laughter and conversation, and I recognized several groups of mill workers, many of whom I had treated for one minor ailment or another. Some of them looked up, surprised to see me there, and muttered sheepish hellos. Others were brash and greeted me more loudly, taking my presence as an endorsement of their own indulgence. Jack Liversedge was there, sitting alone in a corner, nursing his drink. My heart went out to him. Poor Jack had been severely depressed ever since he lost his wife to anthrax 2 months before, and there seemed nothing anyone could do to console him. He didn't even look up when I entered. I made my way to the bar and engaged the landlord's attention. He was a plump man with a veined red nose, rather like a radish, which seemed to me to indicate that he was perhaps a whit too fond of his own product. He nodded a crisp greeting, and I asked for a pint of ale. When I had been served, noticing a slight lull in business, I introduced myself and asked him if he remembered Richard Ellaby's last visit. Once I had described my late colleague, he said that he did. "Proper gentleman, Mr. Ellaby was, sir. I were right sorry to hear about what happened. I was wondering if anything unusual happened that evening." "Unusual? Did he drink too much?" "No, sir. 2 or 3 ales, that's his limit." "So he wasn't drunk when he left here, unsteady in his gait?" "No, sir. Excuse me a moment." He went to serve another customer, then came back. "No, sir, I can't say as I ever seen Mr. Ellaby inebriated." "Were there any rough elements in here that night?" He shook his head. "Any rough elements I send packing, up to the Feathers on the Leeds Road. That's a proper rough sort of place, that is. But this is a respectable establishment." He leaned forward across the bar. "I'll tell thee summat for now. If Mr. Salt won't have public houses in his village, there's no better place for his workers to pass an hour or two than the Traveller's Rest, and that's God's honest truth." "I'm sure you're right," I said. "But surely things must get a little out of hand on occasion." He laughed. "Nothing I can't handle. And you're sure nothing strange happened the last night Mr. Ellaby was here?" "You'd be better off asking him over there about that." He nodded towards Jack Liversedge, who seemed engaged in a muttered dispute with himself. "I've as much pity as the next man for a fellow who's lost his wife, poor beggar, but the way he's carrying on." He shook his head. "What happened?" "They got into a bit of a barney." "What about?" He shrugged. "I heard Mr. Liversedge call Mr. Ellaby no better than a murderer. Then he finished his drink and walked out." "How much longer before Mr. Ellaby left?" 5 minutes, maybe. Not long." I mulled over this as he excused himself to serve more customers. Jack Liversedge's wife Florence, a wool sorter, had died of anthrax 2 months ago. It is a terrible disease, and one we were only slowly coming to understand. Through my own research, I had been in correspondence with 2 important scientists working in the field, Monsieur Casimir Joseph Davesne in France and Herr Robert Koch in Germany. Thus far, we have been able to determine that the disease is caused by living microorganisms, most likely hiding in the alpaca wool of the South American llamas and the mohair of the Angora goats, both of which Sir Titus imported to make his fine cloths. But we were a long way from finding a prevention or a cure. As I sipped my ale and looked at Jack Liversedge, I began to wonder. Richard Ellaby was a wool buyer. Had Jack, in his distraught and confused state, considered him culpable of Florence's death? Certainly from what I had seen and heard of Jack's erratic behaviour since her death, it was possible, and he was a big, strong fellow. I was just about to go over to him, without having any clear plan in my mind of what to say, when he seemed to come to a pause in his argument with himself, slammed his tankard down, and left, bumping into several people on his way out. I decided to go after him. I followed Jack down the stone steps to the towpath and called out his name, at which he turned and asked who I was. I introduced myself. "Ah," he said, "'tis thee, Doctor." The towpath was unlit, but the canal was straight, and the light of a 3/4 moon lay on the still water like a shroud. It was enough to enable us to see our way. "I saw you in the Traveller's Rest," I said. "You seemed upset. I thought we might share the walk home, if that's all right." "As you will." We walked in silence, all the while growing closer to the mill, which rose ahead in the silvery light, a ghostly block of sandstone against the black, starlit sky. I didn't know how to broach the subject that was on my mind, fearing that if I were right, Jack would put up a fight, and if I were wrong, he would be justly offended. Finally, I decided to muddle along as best I could. "I hear Richard Ellaby was in the Travellers the other night, Jack." "Is that so?" "Yes. I hear you argued with him." "Maybe I did." "What was it about, Jack? Did you get into a fight with him?" Jack paused on the path to face me, and for a moment I thought he was going to come at me. I braced myself, but nothing happened. The mill loomed over his shoulder. I could see a number of emotions cross his features in the moonlight, from fear and sorrow to finally resignation. He seemed somehow relieved that I had asked him about Richard. "He were the wool buyer, weren't he?" he said with gritted anger in his voice. "He should have known." I sighed. "Oh, Jack, nobody could have known. He just buys the wool. There are no tests. There's no way of knowing." "It's not right. He bought the wool that killed her. Someone had to pay." He turned his back to me and walked on. I followed. We got to the bottom of Victoria Road, and I could hear the weir roaring to our right. Jack walked to the cast-iron bridge, where he stood gazing into the rushing water. I went and stood beside him. "And whose place is it to decide who pays, Jack?" I asked, raising my voice over the water's roar. "Whose job do you think it is to play God? Yours?" He looked at me with pity and contempt, then shook his head and said, "You don't understand." I looked down into the water, its foam tipped with moonlight. "Did you kill him?" I asked. "Did you kill Richard Ellaby because you blamed him for Florence's death?" He said nothing for a moment, then gave a brief, jerky nod. "There he were," he said, "standing there in his finest coat, drinking and laughing, while my Florence were rotting in her grave." "How did it happen?" "I told him we were no better than a murderer, buying up wool that kills people. I mean, it weren't the first time, were it? He said it weren't his fault, that nobody could have known. Then when I told him he should take more care, he said I didn't understand, that it were just a hazard of the job, like, and that she should have known she were taking a risk before she took it on. If Richard really had spoken that way to Jack, then he had certainly been guilty of exhibiting a gross insensitivity I had not suspected to be part of his character. Even if that was the case, we're all capable of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, especially if we are pushed as far as Jack probably pushed Richard. What he had done had certainly not justified his murder. "How did it happen, Jack?" I asked him. After a short pause, he said, "I waited for him on the towpath. All the way home we argued, and in the end I lost my temper. There was a long bit of wood from a packing crate or summit by the bushes. He turned his back on me and started walking away. I picked it up and clouted him, and down he went." "But why the weir?" I realized what I'd done. He gave a harsh laugh. "It's funny, you know, especially now it doesn't matter. But back then, when I'd just done it, when I knew I'd killed a man, I panicked. I thought if I threw his body over the weir, then people would think he'd fallen. It weren't far, and he weren't a heavy man." "He wasn't dead, Jack," I said. "He had water in his lungs. That meant he was alive when he went into the water." "It's no matter," said Jack. "One way or another, it was me who killed him." The water roared in my ears. Jack turned toward me. I flinched and stepped back again, thrusting my arm out to keep him at a distance. He shook his head slowly, tears in his eyes, and spoke so softly I had to strain to hear him. "Nay, Doctor, you've naught to fear from me. It's me who's got summat to fear from you." I shook my head. I really didn't know what to do, and my heart was still beating fast from the fear that he had been going to tip me over the railing. "Well," he said, "all I ask is that you leave it till morning. One more night in the house me and Florence shared. Will you do that for me at least, Doctor?" As I nodded numbly, he turned and began to walk away. Earlier the following morning, after a miserable night spent tossing and turning, grappling with my conscience, I was summoned from the hospital to the works office building, attached to the west side of the mill. I hurried down Victoria Road, wondering what on earth it could be about, and soon found myself ushered into a large, well-appointed office with a thick Turkish carpet, dark wainscoting, and a number of local landscapes hanging on the walls. Sitting behind the huge mahogany desk was Sir Titus himself, still a grand, imposing figure despite his years and his declining health. "Dr. Oulton," he said, without looking up from his papers. "Please sit down." I wondered what had brought him the 12 miles or so from Crow's Nest, where he lived. He rarely appeared at the mill in those days. "I understand," he said in his deep, commanding voice, still not looking at me, "that you've been inquiring into the circumstances surrounding Richard Ellaby's death." I nodded. "Yes, Sir Titus." "And what, pray, have you discovered?" I took a deep breath and then told him everything. As I spoke, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced the room, head hanging so that his grey beard almost reached his waist. Though his cheeks and eyes looked sunken, as if he was ill, his presence dominated the room. When I had finished, he sat down and treated me to a long silence before he said, "And what are we going to do about it?" "The police will have to be notified." "As yet, then, you and I are the only ones who know the full truth." "And Jack himself." "Yes, of course." Sir Titus stroked his beard. I could hear the muffled noise of the mill and feel the vibrations of the power looms shaking the office. It was a warm day, and despite the open window, the room was stuffy. I felt the sweat gather on my brow and upper lip. I gazed out of the window and saw the weir where Richard Ellaby had met his death. "This is not good," Sir Titus said finally. "Not good at all." "Sir?" He gestured with his arm to take in the whole of Saltaire. What I mean, Dr. Oulton, is that this could be very bad for the village. Very bad. Do you have faith in the experiment? The experiment, sir? The moral experiment that is Saltaire. I have never doubted your motive in wanting to do good, sir. Sir Titus managed a thin smile. A very revealing answer. Another long silence followed. He got up and started pacing again. If a man visits a public house and becomes so intoxicated that he falls in a river and drowns, then that is an exemplary tale for all of us, wouldn't you say? I would, sir. And if a man, after visiting a public house, is followed by a group of ruffians who attack him, rob him, and throw him in a river to drown, then again we have an exemplary, nay, a cautionary tale, do we not? We do, sir. But Richard Ellaby wasn't robbed. He waved his hand impatiently. Yes, of course, I know that. I'm merely thinking out loud. Please, forgive an old man his indulgence. This place, Saltaire, means the world to me, Dr. Oulton. Can you understand that? The world. I think I can, sir. It's not just a matter of profits, though I'll not deny it's profitable enough. But I think I've created something unique. I call it my experiment, of course. Yet for others, it is a home, a way of life. At least I hope it is. It was my aim to make Saltaire everything Bradford was not. It was designed to nurture self-improvement, decency, orderly behaviour, and good health among my workers. I wanted to prove that making my own fortune was not incompatible with the material and spiritual well-being of the working classes. I saw it as my duty, my God-given duty. If the Lord looks so favourably upon me, then I take that as an obligation to look favourably upon my workers. Do you follow me? Yes, sir. And now this. Murder. Manslaughter. Call it what you will. It disrupts the fabric of things. It could destroy any trust that might have built up in the community. No doubt you remember the troubles we had over anthrax some years ago. I do, sir. In 1868, a man called Sutcliffe Rhodes had garnered much support from the village in his campaign against anthrax, and Sir Titus had been seriously embarrassed by the whole matter. But surely you can't expect me to ignore what I know, sir, I said. To lie. Sir Titus smiled grimly. I could never ask a man to go against his beliefs, Doctor. All I ask is that you follow the dictates of your own conscience, but that you please bear in mind the consequences. If this issue surfaces again, especially in this way, then we're done for. Nobody will believe in the goodness of Saltaire anymore. And I meant to be a good place, a place where there would never be any reason for murder to occur. He shook his head in sadness and let the silence stretch again. Above the noise of the mill, I suddenly heard men shouting. Someone hammered on the door and dashed into the office without ceremony. I couldn't be certain, but my first impression was that it was the same shadowy figure I had seen in the spy tower. Sir Titus, the interloper said after a quick bow, my apologies for barging in like this, but you must come. There's a man on the mill roof. Sir Titus and I frowned at one another. Then we followed him outside. I walked slowly, in deference to Sir Titus's age, and it took us several minutes to get around to the allotment gardens from where we had a clear view. The man stood atop the mill roof, full 6 stories up, between its 2 decorative lanterns. I could also make out another figure inside one of the lanterns, perhaps talking to him. But the man on the roof didn't appear to be listening. He stood right at the edge, and even as we watched, he spread out his arms as if attempting to fly. Then he sprang off the roof and seemed to hover in the air for a moment before falling with a thud to the forecourt. It was a curious sensation. Though I knew in my heart and my mind that I was witnessing the death of a fellow human being, There was a distant quality about the event. The figure was dwarfed by the mill for a start, and just in front of us a dog scratched at the dirt as if digging for its bone, and it didn't cease during the man's entire fall to earth. A mill hand came running up and told us that the man who had jumped was Jack Liversedge. Again, it was an eerie feeling, but I suppose, in a way, I already knew that. "An accident and a suicide," muttered Sir Titus, fixing me with his deep-set eyes. "It's bad enough, but we can weather it, wouldn't you say, Doctor?" There was hope in his voice. My jaw tensed. I was tempted to tell him to go to hell, that his vision, his experiment, wasn't worth lying for. But I saw in front of me a sick old man who at least tried to do something for the people who made him rich. Whether it was enough or not was not for me to say. Saltaire wasn't perfect. Perfection is a state we will never find on this earth, but it was better than most mill towns. Swallowing my bile, I gave Sir Titus a curt nod and set off back up Victoria Road to the hospital. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to continue with my work. After all, the people of Saltaire still needed a hospital and a doctor. But after Jack Liversedge's pointless death, my heart just didn't seem to be in it anymore. Jack's dramatic suicide lowered the morale of the town for a short while. There were long faces everywhere, and some mutterings of dissent. But eventually it was forgotten, and the townspeople threw themselves back into their work, weaving fine cloths of alpaca and mohair for those wealthy enough to be able to afford them. Still, no matter how much I tried to convince myself to put the matter behind me and carry on, I felt there was something missing from the community, something more than a mere man had died the day Jack killed himself. One day, after I'd spent a wearying few hours tending to one of the wool sorters dying of anthrax, I made my decision to leave. A month later, after sorting out my affairs and helping my replacement settle in, I left Saltaire for South Africa, where I eventually met the woman who was to become my wife. We raised our 3 children, and I practiced my profession in Cape Town for 30 years. After my retirement, we decided to move back to England, where we settled comfortably in a small Cornish fishing village. Now my children are grown up, married and gone away. My wife is dead, and I am an old man who spends his days wandering the cliffs above the sea, watching the birds soar and dip. Sometimes the sound of the waves reminds me of the roar of the Saltaire weir. More than 40 years have now passed since that night by the weir, when Jack Liversedge told me he had killed Richard Elby. More than 40 years have passed since Sir Titus and I stood by the allotments and saw Jack's body fall and break on the forecourt of the mill. 40 years. Long enough to keep a secret. Besides, the world has changed so much since then that what happened that day, long ago in Saltaire, seems of little consequence now. Sir Titus died 3 years after Jack's fall, and his dream died with him. Fashions changed, and the ladies no longer wanted the bright, radiant fabrics that Sir Titus had produced. His son, Titus Jr., struggled with the business until he too died in 1887, and the mill was taken over by a consortium of Bradford businessmen. Today, Saltaire is no longer a moral experiment or a mill worker's utopia. It is merely another business. And today, in July 1916, nobody believes in utopias anymore.
Not safe after dark. He had only gone out to the convenience store for cigarettes, but the park across the intersection looked inviting. It seemed to offer a brief escape from the heat and dirt and noise of the city. Cars whooshed by, radios blasting rock and funk and rap into the hot summer night. Streetlights and colored neons looked smeared and blurry in the humid heat. A walk among the trees by the lake might cool him down a little. He knew he shouldn't, knew it was dangerous. What was it the guidebooks always said about big city parks? Not safe after dark. That was it. No matter which park they talked about, Central Park, Golden Gate Park, they were always not safe after dark. He wondered why. Parks were quiet, peaceful places, a few acres of unspoiled nature in the heart of the city. People took their dogs for walks, children played on swings and teeter-totters. Parks provided retreats from meditation and the contemplation of nature, surely not playgrounds for the corrupt and the delinquent. There was more danger, he thought, among the dregs of humanity that haunted the vast urban sex and drug supermarkets like Times Square or the Tenderloin. There you got mugged, beaten up, raped, even murdered, for no good reason at all. Hoodlums and thugs weren't into nature. They were happier idling on street corners harassing passers-by, starting fights in strip clubs or rock bars, and selling drugs in garbage-strewn alleys. If they wanted to mug someone, they had more chance downtown, where the crowds were thick and some fool always took a shortcut down a dark alley. If they just wanted to scare and hurt people for the fun of it, crowded places like shopping malls guaranteed them both the victims and the audience. Or so he found himself reasoning as he stood there by the traffic lights. Should he risk it? Over the road, the dark, tangled mass of branches tossed in the hot breeze like billowing black smoke against the starlit sky. A yellowish full moon, surrounded by a halo, gilded the treetops. The traffic lights changed to green, and after only a moment's hesitation, he began to cross. Why not? What could possibly happen? The entrance, a long, tree-lined avenue, seemed rolled out like a tongue, ready to lick him up and draw him into the park's dark mouth. Maybe he had a death wish, though he didn't think so. Muted wrought-iron street lamps flanked the broad cinder path, which led under a small imitation Arc de Triomphe gate overgrown with weeds and lichen. Beyond that, the branches swayed slowly in the muggy gusts, leaves making a wet, hissing sound. The dimly lit path, he noticed, was lined with statues. He went over to see if he could make out any of the names. Writers. Shakespeare, Sir Walter Scott, Tennyson, Wordsworth. What on earth were they doing there? The avenue ended at a small boating pool. In the water, a child's yacht with a white sail turned in slow circles. The sight brought a lump to his throat. He didn't know why, but somewhere, perhaps buried deep in his memories, was just such a feeling of loss, or of drifting aimlessly in circles, never arriving. It made him feel suddenly, inexplicably sad. Beyond the pond, the park stretched, rising and falling down to the lake. Here were no broad avenues, only tarmac paths and dirt trails. He took one of the main paths that wound deeper into the woods. He could always take a side path later if he wanted. So far he had seen no one, and the traffic from the main road sounded more and more distant behind him. It was much darker now, away from the dim antique lights of the entrance. Only the jaundiced and haze-shrouded moon shone through the trees and slicked the path with oily gold. But as he walked, he found his eyes soon adjusted. At least he could make out shapes, if not details. After he had been walking a few minutes, he noticed a playground to his left. There was nobody in it at this time of night, but one of the swings was rocking back and forth gently in the wind, creaking where its chains needed greasing. He felt like sitting on one of the wooden seats and shooting himself high, aiming his feet at the moon. But it would only draw unwelcome attention. Just being here was supposed to be dangerous enough. without asking for trouble. Somewhere, back on the road, he heard the whine of a police siren. Off to the right, a path wound up the hillside between the trees. He took it. It was some kind of fitness trail. Every so often he could make out wooden chin bars where the joggers were encouraged to pause and do a few pull-ups. Occasionally, he would hear a scuttling sound in the undergrowth. At first it scared him, but he figured it was only a harmless squirrel or a chipmunk running away. The path straightened out at the top of the short hill, and almost before he knew it, he was in a clearing surrounded by trees. He thought he heard a different sound now, a low moan or a sigh. He pulled back quickly behind a tree. In the clearing stood a number of picnic benches, and at one of them he could just make out a couple of human figures. It took him a few seconds to focus clearly in the poor light, but when he realized what was happening, his throat constricted and his heart seemed to start thumping so loudly he was sure they could hear him. There were two of them. One half sat on the table edge, hands stretched behind, supporting himself as he arched backward. The other knelt at his feet, head bowed forward. They seemed to freeze for a moment, as if they had heard him. Then the one on the table said something he couldn't quite catch, and the one on his knees continued slowly moving his head forward and back. He felt sick and dizzy. He clutched onto the tree tightly and tried to control the swimming feeling in his head. He couldn't afford to faint, not here, not now, with those two so close. After a few deep breaths, he turned as quietly as he could and hurried down a dirt track that forked off in another direction. After he had covered a good distance as fast as he dared go, he squatted in the ferns at the side of the trail, head in hands, and waited for his heart to still and his breathing to become regular. An insect crawled up his bare arm. He shuddered and brushed it off. He was beginning to feel really scared now. He had no idea where he was, which direction he was traveling in. Like that yacht back in the pond 1,000,000 miles away, he could be going in circles. Again he fought back the panic and walked on. Now he cursed his stupidity. Why had he come here? It hadn't been a good idea at all. He would wander round and round, then end up back where he started. He would collapse with exhaustion, and those two men from the picnic table would find him and... Maybe he did have a death wish after all. He should have taken notice of the guidebooks. He told himself to stop panicking and calm down. Before he had got much farther, he heard voices just off the path over to his left. He paused. Someone was singing an old Neil Young song. Someone else said, "Shut up." Then a girl giggled. After that came more singing than a loud yell. They were drunk. That was it. As if to confirm his suspicions, he heard the sound of a bottle smashing on a road. He decided he had better lie low and keep out of their way. There was no telling what a gang of drunks might do to someone walking alone in the park. So he waited, behind a tree, as their voices faded slowly into the distance. He stayed where he was until he could hear them no longer, then set off again. When he crested the next hill, he could see the lights of houses to his right and left. The park had narrowed to a kind of deep ravine now, and the path he was on ran parallel to its bottom, about halfway up one side. If he left the path and walked all the way up the side, he would probably soon find himself in someone's back garden. He could see the moonlight gleaming on the surface of the narrow stream that flowed along the bottom. Across the other side, he could make out the lights of a police car flashing along a road that skirted the ravine's edge. The hillside was thickly wooded, and the spaces between trees filled with ferns and shrubbery. At least now, he thought, he ought to be able to find his way back to civilization easily enough. He heard a noise lower down the hillside and realized there was another path, running parallel to his, about 50 yards below, closer to the water. Again he froze. This sound was far too loud to be a squirrel or a bird. It certainly wasn't the sound of a small animal running away, but more like a large one coming toward him. He crouched by the edge of the dirt path and peered down through the bushes. He couldn't make much out at first, but something was moving through the undergrowth. A few moments later, his heart beating fast again, he saw the eyes, not more than 30 yards away down the slope. What was it? A fox? A wolf? Then he heard the woman's voice. "Jason! Jason, where are you, boy? Come on!" And she whistled. So it was a dog. But Jason took no notice of her. It seemed to have caught his scent and was making its way cautiously up the hillside to check him out. He couldn't tell from that distance in the dark, but he was worried that it might be a pit bull or a Rottweiler. Surely no woman would go walking alone in the park at night without a vicious dog to guard her. He felt beside him on the path, and his hand grasped a large stone, just small enough to hold. The dog came closer. "Come on, Jason," he whispered. "Come on, boy." The dog barked and made the last few yards in a dash. He swung the rock hard at its head, and the dog whimpered, then let out a low wail and collapsed. "Jason," the woman called from below. "Jason, where are you?" She sounded worried now. He could just about make her out in the faint light. She looked youngish, with long hair tied behind her neck in a ponytail, and she was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. She called for the dog again, then left the path and started climbing the hill through the shrubbery to the place she'd heard it wail. 30 yards. 25. 20. He could see the moonlight glint on her bracelet. 15. He could hear her panting with effort. 10. She ran the back of her hand over her brow and pushed back a stray tress of hair. "Jason?" 5. He glanced around and listened. Nothing. So close to civilization, yet so far. There was nobody around but him and her. 4. He held his breath. 3 yards. She slipped back but managed to grasp a root and keep her balance. 2. He gripped the rock tight in his hand and felt it sticky and warm with the dog's blood. She was almost there now. Just a few more steps. 1. He gripped the rock tighter, raising his arm. Suddenly he felt himself filled with strange joy, and he knew he was grinning like an idiot. So this was why he had come. He didn't have a death wish, after all. What on earth had those fools who wrote the guidebooks meant? Of course it was safe after dark. Perfectly safe. Just my luck. Los Angeles was the last place Walter Dimchuk would have chosen for the convention. A confirmed Torontonian, Walter had never been able to take California seriously. It seemed to him that the people there merely played at life under the palm trees and came up with Looney Tune ideas. Take the cuisine, if you could call it that. It was either Mexican, which gave Walter the runs, or so-called Californian. Watercress, alfalfa sprouts, and avocado with everything, even a burger. Faggot food, more like. He'd had a house salad just yesterday in which he hadn't recognized one single ingredient. Cilantro, arugula, fresh basil, sun-dried tomatoes, and goat cheese, the waiter had told him. With a dressing of tarragon, balsamic vinegar, cardamom oil, and toasted pine nuts, for Christ's sake. Just his luck. Couldn't a person get a simple grilled cheese sandwich and a glass of milk in this state? Smog, killer freeways, serial killer bubblegum cards, earthquakes, Rodney King riots, more Fruit Loops per square mile than an asylum. The list went on. He hadn't been happy about leaving Kate and Maria alone in the house, either. They might not be as close a family as they had once been. What could you expect after 35 years of marriage and 3 children grown up to adults? But they still got on all right, mostly thanks to Maria, a late blessing when Kate was 45, and now a gawky 13-year-old. The only good thing about the trip that Walter had been able to come up with on the plane over, Air Canada, 3 hours late, sweet Jesus, just Walter's fucking luck, was a brief respite from a cool Toronto October. But he hadn't banked on the Santa Ana. When Toronto got hot, you sweated. Here you dried to dust, dehydrated in seconds. He had once read a story about the hot desert wind, the way it made meek wives feel the edge of the carving knife and study their husbands' necks. The writer was right. It did make you edgy and crazy. Walter felt as if he'd had a steel band around his forehead for 2 days. It was getting tighter. Wally? Walter came out of his reverie. He was sitting in the hotel lobby taking a smoke break between sessions. Nobody seemed to smoke these days. In California, it was hardly surprising. You couldn't find many places where it was legal to do so. Damn government health warnings on everything now, even the wine. And he had seen the way the young hotshots with their white teeth turned up their noses when he lit up, even if they were sitting in a goddamn bar. Christ, who was this coming toward him, hand outstretched, teeth bared in a predatory smile? Should he remember? Awkwardly, he got to his feet. "Hi, good to see you," he said. "Good to see you," the stranger said. "It's been years." "Yeah." Walter scratched the side of his right eye and frowned. "Now, where the hell was it?" Baltimore, 79, Jimmy LaValle. Remember we closed down that bar together?" "Yeah, of course. How you doing, Jimmy?" And so it went on. The empty greetings, inane conversations, tales of triple bypasses, and all the time Walter knew, deep inside, that they were all out to get him, were all laughing at him. Oh, old Wally Woodchuck, Wally Dump Truck, Wally Upchuck, fucking dinosaur, sales have been down for years. No one had said it to his face, but they didn't need to. Wally knew. At 59, he was too old for the pool supplies business, and it was obvious from the number of tanned young men around the convention that the company thought so too. You'd almost think the new breed were chosen because they'd look good sitting around a swimming pool, like the way auto manufacturers used curvaceous women to sell cars. Wally's curves were in all the wrong places. Ungrateful bastards. He'd given his life to Hudson's pools and supplies, and this was how they paid him back? He felt like that salesman in the play must have done. The one that guy who'd been married to Marilyn Monroe, not the baseball player, one of the others, had written for Dustin Hoffman. He had heard the talk around the office, noticed the muted conversations and insincere greetings as he passed couples chatting in the corridor. They were putting him out to pasture. That was why they sent him to California. He wouldn't be surprised if his office, if you could call a screened-off corner in an open plan an office, was cleaned out when he got back and someone else was sitting there in his place. Some tanned young asshole with white teeth and a wolfish smile. Maybe called Scott. He got rid of Jimmy with promises to look him up if he was ever in Baltimore, not if he could help it, and looked at his watch. 5 o'clock. Shit. Time for another boring session, then up to get changed for the convention banquet. Tofu burgers again, most likely. Maybe grab a few minutes in between and call Kate. Thank God that was over with, Walter thought as he waved goodnight to the stragglers in the Pasadena ballroom and headed for the elevator. What a fucking ordeal. And typical California, too. No smoking, not anywhere in the dining hall. Not tofu burgers, but almost as bad. Cornish game hen or some such skinny little bird stuffed with grapes and olives and jalapeno peppers, basted in lemon, garlic, and the ubiquitous cilantro, of course. And they had to put him at the table with that loud-mouthed jerk Carson from United. Just his luck. Still, Walter had kept his end up. He had been nice to the right people, managed to smile, passed his company card around, even if the recipients did absently slip it into their side pockets where they'd throw it out with the lint and the hotel matches.
A funny business, these conventions, he thought as he went into his room. Hours of manic glad-handing, hurried conversations in lobbies and men's rooms, talking business even with your dick in your hand. Then, when you finally got to be alone at the end of the night, all you felt was an incredible loneliness descend. At least Walter did. So there you are in your strange hotel room, alone, miles from home after the party. Oh, the guys were setting up all-night poker sessions, planning trips to strip joints and bars, but Walter had had enough of all that, and of his colleagues. He wanted to be alone, but he didn't want to feel alone. It was the wind, he thought, that goddamn Santa Ana. And the air conditioner had quit. Just his luck. He lay down on the bed with his hands behind his head and tried to relax. He couldn't. He hadn't drunk much. That was one thing he had under control these days. That was why he couldn't for the life of him remember closing any bar with Jimmy LaValle in Baltimore. If those tanned bastards knew what they looked like after they'd had a few too many. Anyway, those days were past. As he lay there restless in the heat, feeling the band tighten around his head, the heartburn start to kick in, the resentment and fear churn inside him, he became aware of one feeling he would never have expected. God damn it, Walter Dimchuk was horny. Not that it had never happened before, of course, but never with such a keen, urgent edge. Not for a long time. He remembered the outing he'd had with Al and Larry yesterday afternoon. Given a couple of spare hours, they had driven to Santa Monica, walked on the pier, the boardwalk, toward Venice. And now, as he lay trying to find sleep, all Walter could find were the disturbing images of those girls in their bikinis. All that smooth, firm, tanned flesh. He turned over. This was ridiculous. His lust felt so strong it was gripping his heart, making him squirm. The images churned in his mind, spurring him on. It was the damn heat, he knew it. Maybe if he could get out for a while, tell someone at the desk to fix his air conditioning while he took a little drive around town. He sat up and slid his shoes back on. Yeah, that was the thing to do. Maybe drive to the ocean and cool off a little. That or a cold shower. He looked at his watch. Still only 11 o'clock. Okay. Car keys, jacket. Such romantic-sounding street names they had. La Cienega, Sepulveda, La Brea. But they weren't so fucking romantic when you were on them. They were either freeways or roads running past shitty little Spanish-style stucco houses with graffiti all over the stucco and postage-stamp gardens full of junk. It was cool in the rental, but Walter still couldn't shake the horniness. He'd pass a row of stores set back from the road and see a gang of kids there, girls in cut-off jeans and halter tops drinking Coke from the bottle, breasts jutting out. It was getting worse, as if the Santa Ana somehow slipped in through the air conditioning and messed with his brain. He found himself on Hollywood Boulevard. Walter loved old movies, the black and white kind, and the real stars they had back then, like Cary Grant, Garbo, Bogey, Gable, Jimmy Stewart. Christ, he must have seen It's a Wonderful Life about 20 times, and then they went and colorized the motherfucker. But the boulevard, with all those stars in the sidewalk, had gone to porn theaters, dirty bookstores with barred windows, hookers, pimps, muggers, losers. He was stopped at a red light when he heard the tap on his window. If it had been a man, he would have burned rubber driving away, even through a stoplight. It wasn't. Nervously, he rolled down the window. "Want a good time, mister? Want to have some fun?" He looked at her. She must have been all of 16 going on 40, but she was pretty, a Latina with that honey skin and lustrous black hair. From what he could see of the rest of her, it looked pretty good, too. Walter hesitated. He had never been with a hooker before. He knew it happened at conventions, and somehow the guys thought it was all right, playing away from home like that. What the old lady doesn't know won't hurt her, hey, Wally? But Walter had never done it. Now, though, with this girl hanging in his window practically spilling her tits onto his lap, with the lights changing, someone blowing a horn behind him, and the desire sharp as a knife cutting away inside him. Well, he opened the door. The hooker got in and Walter drove off. She was wearing a short black skirt, way up around her thighs, and a tight pink halter made of material so thin he could see her nipples poking through. Her bare midriff was flat, with an outy belly button. His mouth was dry. "Where?" he croaked. She directed him to a rundown hotel off Sunset, and he followed her up the stairs in a daze, aware only of the smell of disinfectant and rotting meat in the dim lobby, and of the scuffed, stained linoleum on the stairs. In the shaded light, the room didn't look too bad. What did it matter anyway? She took his money first, then Walter watched as she wriggled out of the halter and her honey breasts with the dark, hard nipples quivered as they fell free. Grinning at him, the tip of her tongue between her small white teeth, she unzipped her skirt and let it fall. She was wearing only white panties now. He could see the dark shadow of her pubic hair, and some of the hairs curled around the edges of the silky material. "You no undress?" she asked. "Want me take your clothes off?" Walter nodded. Deftly, she took off his jacket, shirt, pants. "Oh my, you so big," she said, touching his erection. "So big and hard. Safe?" she said, reaching for a condom from her bag. "Always safe?" Walter felt glad of that. AIDS had crossed his mind more than once between Hollywood Boulevard and the hotel, but if she always insisted on a condom, she was bound to be clean, he thought. Desire seared like the sharp, hot desert wind inside him, driving him recklessly and thoughtlessly on. She put her hands on his chest and pushed him gently down on the bed. Then she straddled him, felt for his penis between her legs, and thrust down on it slowly. Walter groaned and reached for her breasts as she moved back and forth on him. Dimly, he was aware of the bed springs creaking, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but this moist, warm tightness all around him, sucking him in, hooking on to his desire and channeling it, concentrating it. He couldn't have held back if he'd tried. It seemed like no time at all when everything burst and warmth flooded his veins. The woman moaned. He knew she was faking, but he didn't care. They still hadn't fixed the air conditioning, he noticed, and when he phoned down to complain, the desk clerk said no one would be able to do it till the morning. Just his fucking luck. He should have felt better after sating his desire, he knew. But when he lay down and relived what he had just done, he was appalled. It was only midnight. No more than an hour ago, he had been an innocent, a virtuous man. Now he had been tainted. How little time it took. And now he was worried, too. Condom or no condom, he could still get AIDS. That was a fact. The wind had done this to him. The wind and the palm trees and the hooker with the wonderful breasts and the sweet, warm place inside her. He'd been suckered. Jesus Christ, he wept. How could he face Kate and Maria again, after he'd been corrupted? That hooker hadn't been much older than his daughter. The goddamn hot wind had made him fuck his own daughter. Even if they didn't know, he knew. He couldn't face them. His marriage was over, his family broken, all because of some two-bit whore who had tempted him and given him a disease. He ground his teeth. The heat seemed to bore into his bones the way the damp cold did in England that time he went with Kate so many years ago. He was burning up. Maybe he was already showing symptoms of whatever disease that whore had given him.
But that was ridiculous. Maybe he'd got the flu. Or maybe it was the Santa Ana. He turned over and tried to sleep, but the steel band tightened and the guilt hammered away at him, making sleep impossible. His life was ruined. All because of fucking California. He couldn't think straight anymore. Nothing but images shot through his mind, disjointed images. Kate crying, Maria slipping her panties off and rubbing her hand between her legs, the tanned assholes with the $2,000 smiles who were going to have his job. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to do something. Christ, they'd walked over old Walter Dimchuk for long enough, pushed him around, used him for a doormat, laughed behind his back. Now they'd corrupted his soul. God damn it, enough was enough. His luck was going to change. Hardly thinking, he got dressed quickly and picked up his car keys. At the last moment, just before the door shut behind him, he went back and picked up the ice pick from the dish by the television. This time it was a Caucasian girl. Blonde hair, clean-cut looks, but the same style. Tight, short skirt and halter top. And she wanted to make a quick phone call before she got into his car and directed him to a different hotel. It was a step up from the last one, he noticed, for Wally was noticing things clearly now, like the old-fashioned bell on the wooden desk, the discreet damask armchairs in the lobby, the wood paneling look, the hovering scent of sandalwood. In fact, Walter felt strangely calm and in control now he knew what he was going to do. The steel band had loosened. He smiled to himself as she went through her undressing routine, a bit more elaborate and drawn out than the last one, with slow gestures and teasing glances. He felt no desire now. It was all gone. He let her continue. Outside, the hot wind huffed and puffed at the windows. The halter revealed white, droopy breasts, the kind that fold over like envelope flaps. Her eyes were unfocused and dull, as if she were on drugs. She had a large bruise on the outside of her right thigh and a little scar just under her navel. Appendicitis, he wondered? But the appendix was farther to the right, wasn't it? No matter. She stood naked before him finally, and he still felt no desire, only disgust and hatred. It wasn't the same one who had ruined him, corrupted him, but they were all the same underneath. Whores. They all shared the same tainted, rotten soul. She would do. He let her unbutton his shirt, then he moved her gently away and asked her to lie face down on the bed. "Want to come in from behind, hey, honey?" she said, and grinned lasciviously, lying down and hugging the pillow. "No, that's not it." Walter's voice felt strange, dry and stuck deep in his chest. "That's not it at all." "It's okay by me." Walter slipped the ice pick from his jacket pocket and felt its point cool in his dry hand. He was just about to raise it above his head and plunge it into the back of her neck when he heard a sound behind him. Everything happened so fast. First, the door opened, and Walter saw a huge man blocking the exit, a giant with blonde hair hanging over his massive shoulders, a tanned face carved of rock, and veins thick as cables snaking down his thick arms. The man, he also noticed, was wearing a sleeveless white t-shirt and baggy flowered pants held up by elastic. Shit, Walter thought, glancing back at the girl for a second, then at his jacket over the back of a chair. They're going to rip me off, rob me. That's what the phone call was about. Just my fucking luck. But what Walter didn't really register until it was much too late was that when he turned toward the doorway, he had an ice pick still raised above his head, and the other man had a gun. Walter never did get a chance to explain. The giant raised his gun and, without a word, fired 2 shots
right into Walter Dimchuk's angry, corrupt, and unlucky heart.
Anna Said. An Inspector Banks Story. 1. "I'm not happy with it, laddie," said Dr. Glendenning, shaking his head. "Not happy at all." "So the super told me," said Banks. "What's the problem?" They sat at a dimpled copper-topped table in the Queen's Arms, Glendenning over a glass of Glenmorangie and Banks over a pint of Theakston's. It was a bitterly cold evening in February. Banks was anxious to get home and take Sandra out to dinner, as he had promised, but Dr. Glendenning had asked for help, and a Home Office pathologist was too important to brush off. "One of these?" Glendenning offered Banks a senior service. Banks grimaced. No, thanks. I'll stick with tipped. I'm trying to give up." "Aye," said Glendenning, lighting up. "Me too." "So, what's the problem?" "She should never have died," the doctor said. "But that's by the by. These things happen." "Who shouldn't have died?" "Oh, sorry. Forgot you didn't know. Anna Childers was her name. Admitted to the hospital this morning." "Any reason to suspect a crime?" "No, not on the surface. That's why I wanted an informal chat first." Rain lashed at the window. The buzz of conversation rose and fell around them. "What happened?" Banks asked. "Her boyfriend brought her in at about 10 o'clock this morning. He said she'd been up half the night vomiting. They thought it was gastric flu. Dr. Gibson treated the symptoms as best he could, but..." Glendenning shrugged. "Cause of death?" "A respiratory failure. If she hadn't suffered from asthma, she might have had a chance. Dr. Gibson managed at least to get the convulsions under control. But as for the cause of it all, don't ask me. I've no idea yet. It could have been food poisoning, or she could have taken something, a suicide attempt. You know how I hate guesswork." He looked at his watch and finished his drink. "Anyway, I'm off to do the post-mortem now. I should know a bit more after that." "What do you want me to do?" "You're the copper, laddie. I'll not tell you your job. All I'll say is the circumstances are suspicious enough to worry me. Maybe you could talk to the boyfriend." Banks took out his notebook. "What's his name and address?" Glendenning told him and left. Banks sighed and went to the telephone. Sandra wouldn't like this at all. 2. Banks pulled up outside Anna Childers' large semi in South Eastvale, near the big roundabout, and turned off the tape of Furtwängler conducting Beethoven's Ninth. It was the 1951 live Bayreuth recording, mono but magnificent. The rain was still falling hard, and Banks fancied he could feel the sting of hail against his cheek as he dashed to the door, raincoat collar turned up. The man who answered his ring, John Billings, looked awful. Normally, Banks guessed he was a clean-cut athletic type, at his best on a tennis court perhaps, or a ski slope. But grief and lack of sleep had turned his skin pale and his features puffy. His shoulders slumped as Banks followed him into the living room, which looked like one of the package designs advertised in the Sunday colour supplements. Banks sat down in a damask-upholstered armchair and shivered. "I'm sorry," muttered Billings, turning on the gas fire. "I didn't. It's understandable," Banks said, leaning forward and rubbing his hands. "There's nothing wrong, is there?" Billings asked. "I mean, the police." "Nothing for you to worry about," Banks said. "Just some questions." "Yes." Billings flopped onto the sofa and crossed his legs. "Of course." "I'm sorry about what happened," Banks began. "I just want to get some idea of how. It all seems a bit of a mystery to the doctors." Billings sniffed. "You can say that again. When did Anna start feeling ill?" "About 4 a.m. She complained of a headache, said she was feeling dizzy. Then she was up and down to the toilet the rest of the night. I thought it was a virus or something. I mean, you don't go running off to the doctor over the least little thing, do you? But it got worse. Yes. It just wouldn't stop. He held his face in his hands. Banks heard the hissing of the fire and the pellets of hail against the curtained window. Billings took a deep breath. I'm sorry. At the end, she was bringing up blood, shivering, and she had problems breathing. Then, well, you know what happened. How long had you known her? Pardon? Banks repeated the question. A couple of years in all, I suppose, but only as a business acquaintance at first. Anna's a chartered accountant, and I run a small consultancy firm. She did some auditing work for us. That's how you met her? Yes. Banks looked around at the entertainment centre, the framed Van Gogh print. Who owns the house? If Billings was surprised at the question, he didn't show it. Anna. It was only a temporary arrangement, my living here. I had a flat. I moved out. We were going to get married, buy a house together somewhere in the Dale. Elmthorpe, perhaps. How long had you been going out together? 6 months. Living together? 3. Getting on all right? I told you, we were going to get married. You say you'd known her 2 years, but you've only been seeing each other 6 months. What took you so long? Was there someone else? Billings nodded. For you or her? For Anna. Owen was still living with her until about 7 months ago. Owen Dufton. And they split up? Yes. Any bitterness? Billings shook his head. No, it was all very civilized. They weren't married. Anna said they just started going their different ways. They'd been together about 5 years, and they felt they weren't really going anywhere together, so they decided to separate. What did the two of you do last night? We went out for dinner at that Chinese place on Kendall Road. You don't think it could have been that? I really can't say. What did you eat? The usual. Egg rolls, chicken chow mein, a Szechuan prawn dish. We shared everything. Are you sure? Yes, we usually do. Anna doesn't really like spicy food, but she'll have a little just to keep me happy. I'm a curry nut myself. The hotter the better. I thought at first maybe that was what made her sick, you know. If it wasn't the flu, the chilies they use. Then you came straight home? No, we stopped for a drink at the Red Lion. Got home just after 11. And Anna was feeling fine? Yes, fine. What did you do when you got home? Well, nothing much, really. Pottered around a bit. Then we went to bed. And that's it? Yes, I must admit I felt a little unwell myself during the night. I had a headache and an upset stomach, but Alka-Seltzer soon put it right. I just can't believe it. I keep thinking she'll walk in the door any moment and say it was all a mistake. Did Anna have a nightcap or anything? Banks asked after a pause. A cup of Horlicks, something like that. He shook his head. She couldn't stand Horlicks. No, neither of us had anything after the pub. Banks stood up. The room was warm now, and his blotched raincoat had started to dry out. Thanks very much, he said, offering his hand. And again, I'm sorry for intruding on your grief. Billings shrugged. What do you think it was? I don't know yet. There's one more thing I have to ask. Please don't take offence. Billings stared at him. Go on. Was Anna upset about anything? Depressed? He shook his head vigorously. No, quite the opposite. She was happier than she'd ever been. She told me, I know what you're getting at, Inspector. The doctor suggested the same thing, but you can forget it. Anna would never have tried to take her own life. She just wasn't that kind of person. She was too full of life and energy. Banks nodded. If he'd had £1 for every time he'd heard that about a suicide, he would be a rich man. Fair enough, he said. Just for the record, this Owen, where does he live? I'm afraid I don't know. He works at that big garden centre just off North Market Street. over from the town hall. Oh, I know it. Thanks very much, Mr. Billings. Banks pulled up his collar again and dashed for the car. The hail had turned to rain again. As he drove, the windscreen wipers slapping, he pondered his talk with John Billings. The man seemed genuine in his grief, and he had no apparent motive for harming Anna Childers. But, again, all Banks had to go on was what he'd been told. Then there was Owen Dufton, the ex-live-in lover. Things might not have been as civilized as Anna Childers had made out. The marvellous fourth movement of the symphony began just as Banks turned into his street. He sat in the parked car with the rain streaming down the windows and listened until Otto Edelmann came in with O Freunde, nicht diese Töne, then turned off the tape and headed indoors. If he stayed out any longer, he'd be there until the end of the symphony, and Sandra certainly wouldn't appreciate that. 3. Banks found Owen Dufton hefting bags of fertilizer around in the garden centre early the next morning. Dufton was a short, rather hangdog-looking man in his early 30s, with shaggy dark hair and a droopy moustache. The rain had stopped overnight, but a brisk, chill wind was fast bringing in more cloud, so Banks asked if they could talk inside. Dufton led him to a small, cluttered office that smelled faintly of paraffin. Dufton sat on the desk, and Banks took the swivel chair. "I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Mr. Dufton," Banks started. Dufton studied his cracked, dirty fingernails. "I read about Anna in the paper this morning, if that's what you mean," he said. "It's a terrible tragedy." He brushed back a thick lock of hair from his right eye. "Did you see much of her lately?" "Not a lot, no. Not since we split up. We'd have lunch occasionally if neither of us were too busy." "So there were no hard feelings?" "No. Anna said it was just time to move on, that we'd outgrown each other. We both needed more space to grow." "Was she right?" He shrugged. "Seemed so. But I still cared for her. I don't want you to think I didn't. I just can't take this in." He looked Banks in the eye for the first time. "What's wrong, anyway? Why are the police interested?" "It's just routine," Banks said. "I don't suppose you know anything about her state of mind recently?" "Not really." "When did you see her last?" "Couple of weeks ago. She seemed fine, really." "Did you know her new boyfriend?" Dufton returned to study his fingernails. "No. She told me about him, of course, but we never met. Sounded like a nice bloke. Probably better for her than me. I wished her every happiness. Surely you can't think she did this herself. Anna just wasn't the type. She had too much to live for." "Most likely food poisoning," Banks said, closing his notebook. "But we have to cover the possibilities. Nice talking to you anyway. I don't suppose I'll be troubling you again." "No problem," Dufton said, standing up. Banks nodded and left. 4. "If we split up," Banks mused aloud to Sandra over an early lunch in the new McDonald's that day, "do you think you'd be upset?" Sandra narrowed her eyes, clear blue under the dark brows and blonde hair. "Are you trying to tell me something, Alan? Is there something I should know?" Banks paused, Big Mac halfway to his mouth, and laughed. No, nothing like that. It's purely hypothetical." "Well, thank goodness for that." Sandra took a bite of her McChicken sandwich and pulled a face. "Yuck. Have you really developed a taste for this stuff?" Banks nodded. "It's all right, really. Full of nutrition." And he took a big bite as if to prove it. "Well," she said, "you certainly know how to show a woman a good time. I'll say that for you. And what on earth are you talking about?" "Splitting up. It's just something that puzzles me, that's all." "I've been married to you half my life," Sandra said. 20 years. Of course I'd be bloody upset if we split up." "You can't see us just going our separate ways, growing apart, needing more space?" Alan, what's got into you? Have you been reading those self-help books? She looked around the place again, taking in the plastic decor. I'm getting worried about you. Well, don't. It's simple, really. I know 20 years hardly compares with 5. But do you believe people can just disentangle their lives from one another and carry on with someone new, as if nothing had happened? Maybe they could have done in 1967, Sandra answered. And maybe some people still can, but I think it cuts a lot deeper than that, no matter what anyone says. Anna said it was fine, Banks muttered, almost to himself. But Anna's dead. Is this that investigation you're doing for Dr. Glendenning, the reason you stood me up last night? I didn't stand you up. I phoned to apologize. But yes, I've got a nagging feeling about it. Something's not quite right. What do you mean? You think she was poisoned or something? It's possible, but I can't prove it. I can't even figure out how. Then maybe you're wrong. Banks chomped on his Big Mac again. Wouldn't be the first time, would it? He explained about his talks with John Billings and Owen Dufton. Sandra thought for a moment, sipping her Coke through a straw and picking at her chips, sandwich abandoned on her tray. Sounds like a determined woman, this Anna. I suppose it's possible she just made a seamless transition from one to the other, but I bet there's a lot more to it than that. I'd have a word with both of them again if I were you. Said Banks. Thought you'd say that. Fancy a sweet? 5. The tests are going to take time, Glendenning said over the phone, but from what I could see, there's severe damage to the liver, kidneys, heart and lungs, not to mention the central nervous system. Could it be food poisoning? Banks asked. Certainly looks like some kind of poisoning. A healthy person doesn't usually die just like that. I suppose at a pinch it could be botulism, Glendenning said. Certainly some of the symptoms match. I'll get the Board of Trade to check out that Chinese restaurant. Any other possibilities? Too damn many, Glendenning growled. That's the problem. There's enough nasty stuff around to make you that ill if you're unlucky enough to swallow it. Household cleaners, pesticides, industrial chemicals, the list goes on. That's why we'll have to wait for the test results. And he hung up. Cantankerous old bugger, Banks thought with a smile. How Glendenning hated being pinned down. The problem was, though, if someone, Owen, John, or some undiscovered enemy, had poisoned Anna, how had he done it? John Billings could have doctored her food at the Chinese restaurant, or her drink in the pub, or perhaps there was something she'd eaten that he simply had failed to mention. He certainly had the best opportunity. But John Billings seemed the most unlikely suspect. He loved the woman. They were going to get married. Or so he said. Anna Childers was quite well off and upwardly mobile, but it was unlikely that Billings stood to gain or even needed to gain financially from her death. It was worth looking into, though. She had been only 30, but she might have made a will in his favour, and Billings' consultancy could do with a bit of scrutiny. Money wouldn't be a motive with Owen Dufton, though. According to both the late Anna and to Owen himself, they had parted without rancour, each content to get on with life. Again, it might be worth asking a few of their friends and acquaintances if they had reason to think any differently. Dufton had seemed gentle, reserved, a private person, but who could tell what went on in his mind? Banks walked down the corridor to see if either Detective Constable Susan Gay or Detective Sergeant Philip Richmond was free for an hour or two. 6. 2 hours later, D.C. Susan Gay sat in the front of Banks' desk, smoothed her grey skirt over her lap, and opened her notebook. As usual, Banks thought, she was well dressed. Tight blonde curls, just enough makeup, the silver hoop earrings, black scoop-neck top, and a mere whiff of Miss Dior cutting the stale cigarette smoke in his office. "There's not much, I'm afraid," Susan started, glancing up from her notes. "No will, as far as I can discover, but she did alter the beneficiary on her insurance policy a month ago." "In whose benefit?" "John Billings. Apparently she has no family. Banks raised his eyebrows. Who was the previous beneficiary? Owen Dufton. Odd that, isn't it? Banks speculated aloud. A woman who changes her insurance policy with her boyfriends. Well, she wouldn't want it to go to the government, would she? Susan said. And I don't suppose she'd want to make her ex rich either. True, said Banks. It's often easier to keep a policy going than let it lapse and apply all over again later. And they were going to get married. But why change it so soon? How much is it for? 50,000. Banks whistled. Owen Dufton's poor as a church mouse, Susan went on. But he doesn't stand to gain anything. But did he know that? I doubt Anna Childers would have told him. What about Billings? Susan gnawed the tip of her biro and hesitated. Pretty well off, she said. Bit of an up-and-comer in the consultancy world. You can see why a woman like Anna Childers would want to attach herself to him. Why? He's going places, of course. Expensive places. I see, said Banks. And you think she was a gold digger? Susan flushed. Not necessarily. She just knew what side her bread was buttered on, that's all. Same as with a lot of new businesses, though. Billings had a bit of a cash flow problem. Any gossip on the split-up? Not much. I had a chat with a couple of locals in the Red Lion. Anna Childers always seemed cheerful enough, but she was a tough nut to crack, they said. Strong protective shell. What about Dufton? He doesn't seem to have many friends. His boss says he's noticed no real changes, but he says Owen keeps to himself. Always did. I'm sorry, it's not much help. Never mind, Banks said. Look, I've got a couple of things to do. Can you find Phil for me? 7. Did you know that Anna had an insurance policy? Banks asked Owen Dufton. They stood in the cold yard while Dufton stacked some bags of peat moss. Dufton stood up and rubbed the small of his back. Aye, he said. What of it? Did you know how much it was for? He shook his head. All right, Banks said. Did Anna tell you she changed the beneficiary, named John Billings instead of you? Dufton paused with his mouth open. No, he said. No, she didn't. So you know now that you stand to gain nothing, that it all goes to John. Dufton's face darkened, then he looked away, and Banks swore he could hear a strangled laugh or cry. I don't believe this, Dufton said, facing him again. I can't believe I'm hearing this. You think I might have killed Anna? And for money? This is insane. Look, go away, please. I don't have to talk to you, do I? No, said Banks. Well, bugger off then. I've got work to do. But remember one thing. What's that? I loved her. I loved Anna. 8. John Billings looked even more wretched than he had the day before. His eyes were bloodshot, underlined by black smudges, and he hadn't shaved. Banks could smell alcohol on his breath. A suitcase stood in the hallway. Where are you going, John? Banks asked. I can't stay here, can I? I mean, it's not my house for a start. And the memories. Where are you going? He picked up the case. I don't know, just away from here, that's all. I don't think so. Gently, Banks took the case from him and set it down. We haven't got to the bottom of this yet. What do you mean? For Christ's sake, man. You'd better come with me, John. Where? Police station. We'll have a chat there. Billings stared angrily at him, then seemed to fold. Oh, what the hell? He muttered. What does it matter? And he picked his coat off the rack and followed Banks. He didn't see D.S. Philip Richmond watching from the window of the cafe over the road. 9. It was after 7 o'clock, dark, cold, and windy outside. Banks decided to wait in the bedroom on the chair wedged in the corner between the wardrobe and the dressing table. From there, with the door open, he could see the staircase, and he would be able to hear any sounds in the house. He had just managed to get the item on the local news show at 6 o'clock, only minutes after Dr. Glendenning had phoned with more detailed information. Poison suspected in death of Eastvale woman. Police baffled. No suspects as yet. Of course, the killer might not have seen it, or might have already covered his tracks. But if Anna Childers had been poisoned, and Glendenning now seemed certain she had, then the answer had to be here. Given possible reaction times, Glendenning had said in his late afternoon phone call there was little chance she could have taken the poison into her system before 8 o'clock the previous evening, at which time she had gone out to dine with John Billings. The house was dark and silent, save for the ticking of a clock on the bedside table and the howling wind rattling the window. 8 o'clock. 9. Nothing happened except Banks got a cramp in his left calf. He massaged it, then stood up at regular intervals and stretched. He thought of D.S. Richmond down the street in the unmarked car. Between them, they'd be sure to catch anyone who came. Finally, close to 10 o'clock, he heard it, a scraping at the lock on the front door. He drew himself deep into the chair, melted into the darkness, and held his breath. The door opened and closed softly. He could see a torch beam sweeping the wall by the staircase, coming closer. The intruder was coming straight up the stairs. Damn, Banks hadn't expected that. He wanted whoever it was to lead him to the poison, not walk right into him. He sat rigid in the chair as the beam played over the threshold of the bedroom, mercifully not falling on him in his dark corner. The intruder didn't hesitate. He walked around the bed within inches of Banks' feet and over to the bedside table. Shining his torch, he opened the top drawer and picked something up. At that moment, Banks turned on the light. The figure turned sharply, then froze. "Hello, Owen," said Banks. "What brings you here?" 10. "If it was anyone, it had to be either you or him, John," Banks said later back in his office, while Owen Dufton was being charged downstairs. "Only the two of you were intimate enough with Anna to know her habits, her routines, and Owen had lived with her until quite recently. There was a chance he still had a key." John Billings shook his head. "I thought you were arresting me." "It was touch and go, I won't deny it. But at least I thought I'd give you a chance, the benefit of the doubt. And if your trap hadn't worked—" Banks shrugged. "Down to you, I suppose. The poison could have been anywhere, in anything. Toothpaste, for example. I knew if it wasn't you and the killer heard the news, he'd try to destroy any remaining evidence. He wouldn't have had a chance to do so yet, because you were in the house. But I was at the hospital nearly all yesterday." "Too soon. He had no idea anything had happened at that time. This wasn't a carefully calculated plan." "But why?" Banks shook his head. "That I can't say for certain. He's a sick man, an obsessed man. It's my guess it was his warped form of revenge. It had been eating away at him for some time. Anna didn't treat him very well, John. She didn't really stop to take his feelings into account when she kicked him out and took up with you. She just assumed he would understand, like he always had, because he loved her and had her welfare at heart. He was deeply hurt, but he wasn't the kind to make a fuss or let his feelings show. He kept it all bottled up." "She could be a bit blinkered, could Anna?" John mumbled. "She was a very focused woman." "Yes, and I'm sure Dufton felt humiliated when she dumped him and turned to you. After all, he didn't have much of a financial future, unlike you." "But it wasn't that. Not with Anna," Billings protested. "We just had so much in common. Goals, tastes, ambitions. She and Owen had nothing in common anymore." "You're probably right," Banks said. "Anyway, when she told him a couple of weeks ago that she was going to get married to you, it was the last straw. He said she expected him to be happy for her." But why did he keep on seeing her if it hurt him so much? He was still in love with her. It was better seeing her, even under those circumstances, than not at all. Then why kill her? Banks looked at Billings. "Love and hate, John," he said. "They're not so far apart. Besides, he doesn't believe he did kill her. That wasn't really his intention at all." "I don't understand. You said he did. Well, how did he do it?" Banks paused and lit a cigarette. This wasn't going to be easy. Rain blew against the window, and a draught rattled the Venetian blind. "How?" Billings repeated. Banks looked at his calendar, trying to put off the moment. It showed a woodland scene, snowdrops blooming near the Strid at Bolton Abbey. He cleared his throat. "Owen came to the house while you were both out," Banks began. "He brought a syringe loaded with a strong pesticide he got from the garden centre. Remember, he knew Anna intimately. Did you and Anna make love that night, John?" Billings reddened. "For Christ's sake, I'm not asking whether the earth moved. I'm just asking if you did. Believe me, it's relevant." "All right," said Billings after a pause. "Yes, we did, as a matter of fact." "Owen knew Anna well enough to know that she was frightened of getting pregnant," Banks went on, "and she wouldn't take the pill because of its side effects. He knew she insisted on condoms, and he knew she liked to make love in the dark. It was easy enough to insert the needle into a couple of packages and squirt in some pesticide. Not much, but it's very powerful stuff, colourless and odourless, so even an infinitesimal coating would have some effect. The condoms were lubricated, so they'd feel oily anyway, and nobody would notice a tiny pinprick in the package. You absorbed a little into your system too, and that's why you felt ill. You see, it's easily absorbed through skin or membranes, but Anna got the lion's share. Dr. Glendenning would have found out eventually how the poison was administered from tissue samples, but further tests would have taken time. Owen could have easily have nipped back to the house and removed the evidence by then. Or we might have decided that you had better access to the method." Billings paled. "You mean it could just as easily have been me, either killed or arrested for murder?" Banks shrugged. "It could have turned out anyway, really. There's no way of knowing accurately what would happen, and there certainly was a chance that either you would die or the blame would fall on you. As it turned out, Anna absorbed most of it, and she had asthma. In Owen's twisted mind, he wanted your lovemaking to make you sick. That was his statement, if you like, after suffering so long in silence, pretending it was okay that Anna had moved on. But that's all. It was a sick joke, if you like. We found 3 poisoned condoms. Certainly if one hadn't worked the way it did, there could have been a build-up of the pesticide causing chronic problems. I did read about a case once," Banks went on, "where a man married rich women and murdered them for their money by putting arsenic on his condoms, but they were made of goatskin back then. Besides, he was French. I've never come across a case quite as strange as this." Billings shook his head slowly. "Can I go now?" he asked. "Where to?" "I don't know. A hotel, perhaps, until—" Banks nodded and stood up. As they went down the stairs, they came face to face with Owen Dufton, handcuffed to a large constable. Billings stiffened. Dufton glared at him and spoke to Banks. "He's the one who killed her," he said with a toss of his head. "He's the one you should be arresting." Then he looked directly at Billings. "You're going to have to live with that, you know, Mr. Moneybags. It was you who killed her. Hear that, Mr. Yuppie Moneybags? You killed her. You killed Anna." Banks couldn't tell whether he was laughing or crying as the constable led him down to the cells. Missing in action. People go missing all the time in war, of course, but not usually 9-year-old boys. Besides, the war had hardly begun. It was only September the 20th, 1939, when Mary Critchley came hammering on my door at about 3 o'clock, interrupting my afternoon nap. It was a Wednesday, and normally I would have been teaching the fifth formers Shakespeare at Silver Hill Grammar School, a thankless task if ever there was one. But the ministry had just got round to constructing air raid shelters there, so the school was closed for the week. We didn't even know if it was going to reopen, because the plan was to evacuate all the children to safer areas in the countryside. Now I would be among the first to admit that a teacher's highest aspiration is a school without pupils. But in the meantime, the government, in its eternal wisdom, put us redundant teachers to such complex intellectual tasks as preparing ration books for the Ministry of Food. After all, they knew what was coming. All this was just a part of the chaos that seemed to reign at that time. Not the chaos of war, the kind I remembered from the trenches at Ypres in 1917, but the chaos of government bureaucracies trying to organize the country for war. Anyway, I was fortunate enough to become a special constable, which is a rather grandiose title for a sort of part-time dog's body. And that was why Mary Critchley came running to me. That and what little reputation I had for solving people's problems. "Mr. Bashcombe, Mr. Bashcombe," she cried. "It's our Johnny. He's gone missing. You must help." My name is actually Bascombe, Frank Bascombe, but Mary Critchley has a slight speech impediment, so I forgave her the mispronunciation. Still, with half the city's children running wild in the street, and the other half standing on crowded stations, clutching their Mickey Mouse gas masks in little cardboard boxes, ready to be herded into trains bound for such nearby country havens as Greythorpe, Kilsden and Action, I thought perhaps she was overreacting a tad. And I can't say I welcomed her arrival after only about 20 of my allotted 40 winks. "He's probably out playing with his mates," I told her. "Not my Johnny," she said, wiping the tears from her eyes. "Not since, you know." I knew. Mr. Critchley, Ted to his friends, had been a Royal Navy man since well before the war. He had also been unfortunate enough to serve on the aircraft carrier Courageous, which had been sunk by a German U-boat off the southwest coast of Ireland just 3 days before. Over 500 men had been lost, including Ted Critchley. Of course, nobody had been found, and probably never would be, so he was only officially missing in action. I also knew young Johnny Critchley, and thought him to be a serious boy, a bit too imaginative and innocent for his own good. Well, many are at that age, aren't they? Before the world grabs them by the balls and shakes some reality into them. Johnny trusted everyone, even strangers. "Johnny's not been in much of a mood for playing with his mates since she got the news about Ted's ship," Mary Critchley went on. I could understand that well enough. Young Johnny was an only child, and he always did worship his father. But I still didn't see what I could do about it. "Have you asked around?" "What do you think I've been doing since he didn't come home at 12 o'clock like he was supposed to do? I asked everyone in the street. Last time he was seen down by the canal at about 11 o'clock. Maurice Richards saw him. What can I do, Mr. Bashcombe? First Ted and now my Johnny." She burst into tears. After I'd managed to calm her down, I sighed and told her I would look for Johnny myself. There certainly wasn't much hope of my getting the other 20 winks now. It was a glorious day, so warm and sunny you could hardly believe there was a war on. The late afternoon sunshine made even our narrow streets of cramped brick-terraced houses look attractive. As the shadows lengthened, the light turned to molten gold. First I scoured the local rec, where the children played cricket and football, and the dogs ran wild. Some soldiers were busy digging trenches for air raid shelters. Just the sight of those long, dark grooves in the earth gave me the shivers. Behind the trenches, barrage balloons pulled at their moorings on the breeze like playful porpoises, orange and pink in the sun. I asked the soldiers, but they hadn't seen Johnny, nor had any of the other lads. After the wreck, I headed for the derelict houses on Gallipoli Street. The landlord had let them go to rack and ruin 2 years ago, and they were quite uninhabitable, not even fit for billeting soldiers. They were also dangerous, and should have been pulled down, but I think the old skinflint was hoping a bomb would hit them so he could claim insurance or compensation from the government. The doors and windows had been boarded up, but children are resourceful, and it wasn't difficult even for me to remove a couple of loose sheets of plywood and make my way inside. I wished I'd had my torch, but I had to make do with what little light slipped through the holes. Every time I moved, my feet stirred up clouds of dust, which did my poor lungs no good at all. I thought Johnny might have fallen or got trapped in one of the houses. The staircases were rotten, and more than one lad had fallen through on his way up. The floors weren't much better either, and one of the fourth formers at Silverhill had needed more than 15 stitches a couple of weeks before, when one of his legs went right through the rotten wood and splinters gouged his flesh. I searched as best I could in the poor light, and I called out Johnny's name, but no answer came. Before I left, I stood silently and listened for any traces of harsh breathing or whimpering. Nothing. After 3 hours of searching the neighbourhood, I'd had no luck at all. Blackout time was 7:45 p.m, so I still had about an hour and a half left. But if Johnny wasn't in any of the local children's usual haunts, I was at a loss as to where to look. I talked to the other boys I met here and there, but none of his friends had seen him since the family got the news of Ted's death. Little Johnny Critchley, it seemed, had vanished into thin air. At 6:30, I called on Maurice Richards, grateful for his offer of a cup of tea and the chance to rest my aching feet. Maurice and I went back a long time. We had both survived the First War, Maurice with the loss of an arm, and me with permanent facial scarring and a racking cough that comes and goes, thanks to the mustard gas leaking through my mask at the Third Battle of Ypres. We never talked about the war, but it was there. We both knew, an invisible bond tying us close together while at the same time excluding us from so much other normal human intercourse. Not many had seen the things we had, and thank God for that. Maurice lit up a passing cloud, one-handed, then he poured the tea. The 7 o'clock news came on the radio, some rot about us vowing to keep fighting until we vanquished the foe. It was still very much a war of words at that time, and the more rhetorical the language sounded, the better the politicians thought they were doing. There had been a couple of minor air skirmishes, and the sinking of the Courageous, of course, but all the action was taking place in Poland, which seemed as remote as the moon to most people. Some clever buggers had already started calling it the Boer War. "Did you hear Tommy Handley last night, Frank?" Maurice asked. I shook my head. There'd been a lot of hoopla about Tommy Handley's new radio programme, It's That Man Again, or Itmar, as people called it. I was never a fan. Call me a snob, but when evening falls, I'm far happier curling up with a good book or an interesting talk on the radio than listening to Tommy Handley. "Talk about laugh," said Maurice. "They had this one sketch about the Ministry of Aggravation and Office of Twerps. I nearly died." I smiled. "Not far from the truth," I said. There were now so many of these obscure ministries, boards and departments involved in so many absurd pursuits, all for the common good, of course, that I'd been thinking of writing a dystopian satire. I proposed to set it in the near future, which would merely be a thinly disguised version of the present. So far, all I had was a great idea for the title. I would reverse the last 2 numbers in the current year, so instead of 1939, I'd call it 1993. Well, I thought it was a good idea. "Look, Maurice," I said, "it's about young Johnny Critchley. His mother tells me you were the last person to see him." "Oh, aye," Maurice said. "She were round asking about him not long ago. Still not turned up?" "No." "Cause for concern, then?" "I'm beginning to think so. What was he doing when you saw him?" "Just walking down by the canal, the old Woodruff scrapyard." "That's all?" "Yes." "Was he alone?" Maurice nodded. Did he say anything? No. You didn't say anything to him? No, of course do. He seemed preoccupied, just staring in the water like hands in his pockets. I've heard what happened to his dad. A lad has to do his grieving. Too true. Did you see anyone else? Anything suspicious? No, nothing. Oh, just a minute, though. What? Oh, it's probably nothing, but just after I saw Johnny, when I was crossing the bridge, I bumped into Colin Gormand, the chap who's a bit, you know. Colin Gormand. I knew him all right, and that wasn't good news. It wasn't good news at all. Of all the policemen they could have sent, they had to send Detective Bloody Sergeant Longbottom, a big brutish-looking fellow with a pronounced limp and a Cro-Magnon brow. Longbottom was thick as two short planks. I doubt he could have found his own arse, even if someone nailed a sign on it, or detected his way out of an Anderson shelter if it were in his own backyard. But that's the calibre of men this wretched war has left us with at home, along with good ones like me, of course. D.C. Longbottom wore a shiny brown suit and a Silver Hill grammar school tie. I wondered where he got it from. He probably stole it from a schoolboy he caught nicking sweets from the corner shop. He kept tugging at his collar with his pink sausage fingers as we talked in Mary Critchley's living room. His face was flushed with the heat, and sweat gathered on his thick eyebrows and trickled down the side of his neck. "So he's been missing since lunchtime, has he?" D.S. Longbottom repeated. Mary Critchley nodded. "He went out about 10:30, just for a walk, like. Said he'd be back at 12. When he got to 3, I went to see Mr. Bashcombe here." D.S. Longbottom curled his lip at me and grunted. "Mr. Bascombe, Special Constable. I suppose you realise that gives you no real police powers, don't you?" "As a matter of fact," I said, "I thought it made me your superior. After all, you're not a special sergeant, are you?" He looked at me as if he wanted to hit me. Perhaps he would have done if Mary Critchley hadn't been in the room. "Enough of your lip. Just answer my questions." "Yes, sir." "You say you looked all over for this lad?" "All his usual haunts." "And you found no trace of him?" "If I had, do you think we'd have sent for you?" "I warned you. Cut the lip and answer the questions. This, what's his name, Maurice Richards, was he the last person to see the lad?" "Johnny's his name. And yes, is the answer as far as we know." I paused. We have to know eventually, and if I didn't tell him, Maurice would. The longer we delayed, the worse it would be in the long run. There was someone else in the area at the time, a man called Colin Gormand. Mary Critchley gave a sharp gasp. D.S. Longbottom frowned, licked the tip of his pencil, and scribbled something in his notebook. "I'll have a word with him," he said. Then he turned to her. "Recognise the name, do you, ma'am?" "I know Colin," I answered, perhaps a bit too quickly. D.S. Longbottom stared at Mary Critchley, whose lower lip started quivering, then turned slowly back to me. "Tell me about him." I sighed. Colin Gormand was an oddball. Some people said he was a bit slow, but I'd never seen any real evidence of that. He lived alone, and he didn't have much to do with the locals. That was enough evidence against him for some people. And then there were the children. For some reason, Colin preferred the company of the local lads to that of the rest of us adults. To be quite honest, I can't say I blame him. But in a situation like this, it's bound to look suspicious, especially if the investigating officer is someone with the sensitivity and understanding of a D.S. Longbottom. Colin would take them train-spotting on the hill overlooking the main line, for example, or he played cricket with them on the wreck, or hand out conkers when the season came. He sometimes bought them sweets and ice creams, even gave them books, marbles and comics. To my knowledge, Colin Gormand had never once put a foot out of line, never laid so much as a finger on any of the lads, either in anger or in friendship. There had, however, been one or two mutterings from some parents, most notably from Jack Blackwell, father of one of Johnny's pals, Nick, that it somehow wasn't right, that it was unnatural for a man who must be in his late 30s or early 40s to spend so much time playing with the young children. There must be something not quite right in his head. He must be up to something, Jack Blackwell hinted, and as usual when someone starts a vicious rumour, there's no shortage of willing believers. Such a reaction was only to be expected, from someone, of course, but I knew it wouldn't go down well with D.S. Longbottom. I don't know why, but I felt a strange need to protect Colin. Colin's a local, I explained. Lived around here for years. He plays with the lads a bit. Most of them like him. He seems a harmless sort of fellow. How old is he? I shrugged. Hard to say, about 40 perhaps. D.S. Longbottom raised a thick eyebrow. About 40, and he plays with the kiddies, you say? Sometimes. Like a school teacher or a youth club leader. Is he a school teacher? No. Is he a youth club leader? No. Look, what I meant, I know exactly what you meant, Mr. Bascom. Now, you just listen to what I mean. What we've got here is an older man who's known to hang around with young children, and he's been placed near the scene where a young child has gone missing. Now, don't you think that's just a wee bit suspicious? Mary Critchley let out a great wail and started crying again. D.S. Longbottom ignored her. Instead, he concentrated all his venom on me, the softy, the liberal, the defender of child molesters. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Special Constable Bascom? Only that Colin was a friend to the children, and that he had no reason to harm anyone. Friend? D.S. Longbottom sneered, struggling to his feet. We can only be thankful you're not regular police, Mr. Bascom, he said, nodding to himself in acknowledgment of his own wisdom. That we can. So what are you going to do? I asked. D.C. Longbottom looked at his watch and frowned. Either he was trying to work out what it meant when the little hand and the big hand were in the positions they were in, or he was squinting because of poor eyesight. I'll have a word with this here Colin Gormand. Other than that, there's not much more we can do tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll drag the canal. He got to the door, turned, pointed to the windows and said, And don't forget to put up your blackout curtains, ma'am, or you'll have the ARP man to answer to. Mary Critchley burst into floods of tears again. Even the soft dawn light could do nothing for the canal. It oozed through the city like an open sewer, oil slicks shimmering like rainbows in the sun, brown water dotted with industrial scum and suds, bits of driftwood and paper wrappings floating along with them. On one side was Ezekiel Woodruff's scrapyard. Old Woodruff was a bit of an eccentric. He used to come around the streets with his horse and cart yelling, "Any old iron?" But now the government had other uses for scrap metal, supposedly to be used in aircraft manufacture. Poor old Woodruff didn't have a way to make his living any more. He'd already sent old Nell the cart horse to the knacker's yard, where she was probably doing her bit for the war effort by helping make the glue to stick the aircraft together. Old mangles and bits of broken furniture stuck up from the ruins of the scrapyard like shattered artillery after a battle. On the other side, the bank rose steeply towards the backs of the houses on Canal Road, and the people who lived there seemed to regard it as their personal tip. Flies and wasps buzzed around old Hessian sacks and paper bags full of God knew what. A couple of buckled bicycle tires and a wheelless pram completed the picture. I stood and watched as Longbottom supervised the dragging, a slow and laborious process that seemed to be sucking all manner of unwholesome objects to the surface, except Johnny Critchley's body. I felt tense. At any moment I half expected the cry to come from one of the policemen in the boats that they had found him, half expected to see the small, pathetic bundle bob above the water's surface. I didn't think Colin Gormand had done anything to Johnny, nor Morris, though D.C. Longbottom had seemed suspicious of him too. But I did think that given how upset he was, Johnny might just have jumped in. He never struck me as the suicidal type, but I have no idea whether suicide enters the minds of 9-year-olds. All I knew was that he was upset about his father, and he was last seen skulking by the canal. So I stood around with D.S. Longbottom and the rest as the day grew warmer and there was still no sign of Johnny. After about 3 hours, the police gave up and went for bacon and eggs at Betty's Cafe over on Chadwick Road. They didn't invite me, and I was grateful to be spared both the unpleasant food and company. I stood and stared into the greasy water a while longer, unsure whether it was a good sign or not that Johnny wasn't in the canal. Then I decided to go and have a chat with Colin Gorman. "What is it, Colin?" I asked him gently. "Come on, you can tell me." But Colin continued to stand with his back turned to me in the dark corner of his cramped living room, hands to his face, making eerie snuffling sounds, shaking his head. It was bright daylight outside, but the blackout curtains were still drawn tightly and not a chink of light crept between their edges. I'd already tried the light switch, but either Colin had removed the bulb or he didn't have one. "Come on, Colin. This is silly. You know me. I'm Mr. Bascom. I won't hurt you. Tell me what happened." Finally, Colin turned silent and came out of his corner with his funny, shuffling way of walking. Someone said he had a club foot, and someone else said he'd had a lot of operations on his feet when he was a young lad, but nobody knew for certain why he walked the way he did. When he sat down and lit a cigarette, the matchlight illuminated his large nose, shiny forehead, and watery blue eyes. He used the same match to light a candle on the table beside him, and then I saw them. The black eye, the bruise on his left cheek. D.S. Longbottom, the bastard. "Did you say anything to him?" I asked, anxious that D.S. Longbottom might have beaten a confession out of Colin without even thinking that Colin probably wouldn't still be at home if that were the case. He shook his head mournfully. "Nothing, Mr. Bascom. Honest, there was nothing I could tell him." "Did you see Johnny Critchley yesterday, Colin?" "Aye." "Where?" "Down by the canal." "What was he doing?" "Just standing there, chucking stones in the water." "Did you talk to him?" Colin paused and turned away before answering. "No." I had a brief coughing spell, his cigarette smoke working on my gassed lungs. When it cleared up, I said, "Colin, there's something you're not telling me, isn't there? You'd better tell me. You know I won't hurt you, and I just might be the only person who can help you." He looked at me, pale eyes imploring. "I only called out to him from the bridge, didn't I?" "What happened next?" "Nothing, I swear it." "Did he answer?" "No. He just looked my way and shook his head. I could tell then that he didn't want to play. He seemed sad." "He just heard his dad's been killed." Colin's already watery eyes brimmed with tears. "Poor lad." I nodded. For all I knew, Colin might have been thinking about his dad too. Not many knew it, but Mr. Gorman Sr. had been killed in the same bloody war that left me with my bad lungs and scarred face. "What happened next, Colin?" Colin shook his head and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "Nothing," he said. "It was such a lovely day. I just went on walking. I went to the park and watched the soldiers digging trenches. Then I went for my cigarettes and came home to listen to the wireless." "And after that?" "I stayed in." "All evening?" "That's right. Sometimes I go down to the White Rose, but—" "But what, Colin?" "Well, Mr. Smedley, you know, the air raid precautions man." I nodded. "I know him." "He said my blackout cloth wasn't good enough, and he'd fine me if I didn't get some proper stuff by yesterday." "I understand, Colin." Good quality, thick, impenetrable blackout cloth had become both scarce and expensive, which was no doubt why Colin had been cheated in the first place. "Anyway, what with that and the cigarettes—" I reached into my pocket and slipped out a few bob for him. Colin looked away, ashamed, but I put it on the table and he didn't tell me to take it back. I knew how much it must hurt his pride to accept charity, but I had no idea how much money he made or how he made it. I'd never seen him beg, but I had a feeling he survived on odd jobs and lived very much from hand to mouth. I stood up. "All right, Colin," I said. "Thanks very much." I paused at the door, uncertain how to say what had just entered my mind. Finally, I blundered ahead. "It might be better if you kept a low profile till they find him, Colin. You know what some of the people around here are like." "What do you mean, Mr. Bascom?" "Just be careful, Colin, that's all I mean. Just be careful." He nodded gormlessly, and I left. As I shut Colin's front door, I noticed Jack Blackwell standing on his doorstep, arms folded, a small crowd of locals around him, their shadows intersecting on the cobbled street. They kept glancing towards Colin's house, and when they saw me come out, they all shuffled off, except Jack himself, who gave me a grim stare before going inside and slamming his door. I felt a shiver go up my spine, as if a goose had stepped on my grave, as my dear mother used to say, bless her soul, and when I got home, I couldn't concentrate on my book one little bit. By the following morning, when Johnny had been missing over 36 hours, the mood in the street had started to turn ugly. In my experience, when you get right down to it, there's no sorrier spectacle, nothing much worse or more dangerous than the human mob mentality. After all, armies are nothing more than mobs, really, even when they're organised to a greater or lesser degree. I've been at Ypres, as you know, and there wasn't a hell of a lot you could tell me about military organisation. So when I heard the muttered words on doorsteps, saw the little knots of people here and there, Jack Blackwell flitting from door to door like a political canvasser, I had to do something, and I could hardly count on any help from D.S. Longbottom. One thing I had learned both as a soldier and as a schoolteacher was that if you had a chance, your best bet was to take out the ringleader. That meant Jack Blackwell. Jack was the nasty type, and he and I had had more than one run-in over his son Nick's bullying and poor performance in class. In my opinion, young Nick was the sort of walking dead loss who should probably have been drowned at birth, a waste of skin, sinew, tissue and bone, and it wasn't hard to see where he got it from. Nick's older brother Dave was already doing a long stretch in the scrubs for beating a night watchman senseless during a robbery, and even the army couldn't find an excuse to spring him and enlist his service in killing Germans. Mrs. Blackwell had been seen more than once walking with difficulty, with bruises on her cheek. The sooner Jack Blackwell got his call-up papers, the better things would be all round. I intercepted Jack between the Deaconses and the Kellys' houses, and it was clear from his gruff, "What do you want?" that he didn't want to talk to me. But I was adamant. "Morning, Jack," I greeted him. "Lovely day for a walk, isn't it?" "What's it to you?" "Just being polite." "What are you up to, Jack? What's going on?"
"None of your business."
"Up to your old tricks, spreading poison?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
He made to walk away, but I grabbed his arm. He glared at me, but didn't do anything. Just as well. At my age and with my lungs, I'd hardly last 10 seconds in a fight. "Jack," I said, "don't you think you'd all be best off using your time to look for the poor lad?"
"Look for him? That's a laugh. You know as well as I do where that young lad is."
Where is he, Jack?"
"You know."
"No, I don't. Tell me."
"He's dead and buried, that's what."
"Where, Jack?"
"I don't know the exact spot. If he's not in the canal, then he's buried somewhere not far away."
"Maybe he is, but you don't know that, not for certain. And even if you believe that, you don't know who put him there." Jack wrenched his arm out of my weakening grip and sneered.
"I've got a damn sight better idea than you have, Frank Bascom, with all your book learning."
Then he turned and marched off. Somehow I got the feeling that I had just made things worse. After my brief fracas with Jack Blackwell, I was at a loose end. I knew the police would still be looking for Johnny, asking questions, searching areas of waste ground, so there wasn't much I could do to help them. Feeling impotent, I went down to the canal near Woodruff's scrapyard. Old Ezekiel Woodruff himself was poking around in the ruins of his business, so I decided to talk to him. I kept my distance, though, for even on a hot day such as this, Woodruff was wearing his greatcoat and black wool gloves with the fingers cut off. He wasn't known for his personal hygiene, so I made sure I didn't stand downwind of him. Not that there was much of a wind, but then it didn't take much. "Morning, Ezekiel," I said. "I understand young Johnny Critchley was down around here the day before yesterday."
"So they say,"
muttered Ezekiel. "See him, did you?"
"I weren't here."
"So you didn't see him?"
"Police have already been asking questions."
"And what did you tell them?" He pointed to the other side of the canal, the back of the housing estate.
"I were over there," he said. "Sometimes people chuck out some of value, even these days."
"But you did see Johnny?" He paused and said,
"Aye."
"On this side of the canal?" Woodruff nodded. "What time was this?"
"I don't have a watch, but it weren't long after that daft bloke had gone by."
"Do you mean Colin Gormand?"
"Aye, that's the one."
So Johnny was still alone by the canal after Colin had passed by. T.S. Longbottom had probably known this, but he had beaten Colin anyway. One day I'd find a way to get even with him. The breeze shifted a little, and I got a whiff of stale sweat and worse. What was Johnny doing?
"Doing? Nothing special. He were just walking."
"Walking? Where?" Woodruff pointed.
"That way, toward the city centre."
"Alone?"
"Aye."
"And nobody approached him?"
"No, not while I were watching."
I didn't think there was anything further to be got from Ezekiel Woodruff, so I bade him good morning. I can't say the suspicion didn't enter my head that he might have had something to do with Johnny's disappearance, though I'd have been hard pushed to say exactly why or what. Odd though old Woodruff might be, there had never been any rumour or suspicion of his being overly interested in young boys, and I didn't want to jump to conclusions the way Jack Blackwell had. Still, I filed away my suspicions for later. A fighter droned overhead. I watched it dip and spin through the blue air and wished I could be up there. I'd always regretted not being a pilot in the war. A barge full of soldiers drifted by, and I moved aside on the towpath to let the horse that was pulling it pass by. For my troubles, I got a full blast of sweaty horseflesh and a pile of steaming manure at my feet. That had even Ezekiel Woodruff beat. Aimlessly, I followed the direction Ezekiel had told me Johnny had walked in, towards the city centre. As I walked, Jack Blackwell's scornful words about my inability to find Johnny echoed in my mind. Book learning. That was exactly the kind of cheap insult you would expect from a moron like Jack Blackwell. But it hurt, nonetheless. No sense telling him I'd been buried in the mud under the bodies of my comrades for 2 days. No sense telling him about the young German soldier I'd surprised and bayoneted to death, twisting the blade until it snapped and broke off inside him. Jack Blackwell was too young to have seen action in the last war, but if there was any justice in the world, he'd damn well see it in this one. The canal ran by the back of the train station, where I crossed the narrow bridge and walked through the crowds of evacuees out front to City Square. Mary Critchley's anguish reverberated in my mind too. "Mr. Bashcombe! Mr. Bashcombe!" I heard her call. Then, all of a sudden, as I looked at the black facade of the post office and the statue of the Black Prince in the centre of City Square, it hit me. I thought I knew what had happened to Johnny Critchley, but first I had to go back to the street and ask just one important question. It was late morning. The station smelled of damp soot and warm oil. Crowds of children thronged around, trying to find out where they were supposed to go. They wore name tags and carried little cardboard boxes. Adults with clipboards, for the most part temporarily unemployed schoolteachers and local volunteers, directed them to the right queue, and their names were ticked off as they boarded the carriages. Despite being neither an evacuated child nor a supervisor, I managed to buy a ticket and ended up sharing a compartment with a rather severe-looking woman in a brown uniform I didn't recognise, and a male civilian with a brush moustache and a lot of brill cream on his hair. They seemed to be in charge of several young children, also in the compartment, who couldn't sit still. I could hardly blame them. They were going to the alien countryside, to live with strangers, far away from their parents, for only God knew how long, and the idea scared them half to death. The button cushions were warm, and the air in the carriage still and close, despite the open window. When we finally set off, the motion stirred up a breeze, which helped a little. On the wall opposite me was a poster of the Scarborough seafront, and I spent most of the journey remembering the carefree childhood holidays I had enjoyed there with my parents in the early years of the century. Another world, another time. The rest of the trip I glanced out of the window, beyond the scum-scabbed canal, and saw the urban industrial landscape drift by. Back gardens where some people had put in Anderson shelters half covered with earth to grow vegetables on. The dark mass of the town hall clock tower behind the city centre buildings. A factory yard where several men were loading heavy crates onto a lorry, flushed and sweating in the heat. Then we were in the countryside, where the smells of grass, hay and manure displaced the reek of the city. I saw small squat farms, dry stone walls, sheep and cattle grazing. Soon train tracks and canal diverged. We went through a long, noisy tunnel, and the children whimpered. Later I was surprised to see so many army convoys winding along the narrow roads, and the one big aerodrome we passed seemed buzzing with activity. All in all, the journey took a little over 2 hours. Only about 10 or 11 children were shepherded off at the small country station, and I followed as they were met and taken to the village hall, where the men and women who were to care for them waited. It was more civilized than some of the evacuation systems I'd heard about, which sounded more like the slave markets of old, where farmers waited on the platforms to pick out the strong lads, and local dignitaries whisked away the nicely dressed boys and girls. I went up to the volunteer in charge, an attractive young woman in a simple blue frock with a white lace collar and a belt around her slim waist, and asked her if she had any record of an evacuee called John or Johnny Critchley. She checked her records, then shook her head, as I knew she would. If I were right, Johnny wouldn't be here under his own name. I explained my problem to the woman, who told me her name was Phyllis Rigby. She had a yellow ribbon in her long wavy hair and smelled of fresh apples. "I don't see how anything like that could have happened," Phyllis said. "We've been very meticulous, and there again, things have been a little chaotic." She frowned in thought for a moment. Then she delegated her present duties to another volunteer. "Come on," she said. "I'll help you go from house to house. There weren't that many evacuees, you know. Far fewer than we expected." I nodded. I heard how a lot of parents weren't bothering to evacuate their children. "They can't see anything happening yet," I said. "Just you wait. After the first air raid, you'll have so many, you won't have room for them all." Phyllis smiled. "The poor things. It must be such an upheaval for them." "Indeed." I took a deep breath, welcome breaths of country air, as Phyllis and I set out from the village hall to visit the families listed on her clipboard. There were perhaps a couple of 100 houses, and less than 50% had received evacuees. Even so, we worked up quite a sweat calling at them all. Or I did, rather, as sweating didn't seem to be in Phyllis's nature. We chatted as we went, me telling her about my school teaching, and she telling me about her husband Thomas training as a fighter pilot in the RAF. After an hour or so, with no luck, we stopped in at her cottage for a refreshing cup of tea. Then we were off again. At last, late in the afternoon, we struck gold. Mr. and Mrs. Douglas, who were billeting Johnny Critchley, seemed a very pleasant couple, and they were sad to hear that they could not keep him with them for a while longer. I explained everything to them and assured them that they would get someone else as soon as we had the whole business sorted out. "He's not here," Johnny said as we walked with Phyllis to the station. "I've looked everywhere, but I couldn't find him."
I shook my head. Sorry, Johnny. You know your mum's got a speech impediment. That was why I had to go back and ask her exactly what she said to you before I came here. She said she told you your father was missing in action, which, the way it came out, sounded like missing in Aksham, didn't it? That's why you came here, wasn't it? To look for your father? Young Johnny nodded, tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, he said. I couldn't understand why she didn't come and look for him. She must be really vexed with me. I patted his shoulder. I don't think so. More like she'll be glad to see you. How did you manage to sneak in with the reel of evacuees, by the way? Johnny wiped his eyes with his grubby sleeve. At the station, there were so many people standing around. First I didn't know. Then I saw a boy I knew from playing cricket on the wreck. Oliver Bradley, I said. The boy whose name Johnny was registered under. Yes, he goes to Broad Hill. I nodded. Though I'd never heard of Oliver Bradley, I knew the school. It was just across the valley from us. Go on. I asked him where he was going, and he said he was being sent to Action. It was perfect. But how did you get him to change places with you? He didn't want to, not at first. How did you persuade him? Johnny looked down at the road and scraped at some gravel with the scuffed tip of his shoe. Cost me a complete set of great cricketers' cigarette cards. Ones my dad gave me before he went away. I smiled. It would have to be something like that. And I made him promise not to tell anyone, just to go home and say there wasn't room for him, and he'd have to try again in a few days. I just needed enough time to find Dad, you know. I know. We arrived at the station, where Johnny sat on the bench, and Phyllis and I chatted in the late afternoon sunlight, our shadows lengthening across the tracks. In addition to the birds singing in the trees and hedgerows, I could hear grasshoppers chirruping, a sound you rarely heard in the city. I'd often thought of how much I would like to live in the country, and perhaps when I retired from teaching a few years in the future, I would be able to do so. We didn't have a long wait for our train. I thanked Phyllis for all her help, told her I wished her husband well, and she waved to us as the old banger chugged out of the station. It was past blackout when I finally walked into our street, holding Johnny's hand. He was tired after his adventure and had spent most of the train journey with his head on my shoulder. Once or twice, from the depths of a dream, he'd called his father's name. I could sense that something was wrong as soon as I turned the corner. It was nothing specific, just a sudden chill at the back of my neck. Because of the blackout, I couldn't see anything clearly, but I got a strong impression of a knot of shifting shadows, just a little bit darker than the night itself, milling around outside Colin Gorman's house. I quickened my step, and as I got nearer, I heard a whisper pass through the crowd when they saw Johnny. Then the shadows began to disperse, slinking and sidling away, disappearing like smoke into the air. From somewhere, Mary Critchley lurched forward with a cry and took young Johnny in her arms. I let him go. I could hear her thanking me between sobs, but I couldn't stop walking. The first thing I noticed when I approached Colin's house was that the window was broken, and half the blackout curtain had been ripped away. Next, I saw that the door was slightly ajar. I was worried that Colin might be hurt, but out of courtesy I knocked and called out his name. Nothing. I pushed the door open and walked inside. It was pitch dark. I didn't have a torch with me, and I knew that Colin's light didn't work. But I remembered the matches and the candle on the table. I lit it and held it up before me as I walked forward. I didn't have far to look. If I hadn't seen the candle, I might have bumped right into him. First I saw his face, about level with mine. His froth-specked lips had turned blue, and a trickle of dried blood ran from his left nostril. The blackout cloth was knotted around his neck in a makeshift noose, attached to a hook screwed into the lintel over the kitchen door. As I stood back and examined the scene further, I saw that his downturned toes were about 3 inches from the floor, and there was no sign of an upset chair or stool. Harmless Colin Gormand, friend to the local children, dead. I felt the anger well up in me, along with the guilt. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gone dashing off to Action like that in search of Johnny, or I should at least have taken Colin with me. I knew the danger he was in. I talked to Jack Blackwell before I left. How could I have been so stupid, so careless, as to leave Colin to his fate with only a warning he didn't understand? Maybe Colin had managed to hang himself somehow without standing on a stool, though I doubted it. But whether or not Jack Blackwell or the rest had actually laid a finger on him, they were all guilty of driving him to it in my book. Besides, if Jack or anyone else from the street had strung Colin up, there would be evidence, fibres, fingerprints, footprints, whatever, and even D.S. Bloody Longbottom wouldn't be able to ignore that. I stumbled outside and made my way toward the telephone box on the corner. Not a soul stirred, but as I went, I heard one door, Jack Blackwell's door, close softly this time, as if he thought that too much noise might wake the dead, and the dead might have a tale or two to tell.
Memory Lane. Another shitty gig, in more ways than one. I can smell the colostomy bags the minute we walk in the front doors. I shudder, as I always do when we enter a place like this. One day, and it might not be long, I know I won't be coming out. The recreation director is waiting to greet us, crisp blue suit and Morningside accent. Why do RDs all have Scottish accents, even in Vancouver? A gold name tag just above the swell of her left breast tells me her name is Emily. Actually, if you look closely, our Emily's not that bad at all, despite the ill-fitting glasses and lifeless hair. You'll be the musicians, then? Nervously eyeing her wristwatch. Why does it sound like an insult? We'll be the musicians, I admit. Then I introduce the band. Memory Lane. There are 5 of us, 3 of us expat Brits. Kit Stark, a washed-up hippie, is our drummer. Kit took one too many hits of acid on the Isle of Wight ferry nearly 30 years ago. When they'd fished him out of the Solent and done artificial respiration, he spent the next 20 years in and out of the nut house, hallucinating plankton before washing up on the shores of Nova Scotia. Then there's Benny Lieberman, our morose, alcoholic bass player from Des Moines. Taffy Lloyd plays trumpet and trombone, and when he's not doing that, he's our vocalist. He looks like Harry Seacombe, but sounds more like one of the Spice Girls. The hunchback of Notre Band, Jeff Carroll, plays piano, guitar, and vibes, and does most of our arrangements. He's so short-sighted that he's developed a permanent hunch from leaning over the keyboard to read the music. Last but not least, there's me, Dex Hill. Well, my real name is William Hill, but wouldn't you change that for something a bit more jazzy-sounding? Apple of my music teacher's eye, future clarinet soloist for the London Symphony Orchestra, failed. The next John Coltrane, failed. And husband to the beautiful, sexy and cruel Andrea, also failed. Get the picture? I suppose you'd like to tune up then, suggests Emily. Tune up? You don't tune up a clarinet or a saxophone, or a trumpet for that matter. Perhaps Benny wants to mess around with his bass strings, though the way he's shaking he looks more as if he needs a drink. I nod. Follow me, I'll show you the dressing room. We follow Emily's gently swaying hips down the corridor. If we exude a general aroma of booze and smoke, especially with those filthy French cigarettes Benny smokes, she affects not to notice. What does she go home to, my Emily, I wonder? How does she get the aura of death and disease out of her system when she leaves here? Sex? Drugs? Maybe I'll ask her. Once we're settled in the broom closet they call a dressing room, Emily-less, Benny takes out a 5th of Jim Beam and inhales. He doesn't offer it around. He never does. Some people might think that's rude, but we're used to him and his strange, lonely ways by now. Kit and I share a spliff. Just another little smell lost among the feces and sour sweat. Taffy, as is his wont, puffs on a Rothmans and does a few vocal exercises. Jeff studies the music as if it's the first time he's ever set eyes on it. He always does. In a way, I feel sorry for Jeff because wherever we go, the poor sod always gets stuck with an out-of-tune piano. Still, he takes it in his stride. Very phlegmatic is Jeff. Lots of sang-froid you have to have with a hunchback like his. Anyway, after a few minutes of this and that chat about the order of songs, Emily returns and we're ready to face the chanting crowds. "They've been looking forward to this all week, you know," she says with a tight Morningside smile. "A lot of them were in the war with the Canadian Armed Forces or with the RAF. It'll mean a lot to them hearing those old songs played again." Well, there are about 20 people in the recreation room, which is quite a crowd for this sort of gig. I remember one RD apologising, I think it was in Swift Current or Red Deer, that there would have been more people in the audience, only 2 of them croaked during the night. That seemed a bit excessive to me. I mean, 1 maybe you might expect, but 2? There they sit, a pathetic bunch of losers waiting to die. Gives me the shivers just to look at them. Empty husks, nothing left except bodily functions. Even those who have arses left probably need someone to wipe them. Most sit in wheelchairs, reptilian talons plucking at the tartan blankets spread over their knees. Some have the head shakes, some drool and twitch every now and then. Still, I suppose I've seen worse audiences in Toronto jazz clubs. A quick count, and we're off. Tennessee Waltz, always a nice easy swinger to start with. Intro done, Taffy comes in with the vocals, sounding more like Tiny Tim than Sporty Spice today. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Yep, there's one bloke on the nod already. "I was dancing with my darling." I was the best dancer. That's why she chose me. I was the best dancer. She wasn't Carl's to start with. Wasn't anyone's. Just another girl at a forces dance on a Saturday night. Carl was the handsomest. He always got the pick of the girls. But not this time. I was the best dancer. Just put his nose out of joint a little, that's all. I didn't steal her from anyone. She melted in my arms. Her shape moulded against me. We were missing halves of a whole, and the purpose the music had been waiting for. We completed it, carried it away from its airy pointlessness to something more profound. We gave the music meaning. Bullshit, O'Farrell. You stole your best friend's sweetheart, pure and simple. And all the rest, all this about profundity and meaning, is bullshit. Lust. That's all it was. Lust. And revenge for all those times when Carl got the girl. And look what happened. A 2-week honeymoon, then you took her thousands of miles away from her family and friends, spent the next 50 years in and out of the bottle, and drove the poor bitch to an early grave. No, it wasn't like that. I'm tired, so tired of arguing with myself. On the nod, just as we were going into cheek to cheek. Christ, how stimulating we must be. What fucking exciting memories we must invoke. Still, he is twitching a bit in his wheelchair, so I suppose he must still be alive. His mouth seems to be moving. Maybe he's trying to sing along. Sometimes they do. But no, this one looks more as if he's having a conversation with himself, only half-mouthing the words, hardly daring to give them full breath. A little string of drool hangs from his chin. Oh, shit, I hate this job. Solo time, man. Remember what Jeff told you. Stick real close to the melody line, Dex. You're not Coltrane playing my favourite things, you know. Thanks a lot, Jeff, and fuck you. Heaven, I'm in heaven, dancing cheek to cheek. A hot night in late July 1943. A little dance hall in a small town near the base. Maybe it used to be the church hall or the Women's Institute. A few rickety tables, a makeshift bar selling warm beer and weak scotch. Weak beer and warm scotch, whatever. Dim air thick with smoke hanging in the lights. Blue straight from the cigarette. Grey when it comes out of the lungs. Everyone smoked then. All of us. It was the least of our worries. Cheek to Cheek was the first song we danced to. The first time the magic hit. But why does my memory smell of burning rubber and leather instead of her perfume?
Why do flames and smoke blossom when I close my eyes and lean into her? I'm holding her close enough that she could almost be part of me. And I'm smelling hot metal and engine oil. Bombenbrandschrumpflachen. My God, Cole, where did that come from? Not now, not yet. That was later. Back to the dance, holding her. Some of her face powder rubbed off when my lips brushed her cheek. It tasted like chalk. Carl was pissed, I could tell, but I was flying that night. Honey, I was flying the night before, too. And it was my turn for once. They'd only been out together a couple of times. It wasn't serious. Besides, how was I to know that Mary and I would fall in love? It was just another dance, for crying out loud. We'd been to hundreds of them, and Carl always got the best-looking women. But I was the best dancer, and Carl had no chance this time when she and I were dancing cheek to cheek. Me tasting chalk, or was it stardust? Smelling rubber burn and hearing those crackling noises arcing in my brain from ear to ear. Christ, just look at them, will you? Half of them are asleep. About a third are deaf, and 3/4 have no faculties left at all. What does that make? Is anyone out there listening at all? And that hunchback bastard, Jeff, gives me the evil eye for wandering too far on the Stardust solo, as if anyone notices. Poor bastard's piano is so out of tune, it sounds like a warped LP. Funny, all of a sudden, I'm thinking of that bitch Andrea. Was Stardust playing when we met on our first date? I'm damned if I remember. Stairway to Heaven, more likely. Or maybe Bitch's Brew. All I remember is ripping her panties off and fucking her hard up against the apartment door the minute we got back from the gig. Play it, Dex. All the things you are. Bird, train, lead the way. And to hell with Jeff's evil eye. Carl wouldn't talk to me. All the next day. And the next. He really wanted Mary the way a boy wants candy. And he was jealous as hell. I didn't tell him anything. Didn't tell him about the softness of her body as we made love in the warm field that July night. The taste of the beet juice on her lips, the smooth, warm skin, nipples hard as berries on my tongue, between her legs like warm, wet silk. How she cried out my name when she came. Not his, mine, and clung to me afterward for dear life as we lay against the dry stone wall and watched squadron after squadron of Lancasters pass over the half-moon, blotting out its light like the plague of locusts. Armadas from hell held me tighter as the roar of the bombers filled the sky. Bombenbrandschrumpflachen. No, that wasn't till later. We didn't know then, the same way we didn't know smoke was killing us. We didn't know. But does that really make any difference in the end? Another evil look from Jeff. Well, to hell with him. Let the miserable bastard fire me. I've had it with this anyway. In the middle of a kiss. Taffy always does a good job on this one. You just don't expect that alto voice to come out of someone so fat. Look at that guy, the way his head's swaying. If it shakes, at least he's in time with the music. Maybe some of them are capable of getting a little simple pleasure out of this after all. Christ, if Andrea could see me now. She'd laugh until she pissed herself and tell me I'd found my true destiny. Here we go, man. Blowing up a storm. Firestorm. They had to invent new names for the way people died. Bombenbrandschrumpflachen. Incendiary bomb shrunken bodies. Then there are the ones who melted, asphyxiated, baked or just plain roasted. And the human torches running down streets on fire, arms flailing. These were the important factories and docks we were told we destroyed. The firestorm sucked in all the surrounding air, made winds rage fast as cyclones, suffocated all the people hiding in shelters, cellars and bunkers. 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit at the core. Spontaneous combustion. Bombenbrandschrumpflachen. And the night after that, I stole my best friend's girl because I was the best dancer. That was the night we clung to one another, watching the bombers set out again. 6 raids, day and night and day. 41,800 killed, 37,439 injured, burned, maimed. Her skin,
warm and smooth, wet silk between her thighs, bombers blanking out the stars and the moon, making Bombenbrand Schrumpfleichen. And the night after that, Carl bought it. Blue Flame. That should slow them down a bit before our fiery finale, and a nice searing blues solo for me. Most of them are asleep now anyway. There's even one old dear snoring in the far corner by the vase of flowers. And there's Emily, hands clasped on her lap, thin smile on her face. Is she enjoying us? As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind fucking Emily. Stick it to her hard, right up that tight Morningside arse of hers, and take that smile off her face. But she's a screamer. That old guy's having a real struggle with himself now. Ought to be in a fucking nut house, not a rest home. Drooling and muttering, arguing with himself. It wasn't fair. We'd finished. We were heading home successful, looking forward to a hot cup of tea and a long sleep. No fighters in sight. But then, it never is fair, is it? We dropped our load, made more Bombenbrand Schrumpfleichen, got out of the flak unscathed, and all of a sudden, there it was, a lone Messerschmitt. Whether he was lost or just scavenging, looking for stragglers, I don't know. But he buzzed at us like an angry wasp and let rip. He could outmaneuver us easily, and his machine-gun fire ripped through the plane as if our fuselage were made of paper. I could smell the fires breaking out behind us. Me and Clarky, my co-pilot. We started spewing smoke and losing altitude. One of our gunners hit the Schmidt, and it exploded at 10 o'clock. We were bucking and swinging to starboard like an old short Sterling. God knows how we made it, but we did. Clarky and me. We came limping in the minute we got behind the old white cliffs and crash-landed in a field. The tail section broke off, and flames leapt up all around us. Within minutes we were surrounded by a crowd of gaping yokels right out of a Thomas Hardy novel. Whether they wore smocks and carried pitchforks, I can't be certain, but that's how I see them when I look now. And when I went back to see how Carl was doing, that was when I found him. He was dead, along with the others in back, all black and burned up, uniform and skin fused, welded into one, his knees crooked and his arms tightened up and fists clenched like a boxer, aimed at me. One of those stupid moments, before reality's cold blade pierced the back of my brain, I thought he was getting ready to fight me. We hadn't spoken for 3 days because of Mary, and I knew he was still pissed. But he was dead, burned and shriveled. Bombenbrand Schrumpfleichen, just like the people of Hamburg. Carl, you poor, sad, cocky, two-left-footed bastard. You were the handsomest, the most charming. You were the lady killer. But come waltz, tango or jitterbug, goddammit, I was the best dancer. 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 1, 2, 3, and blow that bugle, Taffy. Let's wake the buggers up. Bugle call Rag, and Jesus Christ, will you look at him, the old bastard's on his feet. Taffy flashes me a big grin, and we get in the groove. I can feel Jeff's eyes boring into the back of my head. Fuck him. Things are jumping now. Taffy and I are trading licks like we haven't done in years. Trumpet and sax. Dizzy and Bird. Miles and Train. Look at the guy go. He's out of his chair and jumping up and down, yelling at the top of his lungs. Baggy pants slipping down his hips. I was the best dancer. I was the best dancer. Sure you were, buddy. All of a sudden, he seems to reach some sort of inner peak or crescendo as my sax and Taffy's trumpet join in some of the weirdest harmonies we've ever found. He's on tiptoe, stretching his arms as high as he can, reaching for the ceiling. Oh, for heaven. Then his whole body starts shaking. Taffy trails off to take a break, and I blow harder, urging the old guy higher. But he's out of sync with us now. Whatever he's into, eyes closed, head tilted toward the ceiling, it's nothing to do with our music. His pants are down round his ankles, his shriveled scrotum and shrunken penis there for all to see. I stop the solo and turn to catch Jeff's dagger gaze. I grin at him and shrug. He leads us back to the opening riff in a few spare, tight-assed chords. The old man stiffens, then drops to the floor, spent. One by one we let the music dribble away from us, Then there's the strangest sensation. The room seems to draw in on him, as if all its energy focuses on that single inert figure. Everyone feels tight, like a corked bottle about to blow. The room fills with pressure, and it's hard against my eardrums. That deaf and fuzzy feeling before your ears pop on an airplane. Everything silent and in slow motion. Then it pops. The air hisses out, and he's just someone lying on the floor. "Jesus," whispers the man beside him. "When I go, I want to go just like that." Then the smooth, practised staff breeze in like a team of office cleaners or scene changers between the acts of a play and start to tidy up the mess in a silence as heavy as prayer. Someone in white checks the old man's pulse and takes out a stethoscope. The other inmates, dazed, mumbling and drooling, are all wheeled back to their rooms, and it's getting to look like nothing ever happened. Before they're done, Emily starts leading us back to the dressing room. "I think it would probably be best all round if you left now, don't you think?" she says. "Then we can get everyone calmed down. They take it hard, some of them, when one of them passes on, you know. See their own future, I suppose, poor things. Don't worry, you'll be paid your normal rate, of course. It wasn't your fault after all, was it?" I nod dumbly, walking beside her. She's right, of course. It wasn't our fault. No reason why we shouldn't get paid. But even so, see their own future, I suppose. Somehow, that echoes, gets to me so much that I forget to ask for her phone number, and I'll remember it afterwards in the van. But this time Benny passes around the Jim Beam, and Kit rolls another spliff, and soon it's just another memory of just another shitty gig, after all. Just another slice of turd on the nursing home circuit.
Las olas van flotando por el aire de la mar a mi ventana. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo. Las olas vienen de la mar y van hacia el cielo.
Carry on. Isn't it strange, the way two strangers might strike up a casual acquaintance due simply to a quirk of fate. And isn't it even stranger how that innocent meeting might so completely alter the life of one of them? That was exactly what happened when Edward Granger and I met in a pub one wet September lunchtime, only weeks before his tragic loss. I work in a bank in the city. It's a dull job, enlivened only by the occasional surge of adrenaline when the pound takes yet another plunge on the foreign exchange markets, and most lunchtimes I like to get out of the office and take refuge in the Mason's Arms. As a rule, I will drink half a pint of Guinness with a slice of quiche or a cheese roll, say, and perhaps once in a while treat myself to a steak and kidney pie. As I eat, I work at the Times crossword, which I never seem able to finish before my glass is empty, and after my meal I enjoy a cigarette. I know the vile things are bad for me, but I can't quite seem to give them up. Besides, how bad can one cigarette a day be? And only 5 days a week at that. Given its location in the city, the Mason's Arms is generally busy, noisy and smoky by 12:30 on a weekday, and that suits me just fine. Lost in the crowd, buffeted by conversation and laughter that requires no response on my part, I can concentrate on my crossword, or allow my mind to drift in directions that constant application of little grey cells to columns of figures precludes. That particular lunchtime, I found myself leaving the office a few minutes later than usual, due to an important telephone conversation with an overseas client. The short walk also took longer because I had to struggle against the wind and rain with my rather flimsy umbrella. When I got to the Arms, as I had taken to calling it, I found my usual little corner table already taken by a stranger in a pinstripe suit. I could hardly tell him to sod off, so I carried my drink over and sat opposite him. As he read his Times, I studied his features closely. I would guess his age at about 45, mostly because of the wrinkles around his eyes and the grey hair around his temples and ears. But having said that, I would have to admit that the overall effect of his face was one of youthfulness. He had bright blue eyes and a healthy, ruddy complexion, and he showed no signs of that dark, shadowy stubble that makes so many men look downright repulsive, not to mention sinister. After I'd finished my ham roll, I lit my cigarette and wrestled with 8 down, letting the ebb and flow of conversation drift over me until a voice seemed to single itself out from the crowd and speak directly to me. Startled, I noticed the man opposite looking at me in a way that suggested he had just spoken. "Pardon?" I said. I was miles away. "Crippen," he said. 8 down. "Quiet Prince, upset for this murderer. It's an anagram of Prince and P for silent." "Yes, I do see that. Thank you very much." If my tone was a little frosty, it served the bugger right. I hate it when people solve my crossword clues for me. The same way I hate anyone reading over my shoulder. Takes all the fun out of it. His face dropped when he saw the look I gave him. "I'm sorry," he said. "Very rude of me. Didn't think." "It's all right." I put the crossword aside and flicked a column of ash at the floor. "Look, you wouldn't happen to know anything about septic tanks, would you?" he asked. I'm afraid not. As far as conversational gambits went, this fellow wasn't exactly heading for the top of the class in my book. "Oh, pity. You see, we're having one installed in a couple of weeks, and my wife Harriet and I. I'm just not sure what kind of mess to expect." "Well, I suppose they'll have to dig the garden up," I told him. "But I can't honestly say I've ever seen one, so I don't know how big they are." He smiled. "Well, that's the point, isn't it? You're not supposed to see them. We're moving to the country, to Hampshire." "Why are you moving?" I asked, and though I surprised myself by asking such a personal question of a complete stranger, it felt natural enough. He sipped his gin and tonic before replying. "It's for Harriet, mostly," he said. "Wants the country air. Not that I'd knock it, mind you. And it's a beautiful cottage, or it will be after the renovations. 17th century. I'll keep the flat in town, of course. Go down to the country at weekends. Yes, I'm sure it'll work out." "I hope so," I told him. Then I excused myself and headed back to the bank, it being almost 1:30, and Mr. Beamish, the branch manager, being a real stickler for punctuality. As time went on, Our conversations became a regular feature of my lunchtime visits to the Arms, though I would be hard-pushed now to think of everything we discussed. Politics, of course, on which we disagreed, books on which we agreed far more than we would have imagined, and marriage, about which we couldn't quite make up our minds. Sometimes we would just work on the crossword together in silence. He also talked about weekends at the country house, of autumn walks in the woods, the occasional hovercraft trip to the Isle of Wight, quiet nights with a good bottle of claret, a hefty volume of Trollope, and a log fire crackling in the hearth. Though I never fancied country living myself, I must admit that Edward's accounts made me quite envious. So much so that when Evelyn brought up the subject at home after watching a documentary on the Cotswolds, I thought it might become a real possibility for us too, in a year or two's time. Edward and I never met at any other times or places. Ours was a purely casual arrangement. But I like to think that a sort of friendship developed. Sometimes he didn't turn up at all. He worked in international finance, he told me, and now and then he had to sacrifice his lunch hour for emergency meetings or telephone calls from strange time zones. Occasionally he had to go abroad for a few days. But when he did come, we usually contrived to sit together and chat over our drinks and rolls for half an hour or so. During that time, I didn't find out very much more about his private life, and if I were to come to any conclusions, they would be due entirely to my reading between the lines. I didn't ask Edward about his wife's occupation, for example, but somehow I got the impression that she spent most of her time at home, cooking, cake decorating, cleaning, sewing, knitting and such. What people used to call a housewife in the old days. I suppose now she would call herself an estate manager down in Hampshire. As far as their relationship went, it sounded perfectly normal to me. Though I never met Harriet, I'm sure you can imagine how shocked I was on that bright windy Thursday in early October when Edward came in a quarter of an hour later than usual, looking drawn and haggard, and told me that his wife had disappeared. Naturally, I tried to comfort him as best I could over the following weeks, at least as far as our brief and irregular meetings allowed. But there was little I could do. For the most part, I could only look on sadly as Edward lost weight and his former ruddy complexion turned wan. Soon he came to remind me of the wretched youth in Keats's poem, Alone and Palely Loitering. Weeks passed, and still there was no sign of Harriet. Theories as to her disappearance varied, as they do in cases like this. One tabloid speculated that she'd been abducted by a serial killer, then chopped up and buried somewhere. A local doctor suggested that she could have suffered some form of amnesia. If so, he went on, she might easily have wandered off and ended up living on the streets of London with the thousands of other lost and lonely souls. One neighbour, Edward told me, speculated that Harriet could have been actually planning her escape for some time and had simply taken off for America, Ireland or France to start a new life under a new name, with a new man, of course. Astonishingly, Edward also told me that even he had come under police suspicion at one time, albeit not for long. Christmas came and went. It was about as cheerful as a wet weekend in July, the way it usually is for families whose children have all grown up and left home. Edward seemed to have gained a little colour when I saw him after the holidays, or perhaps the Arctic wind we had that January had rubbed his skin raw. Anyway, it was around then that he started dropping in at the Arms for lunch less and less frequently. At the beginning of February, I hadn't seen him for 3 weeks, and I was slipping easily back into my old routine of doing the crossword over lunch. I missed his company, of course, and I was certainly curious about Harriet. But we are creatures of habit, are we not? And old habits are deeply ingrained. It was near the end of March when I saw him next, but it wasn't in the Arms. No, I'd come into the West End to shop one Saturday afternoon, mostly to get out of the way while Evelyn was busy planting the herbaceous borders. I hate gardening, and if I'm around, I usually get roped in. Anyway, I was browsing downstairs in the fiction section of Waterstones on Charing Cross Road when I saw Edward across the table of new releases. It took me a moment to recognise him because he was wearing casual clothes, and seemed to have done something to remove the grey from his hair. He was also fingering the new Will Self paperback, which one would hardly expect of a Trollope man. On second glance, though, I realised it was definitely Edward, and that the pretty young blonde with the prominent breasts didn't just happen to be standing beside him. She was with him. Surely this couldn't be the elusive Harriet. Then a strange thing happened. Edward caught my eye as I walked over, and I saw a very odd look pass over his features. For a moment I could have sworn he wanted to turn tail and avoid me, but I got to him before he could retreat. "Edward," I said, "it's good to see you." Then I looked at the blonde. I could see her roots. "I see Harriet has turned up, then," I said with a smile. Edward cleared his throat, and the blonde merely frowned. "Well," he said, "not exactly. I mean, no, she hasn't. This is Joyce." He put his arm around the blonde's shoulders and looked down at her with obvious pride and passion. I said hello to Joyce, as Edward haltingly explained our relationship, such as it was. Then he made excuses, and they hurried up the stairs as if the place were on fire. That was the last time I ever clapped eyes on Edward Granger. About a year after the incident in Waterston's, something so profound, so shocking, and so unexpected happened to me that my life was never the same again. I fell in love. Like most people my age, I had long thought myself immune to powerful passions, long settled into a sedate and comfortable existence with little in the way of strong emotion to upset its even keel. Even if I have unsatisfied or unrequited hopes and wishes, then I'm in good company, for who hasn't? If I regret some of the sacrifices I've made for the comforts I have gained, who doesn't? And if I sometimes feel that my life lacks adventure, lacks spice, then again, who doesn't? In all that I felt I was perfectly normal. Life, it had come to seem to me, was a slow betrayal of the dreams of one's youth and a gradual decline from the desires of one's adolescence. Little did I know what a fragile illusion all that was, until I met Katrina. Imagine, if you can, my utter amazement when the bell started to ring, the earth moved, and a sudden spring came into my step every time I saw her. Absurd, I told myself. She'll never pay the least attention to an old fuddy-duddy like you. But she did. Oh, indeed she did. Love truly must be blind if such a gorgeous creature as Katrina could give herself to me. Katrina came to work for the branch in summer, and by autumn we were meeting clandestinely whenever we could. She lived alone in a tiny bedsit in Kennington, which was convenient, if a bit cramped. But what is a little discomfort to a pair of lovers? We were consumed with a passion that could no more be stopped than an avalanche or a tidal wave. It picked us up, tossed us about like rag dolls, and threw us back on the ground, dazed, dazzled, and breathless. I couldn't get enough of her sad eyes, her soft red lips, her small breasts with the nipples hard as acorns when we made love, her skin like warm brown silk. Needless to say, this affair made life very difficult both at work and at home, but I think I managed to cope well enough under the circumstances. I know I succeeded in hiding it from Evelyn, for surely I would have felt the repercussions had I not. We went on meeting furtively for almost a year, during which time our passion did not abate in the least. Katrina never once asked me to abandon my marriage and live with her, but I wanted to. Oh, God, how I wanted to. Only the thought of all the trouble, all the upheaval that such a move would cause prevented me, for Evelyn wouldn't take it lying down. So, like many others embroiled in affairs, I simply let it run on, perhaps hoping vaguely that some deus ex machina would come along and solve my problems for me. Then one day, after an excruciatingly painful Christmas spent away from Katrina, Evelyn reminded me of a conversation we'd had some time ago about getting a country cottage, and pointed out the ideal place in an estate agent's brochure, a run-down, isolated cottage in Oxfordshire, going for a song. Furiously, I began to think of how such a move might prevent me from seeing Katrina as often as I needed to. We would have to sell the Dulwich home, of course, but the Oxfordshire cottage was indeed going for such an unbelievably low price that I might be able to afford a small flat in town. At a pinch, however, Evelyn might suggest I could commute. The thought of that was unbearable. Though Katrina and I wouldn't be separated totally, anything other than a quick session after work before the train home would be impossible, and neither of us wanted to live like that. A quickie in the back of a car is so sordid, and we were passionately, romantically in love. On the other hand, I could hardly crush Evelyn's dreams of a place in the country without thinking up a damn good explanation as to why we should simply stay put. And I couldn't. The price was right, and we might not have another chance for years. Even with the renovations that would need to be done, we worked out we could still easily afford it. And so we took the plunge and bought the cottage. To say I was a soul in torment might sound like an exaggeration, but believe me, it doesn't even come close to describing how wretched I really felt as I signed on the dotted line. We had sent Sam Halsey, a jack-of-all-trades in the renovation business, over to Oxfordshire on a number of occasions to assess what needed doing and how it could be done to our liking and to our budget. One of his complaints was that due to its isolation and to the odd whims of its previous owners, the toilet arrangements were far from adequate. After much deliberation, one afternoon at the house in Dulwich, Sam said, "Of course, you could have a septic tank put in." "Oh, what?" I said. "A septic tank. Perfectly respectable. Lots of country folk have them. Of course, you'll need some carrion." "I'm sorry, Sam, I don't follow you." "Carrion, to get the whole process going. Now, some of the younger chaps in the business will tell you a bit of compost will do the job just fine, but don't believe them. Don't you believe them. My old boss told me." Sam's voice faded into the background, as suddenly it hit me. I thought of my old lunchtime companion, Edward Granger, and that guilty look that flitted across his features the time I saw him in Waterson's with Joyce the blonde. I remembered the tragedy of his wife's disappearance, and how, after that, I saw less and less of him. And I remembered how the disappearance occurred around the time they were having a septic tank installed at their cottage in Hampshire. Carrion, indeed. And then I thought of my Katrina, my beautiful, beautiful Katrina, who took my breath away with her sad eyes and her skin like warm brown silk. And lastly, I thought of Evelyn. Life just isn't fair, is it? Some people don't simply fade away quietly into the obscurity from whence they came when you want rid of them, do they? No, they have to cause trouble, create scenes, make unreasonable demands, and generally do their damnedest to ruin your hopes of a decent and happy future without them. They just won't go away. Well, as I've already explained, Evelyn is one of those people. I'm certain of it. On the other hand, people disappear all the time, don't they? And people change. Harriet changed into Joyce, didn't she? Sometimes you just have to give a little kickstart to get the process going, like the carrion in the septic tank, and then nature takes care of the rest. Penny for them? What? Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Miles away. That's all right. I was just saying as how you'll need some carrion for the septic tank. My old boss swore by it, he did. At that moment, Evelyn passed by the open French windows in his shabby beige cardigan, secateurs in hand. Wisps of grey hair blew in the March wind like spiders' webs, and his glasses had slipped down his nose. Yes, people disappear all the time, don't they? And if it can happen to wives, I thought, then it can bloody well happen to husbands too. Yes, Sam, I said slowly. Yes, I suppose we will. Don't worry. I'll take care of it.